turned out she was. And so after the first wave of demonstrations, um, yeah, men put off their gloves and beat and tortured women just as brutally as they had been beating and torturing men. And so incrementally it got just worse and worse. But of course, it's absolutely nothing compared to to what Ukraine is experiencing. And I remember, like, in the end of 2020, I think it was, there was there's a YouTube channel run originally by Sergei Tikhanovsky, so the husband of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and he was originally one of the presidential contenders, and he was put into prison because of that by Lukashenko. But his YouTube channel still exists, and so back then, like after the protests were essentially put down, they interviewed Dmitry Gordon, who's a rather popular Russian language Ukrainian journalist, and they asked him, well, I mean, when will our second chance come? And Gordon was really quite blunt and quite frank, that in saying, well, unless you, yeah, and unless you act more robustly, it's not going to come, and it's Lukashenko will be there for the foreseeable future. So I mean, in a way, I do agree with what Simon says, that one problem of the Belarusians, just as with the Russians, is that there is the expectation that somebody else is going to act on their behalf, and that's certainly the attitude you see from some of those leaders in exile, including Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, including also Pavel Latushka, who was a minister in Lukashenko's government, Minister of Culture, and who has been one of the leaders of the exile movement since 2020. That, of course, they're constantly having meetings with EU leaders, and are invited to conferences and so on. And you constantly, you see on Twitter the stream of photographs from those meetings, and they always appeal for more support and appeal for tougher sanctions and so on. But what you don't really see is an appeal to your own people, to take any sort of action. And I'm not the one to judge whether maybe it's not timely, maybe it is. I don't know. But I just see this imbalance, that they're mainly appealing to outsiders and hardly to their own people.
It makes sense that they would want to protect their own people, I suppose. But yes, I totally see your point there. I have the MOD report for today, so I thought I would interject with that at this point. So unless anybody has any serious objections, I shall go ahead. Because I like doing this like a newsreader. So here we go. This is the Defence Intelligence Report for the 10th of June, 23. In the last 48 hours, significant Ukrainian operations have been taking place in several sectors of eastern and southern Ukraine. No joke. In some areas, Ukrainian forces have likely made good progress and penetrated the first line of Russian defences. In others, Ukrainian progress has been slower. Russian performance has been mixed. Some units are likely conducting credible manoeuvre defence operations, while others have pulled back in some disorder, amid increased reports of Russian casualties as they withdraw through their own minefields. Good move, that, lads. The Russian Air Force has been unusually active over southern Ukraine, where the airspace is more permissive for Russia than in other parts of the country. However, sorry, losing my voice. However, it remains unclear whether tactical airstrikes have been effective. I have to say that is the particular brand of shade that I enjoy from the UK MOD there. Just basically saying, yeah, okay, so in some areas the Russians have done okay, but basically in a lot of areas they've taken a pile of casualties. They're running around with their hands in the air like they just don't care. While I'm not sure you call it defending, retreating, that's the word. And the Russian Air Force don't appear to be having a great deal of success either. Kind of makes my day to hear their particular level of shade. Prince, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. You Brits never give any shade. But you do boom reports. Are you going to do a boom report this morning?
Well, I can tell you a few things. So, bear with. I've got to get back to my screen. Just give you a little bit of a musical interlude there. Here we go. So, these are the things that blew up yesterday. So, we have Henichesk. This is the gateway to Crimea, basically. It's one of the main routes into Crimea. And it is also a location that Putin recently visited, I believe. I've seen some pictures this morning of what appears to be the building that he was in, which has a massive fire in the roof. So it looks as though there was a smoking incident. That's the one. Ufa in Russia, there was a fuel fire, I believe, quite large and such a pretty colour. It was kind of orange. Yeah, that was definitely worth looking up. Voronezh. There was Bavovna in that area, and it says here the whole of Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Belgorod's People's Republic. There were multiple booms. So many that they've not even counted them because, well, there seems to have been quite a lot. So I can definitely say there's been an uptick. Now, we heard last night that there was a drone attack, an awful lot of drones by the looks of things. And there were a lot of them shot down, but I'm just waiting for the official numbers. Unfortunately,
I have those.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. I'll just read this out here to you. 20 Iranian drones and 2 cruise missiles were destroyed. On the night of June 10th, the enemy attacked one of the operational airfields in Poltava Oblast with Iskander-type ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as Iranian-made UAVs. Odessa and Kharkiv regions were also attacked by land-based cruise missiles and attack drones, respectively. In total, 8 land-based missiles of various types and 35 Iranian-made Shahed 136/131 strike UAVs were fired at critical infrastructure and military facilities from the northern and southern directions from the eastern coast of the Sea of Azov. The forces and means of the air defense of the Air Force in the areas of responsibility of Air Command East, Center, and South, in cooperation with air defense of other components of the Defense Forces of Ukraine, destroyed 2 cruise missiles, type to be specified, and 20 attack drones, Shaheed 136131. The attack lasted. This is interesting because I didn't see air alarms that late, I didn't think, but maybe I'm wrong. The attack lasted from 11 p.m. on June 9th till 5 a.m. on June 10th. Previously, without human casualties, local military administrations will report consequences. Now, here's the problem. Yes, there are dead and injured in Odessa, and I will pull that up in a second. Also, during the past day, there were 9 on June 9th. The air defense forces of Ukraine destroyed 12 enemy UAVs of operational tactical level Orlan 10 Zala Supercam. Let's keep the sky together to victory. And so that was what happened with those overnight. And I will just get back here to the right tab and pull up the Odessa District Military. And it has the information here. Unfortunately, 3 civilians were killed. And I believe last I read, it was 27 injured, including children, and I do not recall how many children. So that was sort of the update on that. What it was as a result of aerial battle debris from one of the drones that hit a 9-story apartment building and caused a fire. So that, I think, is what caused the problem. It wasn't a direct hit. It was debris that fell and started a fire. And we know how that can happen. So good for getting the attack items out of the air, but it sucks that what goes up must come down, and the debris does damage sometimes. And in this case, it did.
Yes, unfortunately, they don't vaporize in the air. That is one of those things. Now, last night there was there was a statement by Vladimir Rogov, a Russian-installed local official in the Zaporizhia region, that more Ukrainian assaults were underway. And he seemed pretty uptight about it, shall we say. And that's something that I really like to hear, that the Ukrainian offensive is not in any way being slowed down by what's going on. Now, I did mention that I saw a lovely video of a building on fire earlier that Putin apparently visited. So this is the Arabat Spit, part of occupied Kherson region. And after yesterday's attacks on Henichesk, there was a new attack, reportedly a storm shadow, of course. Well, that's responsible for everything at the moment, but it might be, you never know. However, locals reported that this happened first, and then the Russian-appointed governor Saldo confirmed the attacks by making a video from quite far away. There is also in Russian-occupied Kherson region, and oh my goodness, right, I'm going to retweet this and you can read it yourself and see why I'm going to have problems. Shachasalev Sev? There's a T in there. I mean, come on. There's like 2 H's, a Y, a V, a T. No, 2 V's, a T. I'm struggling with that one. Read it yourself. Anyway, that's a lovely fire.
Mockers.
I'm going to find out what that is. Yes,
Mockers,
madam.
would you like to buy a vowel?
Whatever that place is called, I think it's beyond me. But I'm going to find out where it is because, well, that's a blaze. I do love a pretty fire.
That is a very pretty fire, and yeah, that is a name. Shche Silivtivivi. I don't know.
It's an interesting one. Maybe Johannes knows it.
I don't know the place, but actually it's not that difficult to pronounce. It looks intimidating, but it's like Shislivce, which means like, actually, basically, if my etymology is right, it just means the happy place. If as I'm just saying, Shislivce, So yeah, that's kind of the happy village, so to say. Because Shastia is happiness. Yeah. But of course, it looks intimidating, but if you see it in Cyrillic, it doesn't really look quite like that.
Ah, there you go. Thank you very much, Johannes. See, I'm glad we had somebody here who's got some knowledge to help us. But the happy place, oh bless you. Well, it made me a bit happy this morning seeing that, because if that was a Russian occupied base, well, it's not anymore, is it? Not a happy place for the
Definitely.
Russians. Sorry, go
Would
on,
you?
Prince.
No, I'm just wondering. Would you like an update from the head of the Kherson Oblast as far as the flood situation with evacuation and
Yes, please.
yes. The water in the region is gradually receding, but in the coming days, they are going to face another trial, another test, because forecasters are predicting rain. And rain in a flood zone is never good because rain adds water. They noted that as of now, the average level of flooding in the settlement affected is at 4.727 centimeters. I don't know if that makes sense.
4 meters,
Anyway,
0.72 centimeters, yeah.
Yes. Oh, gotcha. You guys in this whole metric thing, I just, yeah, okay. The evacuation continues. Employees of the state emergency and volunteers managed to save 248 people. He does not give the total, but I believe it's 2,800 and something. The situation in the temporarily occupied territory on the left bank remains critical. And now, if I can say something really quick about the left bank. Some of the reports that I have read this morning have indicated that the Russians are offering to evacuate people on the left bank. They are offering to save them, rescue them, and evacuate them if they have a Russian passport. If they don't have a Russian passport, nope, won't do it. So, you know, as somebody who reads,
can you imagine? Where's your papers?
right?
Well, they've drifted off down to Odessa.
Right? Right? And I mean, and it's what I see it as is,
F them. Sorry.
oh no, I agree. But it's one more way that they're trying to manipulate Ukrainians into taking Russian passports. Anyone who hasn't taken one
What are
already
they
and
doing? Are
doesn't,
they coming along with a passport office on a boat?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, it's, if you have a Russian passport, we'll evacuate you. Otherwise, yeah, it's infuriating. But I see that, but we see that kind of stuff all the time in the occupied territories too. If you don't have a Russian passport, you can't have your insulin. If you don't have a Russian passport, you can't have your heart medication or any other medication. If you don't have your if you don't have your Russian passport, no, we won't let you go in the ambulance, and no, we won't admit you to the hospital. All of these things, they're saying, oh, and I believe I read today also, if if you don't, in some of the areas that are getting hotter, like around Talkback and Melitopol and other areas where they've been, evacuating people, you can't evacuate if you don't have a Russian passport. So these are all just ways that they are trying to persuade and manipulate Ukrainians into taking Russian passports. So it's all a load up, if you ask me.
It's utterly bonkers, isn't it? Utterly bonkers. Yeah, very infuriating. But I appreciate that people will do what they need to do to survive. So, right. I think I found the Arabat Spit, or near the Arabat Spit. Yeah, so it's the place of Henichetsk is sort of the entrance to the Arabat Spit. But there is also a nice rail line that runs through there straight to Jankoy, which I'm sure we know by now where Jankoy is. That's a huge rail hub, and also there's an airfield there. So creeping ever closer. I think it's worth keeping an eye on that. There was news that they destroyed something at the rail station at Jankoy, and more recently, they've hit the airfield there. So I expect there's going to be more emotional moments, unfortunately, for Jankoy. Now, I apologise if anyone hears my stomach rumbling, but apparently I need breakfast today. So, there may have been some booms in Crimea. For some reason, this morning, Sergei Askinov has reported out of the blue that 2 Krim-2 ballistic missiles were shot down over Crimea this morning. He's not provided any visual confirmation or debris. And the Krim-2 is a Ukrainian-made short-range ballistic missile which can fly up to 500 kilometers. Whether this actually happened or not is questionable, but for some reason this report came out. So I'm just filling you in as I find it.
Markers,
Yeah.
really quick here. I think I'm about to be replaced by Doman, and I'm going straight to bed, not coming back up tonight. So I just wanted to say thank everybody for hanging out and enjoying the conversation tonight. And thank you, Mockers. It's a pleasure to co-host with you. I consider it a high honor. So you have a good day, and I am going to go to sleep as soon as Doman is ready to replace me. So thank you all, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava Prince, and good night. So I'm just looking at a bit more of the reports about what's been happening in Kherson area, and Ukrainian border guards are now assisting in helping people by delivering humanitarian aid. So I can see them here razzing around on a speedboat with big bottles of water for people who are managing to stay in some of their homes, and obviously going around looking for anybody who requires assistance. And one of the things which, I mean, it really gets to me is, the animals. I don't know, it's, I think it's because I live with a bunch of animals, and, I think we can all feel a bit of compassion towards animals who, they haven't chosen to be in that situation. They, particularly innocent, I suppose. And seeing all these videos of people, making massive efforts to go and rescue kittens and things like that, warms the cockles of my heart. It does. Good morning, Doman.
Good morning. What have I missed? What's the biggest thing that's up in flames?
Well, there's certainly some emotional moments going on in Henichesk. Do you remember that place that was visited by one of Putin's doubles?
Do you mean the settlement in Kherson Oblast furthest away from where the Ukrainians are in occupied territory?
Yes, that place there, yeah.
Which therefore Russians have chosen as their oblast capital the moment they were about to lose the city of Kherson. So they chose a town of 18,000 people, as far away as they could find it from Kherson. You mean that one?
Yes, that one.
You mean the one that's just like a little beach resort with barely any infrastructure at all? So they set up in a former children's summer camp as their main headquarters and base.
Yeah, that place. Yeah, I'm gonna say.
What
that
was the
they're
weather
probably
bad?
not using that place anymore.
Was the weather bad?
It might have been a bit stormy.
Yeah, you know, it's getting into summer. You can never predict these things, can you?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Let's just say they probably won't be using it as a base for much longer because, yeah, it's very flammable.
Is it still? I would have thought that by now, you know, whatever was gonna catch on fire, caught on fire.
Well, I don't know. There was some video from this morning, which was definitely this morning. You know, sunshine, all that, which definitely showed plenty of flame. Apparently, it was hit some point this morning.
I thought it was already hit last night. Does that mean it was hit again?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So basically, the Ukrainians hit it, realized they didn't quite hit all of it, so they went and hit some more of it. I quite like that.
Well, you know, you've got to be thorough. You know, I think the Ukrainians are all for being thorough. And yeah, it just interesting as well that there was apparently 2 Krim-2 missiles shot down over Crimea this morning, just announced out of the blue by the governor, Sergei Astinov, without any sort of, you know, visual confirmation or anything like that. So it just seems weird. You know what I mean? I think maybe something might have happened in Crimea.
How would you know it's a Krim 2?
Exactly. I'm gonna say maybe he's got some, like, you know, spidey sense or something.
Maybe it was just particularly thunderous as it came down. Krim means thunder. That's why.
I do. I appreciate everybody probably doesn't know, but I did. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm a bit like weird this morning.
I'm trying to track down just a little bit of information. Specifically, there's something that's circulating that I don't know if it's well confirmed yet, but if it is, it could be very exciting.
Is it about Tokmak by any chance?
No, not at all about Tokmak. What about Tokmak?
Well, it's trending at the moment, and people are asking the question, what's happening in Tokmak? Because there seems to be something happening. I don't know what that something is, but there's well, in occupied Tokmak, this might be it. This might be part of it. Ukrainian partisans have activated And there is evidence, a video that they released where they've taken a prisoner of a Russian soldier, and according to them, they neutralized his colleague, and they basically said, we're going to keep hold of this guy now until Ukraine comes and liberates this area, because we don't want to, we don't want him going out and doing his thing, bothering the locals. So we've taken him prisoner. Here we go. This is what they say to the Russian, naughty word. Something happened that everyone has been waiting for so long, and we have been ready for. The partisans of the city of Tokmak carried out a successful operation. One of his colleagues, an occupier, didn't live to see this appeal. We have lived a whole year among you. We have watched you and your weaknesses. The hour of retribution has come. We are many and we are everywhere. Your only salvation now is to surrender to the armed forces of Ukraine. Only they will be able to exchange you as an exchange fund. We don't have such privilege, he says, as he sort of puts his hand on the guy's head and points out that, hey, look, we've got your guy. No, he's not going into the exchange fund because they don't have that opportunity. But they do say they're going to keep hold of him and give him to the armed forces of Ukraine when they turn up. So something tells me that they're expecting things to happen.
So in other words, there were people lying low in occupied territories, not drawing too much attention to themselves, waiting it out. And they basically saw, well, now might be the time. Now might be the time to come out of hiding and go do something.
It would appear they already are, yes. Remember the other day when there was that information about the activation of partisans? I think that's something that they've been waiting for. Something tells me there's more of this going to happen. They've got plans.
Yeah, probably is. Makes absolutely perfect sense. I'll note one kind of interesting thing. The various usual Ukrainian map updating accounts or everything is silent. Nobody's saying anything, particularly publicly at all. Anything of anything of any note. I think they're doing even much better than in previous cases. Maybe with the exemption of the Eastern Kharkiv Oblast advances, but because that came out of nowhere for most, but really genuinely on the down low and quiet. Bearded, maybe you can comment on this a little bit. How have you observed this? Because I'm quite impressed by something as big as this, a system as large as this, operating in and among civilians as well. Nothing really comes out. Almost every single thing that comes out either through very official channels or from the Russians.
Hello and good evening, everyone. I think I can sum it up as unity of purpose. Everybody knows what's at stake here, and nobody wants to be the one that drops the ball, so to speak. I think it's very encouraging that we're left on the outside looking in, wondering what's going on. Patience, we'll find out when they're ready to tell us.
I have, on the other hand, seen that Thomas Steiner did some maths overnight, and I forget what exactly the number was, but he concluded that thus far Russians have evidenced, in their tend to overstate rather than understate, but Russians have evidenced having destroyed something like 0.01%, so 1% of the equipment that Ukraine had set up for the offensive. Did I dream that, or did I actually see that?
No, I read that as well with some amusement. It's the number Wang, isn't it? At the end of the day, this thing is just getting going, and I know I make people's ears bleed with it, but it's got to gain momentum, and these first week to 10 days will get us running at the correct battle rhythm and tempo that is required. I'm still staggered at the daily casualty count coming through. I'm expecting that to accelerate as they push further south into the main defensive belt. They will inflict more casualties.
Now, I have a very boring question for you. This will bore you half to sleep, let alone everyone else. But I'm very excited to ask it. Let's say it's been about a week of operations, give or take. I don't particularly care what's actually going on in reality. This is let's call it a hypothetical question. How would you predict the step up of demands on maintainers and what maintainers have to do, and how does that change as days go? You know, from day one, day two to week one, and then into week two. Because I'm guessing, you know, like with a car, different things have different lifespans. And I would assume armored vehicles behave somewhat similarly in that different things break at different rates and at different points in time.
Sure. Well, the first thing is something called preventative maintenance. Every vehicle, especially in the British Army, will have a user handbook, and in it will describe the preventative maintenance that has to be undertaken daily before use, during use, after use, weekly checks, monthly checks, biannual checks, checks for checks. Some of the servicing interviews of the complex electronics and technology, they require servicing to ensure that they remain at their optimum capabilities. There is some stretch in those servicing intervals that are time-based, depending on the operational situation. If a vehicle is well maintained, then it can go a period of time where things are perhaps not checked, but you're certainly going to catch up on it. And as any tank and armoured crewman knows, if you do not maintain the vehicle, you're just infantry, and who wants that? So you keep on top of things all the time. A tweak here, a tweak there. It's a good bit of concurrent activity. But as you said, within 7-8 days, that's 2 96-hour periods. You'd expect some form of frontal rotation of force. Again, without going into any tactical detail, maintenance periods and crew rest will be factored in to how the Ukrainians have planned the phases of this current ground maneuver.
And at the same time, I would hope, and I'm guessing you would too, that Ukrainians will have updated everything to the best possible levels and tidied up everything to the best possible levels before embarking on anything, right?
Yeah, that's the point. Your battle preparation. If you're an infantryman, it's your boots, it's your kit, it's your weapon, it's whatever else. For an armored guy, it's all of that and the vehicle as well. So you will have pre-operational checks, pre-firing checks, bore sighting, calibrating the weapon system, making sure the thermal cameras are all aligned. On and on and on you go. And what's an acceptable suboptimal standard for the weapons platform? Are you only going to go forward if it's full system, or are you going to accept that it's got some faults and you're going to run with it? So, in other words, is it battle worthy rather than fully on the road? Those sort of decisions will be made by the maintenance people, and what the crews are comfortable with, as well as an obligation that they have to go into combat with a certain amount of safety. for themselves.
And how involved is a process like that for let's say an armored brigade or a mechanized brigade? This is something that I presume is a structured exercise that takes what, days, weeks, probably.
Sorry, I missed the first part of that. Say again.
For an armored brigade, how long does preparations like that take? Or for a mechanized brigade, does it take weeks to just actually go through everything top to bottom?
Well, it's how long's a piece of string, really. I mean, you're going to be reliant at those higher levels of formation, the sort of brigade and upwards, on the units and the subunits maintenance programs being efficient and on the ball, is something we haven't seen from the Russians. But yeah, you'd expect the crews to be looking after the vehicles to the crew level of maintenance standards. The maintenance attached personnel will be doing the more in-depth stuff. How in what condition were the vehicles when they were handed over? How many track miles have been put on them in the intervening 5 months? What's the standard of maintenance since they've been handed over? Are there enough spares? You can go on and on and on. So when you get to brigade and upwards, the maintenance plan is about ensuring the maintenance people are equipped and have the necessary spares chain, and ensuring that subunits below that brigade level are adhering to the maintenance plan to keep the equipment operational. Over.
Thank you, Bearded. Marcus?
Yes, I have a report that's coming through from a Russian reporter about the advance of Ukrainians in, I'm not exactly sure which region, but maybe that's for the best. So I just wondered if you would like to hear what they've got to say.
I think that'd be very interesting. Do you have any place names? I can probably tell you where it is.
I'll read through it and we'll see what happens, because I'm having to translate as I go. So I'll tell you if it's in there. So this is from a Russian reporter. With each day of fighting, the depletion of minefields in the foregrounds in front of checkpoints becomes more and more visible, which significantly weakens the defense potential of our troops. Enemy artillery is ploughing our trenches, reducing their ability to protect personnel from gunfire. In general, the enemy is consistently destroying our defences. Although the opponent has not yet managed to overcome the first line of defence, behind which there are the second line and more, the potential of the opponent is far from wasted. And he can push for a long time, at least a week, after which it will be completely clear who will be leaving the battlefield. And I thought that was a nice piece of doom that we all needed to hear right now.
I sure am glad to hear something like that, yeah.
Well, let's just say that although there wasn't a particular place named, if that's what's happening in a number of places, then that's good news. And despite the loss of a bit of equipment yesterday, I did note that the insides of the equipment appeared to be okay. And that's the main point of the equipment. So doing its job. Also, one other thing is the Leopard tank that had lost a track appears to have been repaired already. So excellent news on that front as well. So I don't think, the Ukrainians had such a bad day as was made out. These things happen. There is also a bit of news coming out of Henichesk. That place?
Chensk.
Henichensk. Sorry, I forgot about the N. It's a rumour at the moment, but Saldo was reportedly taken to the hospital following the most recent strike. So I hear. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. It may be a scurrilous rumour, but I'll keep an eye on that and let you know if it comes to anything.
That's very interesting. So, for anybody who doesn't know, Saldo is he's kind of the head of the occupation authority, legal occupation authority. He's a former local politician, his son, and he very much sold his soul to the devil. I don't know how much he got paid for it, but his name would indicate that that's something that he'd be interested in. Now, a couple of days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago now at this point, I guess. 4 days ago at this point? 4 days ago at this point. He was being recorded in Nova Kakhovka, in one of the administrative buildings, and he did several reports from there. He said, "Oh, everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine." And behind him, you could just see the water being higher up every time on the square. You could see ever less of the buildings behind him, and they started angling the camera a little bit as well. But you could very much see that the water out. So he said, "No, everything's fine. There's barely anything. Oh, we'll be fine. We'll dry out tomorrow." Which is a particular level of silliness. He did also come out and say that the floods definitely helped the Russian army. And this is advantageous for the Russian army. So, if anybody's wondering about motives, the head of occupation authority of that local area says that this is good for Russians, and we should be all minded to believe him, because when somebody admits to a crime, we don't, it's kind of it, isn't it?
It usually gives you an idea, yeah. So I do have some other news that the front line in some areas may have moved. There's a place called Novodonetsky. Don't know if it's got the ski on the end. 3 days ago, there was a reported presence by Russians of Ukrainians in that area. And today is the first time it's been reported as being shelled. So it would seem there is some progress along that particular front. And that is, I'm trying to see where it is close to.
No, the next is close to Vuhledar and Volnovakha.
There you go. Thank you. I know I can count on you with the finding of places.
I know far too much of local geography of certain Ukrainian regions, especially those near the front lines, to the degree that I never ever wanted to. And I am just glad we're not dealing with any more Alexandrivkas at this point.
Have you had your fill of
Alexandrivkas, yes.
Yes. Can't even say it. Sorry, I'm laughing at myself here because I can picture the word, but I can't even say it. Amazing.
It's funny, you see, because I wasn't aware that there were such fans of Alexander the Great, right? Because usually Alexandria is what you get everywhere, in the across let's call it the classical world. There are many, or used to be many, not just the one in Egypt, many more that were founded during that, or named during that brief period of Alexander's conquest. Of course, I think these ones might be named after some other people, but there are many. There are just many everywhere.
So we've seen that rescue efforts are continuing in the Kherson region, obviously. There appears to be a bit more progress because the waters have receded in some areas. I've got when I find it, there we go, a report here for you about it. So currently the average level of flooding in the Kherson region is 4.72 meters. You can work that out with a calculator if you want to, other things. So the head of the Kherson OVA spoke about this in his morning address. He emphasized that unfortunately rain is expected in the next few days, and this in turn will slow down the decline of water in the region. According to information since yesterday evening, the water has receded 31 centimetres. It is known that 35 settlements were flooded on the right bank and 3,763 houses are currently underwater. The head of the OVA said that since the beginning of the accident, the water level has dropped by 6.25 metres at the Kakhoverskaya hydroelectric power plant. In addition, he informed about evacuation measures. Currently, almost 150,000 people and 345 pieces of equipment are involved in the rescue operation. Yesterday, it was possible to evacuate another 248 people. In total, 2,588 people were rescued from the water trap. In addition, 9 evacuation points have been deployed in the region. That's the translation. So that's the information I have. Thank you. I have also found plenty of videos this morning of them making extra special efforts to rescue kittens and puppies and the like. So these are the things that I like to highlight and concentrate on. Have I lost Omen?
No, you've not. You've not lost me at all. But I have. I've been trying to continue to bring up some additional interesting information. Thus far, as a consequence of the dam having been blasted, more than 1,100 kilometers of irrigation canals have been left without water already. That's a lot. You know that there are. I'll put it like this: there are many countries in Europe with irrigation canals that the whole country doesn't have nearly as much as this. Now, admittedly, that's true because many countries in Europe don't really have anything in terms of irrigation canals because they don't need it because it's humid enough, or just intensive agriculture isn't done like that. But nevertheless, it's a lot of irrigation canals, however you want to cut it. And of course, as we commented yesterday, you're looking at 1.5 million hectares of intensive agriculture being now without irrigation in the immediate. However, ever more notes have been coming from places in Ukraine, including, for example, MriyaReport, or Ukryhydroenergo, maybe one of those two, which suggests that that they are already planning for intermediate efforts before the full construction of the hydroelectric dam reconstruction of hydroelectric dam at Kakhovka on how to start resupplying irrigation canals with water from the Dnipro and etc. So I think that's really excellent, and it really shows just how quickly many people in Ukraine mobilize and go on trying to save things and fix things and put things right. However, the one note that they all come back to all the time and this is one really worth highlighting, is but all of that can only start after liberation of these territories and liberation of both banks of the Dnieper. Okay, so we come to my point 3 that I've been highlighting all week now. Yes, mitigation efforts are very important. Getting people out of flooded areas and keeping them alive, critically important. Supplying clean water, preventing outbreaks of diseases, immensely important. But that isn't the only thing for foreign governments to help with right now. And the other thing is to equip the Ukrainian military further with many hundreds of tanks, ideally quadruple digits of IAVs imminently, not to mention commitments for immediate deliveries of additional precision fires such as the TACMs, as well as a clear outline of both Ukrainian NATO membership as well as deliveries of Western jets. All of those would be immensely important, immensely useful right now. So, in the context of all that, don't forget that these things can only be really helped at a bigger scale, not beyond the human scale, once liberation is achieved. And for that, Ukrainians need more equipment. So let's get onto that as well. Let's look at this, look at what the Russians have done, are doing, try to minimize their future opportunities for implementation of these scorched earth policies by driving them out more quickly, and that can only be done one way, as well as the start of reconstruction, by getting Russians out of all of these areas that they're illegally occupying. If this isn't good reason enough, I really don't know what it is.
All incredibly good points.
So Crystal Wiki put together a wonderful thread. I've retweeted it just now as well. That's why I was a bit silent. And just reading through that, and he makes some excerpts from a conversation with Igor Pilipenko, who's the dean of the Kherson State University's Faculty of Biology, Geography, and Ecology. Almost as though he'd know something about the geography and ecology of Kherson Oblast, right? And he's given an interview setting out the impacts of the destruction of the dam. So he says that it was destroyed at the worst possible time, just before midsummer, when the reservoir was at a near record high. And he notes that while the left bank suffers more than the right. For every 10 centimeters of increase in the water level on average, that means a 15-meter further flooding on the left bank, and only 3 meters on the right bank, because the right bank tends to be steeper, lying a bit higher than the left bank. The volume of the water is between 4.5 to 5 cubic kilometers a day. That's about 5 trillion liters a day. That is an untold amount of water. That's just an absolutely ridiculous amount of water to be flowing through there. And he's already highlighting ecological effects downstream and including into the Black Sea. So I'm going to work through his more detailed analysis later on. But he notes that the reservoir apparently supplied water to more than 12,000 kilometers of canals. Now, why did I only note 1,100 kilometers earlier? The reason for that is because these canals, the water doesn't flow like it does in a municipal water system, right? Where water in most of the pipes moves on a daily basis. It's used as needed. Some of this water is relatively stationary. There are additional dams which Russians have been destroying elsewhere throughout Kherson and Zaporizhia, throughout occupied parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts, and they've been using those to flood the immediate areas around them. We've been talking about that since I think Wednesday here. And they're apparently continuing to do that. I've heard more reports of that yesterday, not all of those have been lost yet, but of course none of that is to stay for that much longer, right? Most of that is to stay for just a little while longer still. Water supply to cities like Melitopol, like Berdyansk, that was coming from the Kakhovka Reservoir. Just by the way, that's including supplies to the cities still in occupied territories. I think that can be another big problem, and so much more the reason for an accelerated liberation, right? Give Ukrainians additional tools, especially ones that they can employ immediately. ATACMS they can employ immediately. They don't need additional training or anything, or logistics chain to be able to employ them, but it gives them an additional capability. Storm Shadows aren't a perfect replacement. For Storm Shadows, you need a clear air to fly a Sukhoi 24N. For ATACMS, it's much easier to employ because the crew of the HIMARS or the M270 systems just so much less vulnerable at that time. So let's give them that. Let's give them the opportunity for that. These are also going to be limiting any water-hungry industries on the right bank of the Dnieper, of course. That's quite normal. The North Crimean Canal, for now, it's still running, but once the water level will fall below 10 meters in the reservoir, which will presumably happen tomorrow, that will cut off completely as well. So I think that's really, really good noting. He characterizes something very importantly, which I'll just read verbatim, because I think this is really important to understand, why irrigation is so critical in the area. He says that the annual rainfall in the area around the Sea of Azov, so southern Kherson, southern Zaporizhia Oblast, basically, is only about 350 millimeters, but evaporation currently amounts to about 1,000 to 1,100 millimeters. So basically, right now with all of this irrigation, they're balancing that out. But he says that this, without irrigation, it'll dry out very quickly within a single season, and that means that crops grown for livestock feed, for exports such as soybeans, onions, they'll no longer be viable. Let's take a break from his reading and try to explain this. If you have a steppe, and the only vegetation that lives in that steppe are low, short steppe grasses, they have a much smaller green surface area, so they respire less. They pull less water out of the ground. They release less water out into the environment. Not every plant, not sort of deserty plants, but not succulents, but most plants. The underside of leaves or indeed blades of grasses, they have these pores through which they respire and they push water out. That's why if you're in a tropical rainforest, it feels incredibly humid because you're surrounded by all of these very strongly respiring plants as well. If you're at the same latitude but you're not in a green area, it's much less humid as a consequence, right? Even if you go into a temperate forest, you will find suddenly there's a lot more humidity around because there's just a lot more of this vegetation higher up as well that's around. Now, if you look at crops that are grown in these areas, whatever you pick, it's much taller than steppe grasses are. So the surface area and the density tends to be higher. So the surface area of greenery is much greater, and that respires a lot more, that pushes a lot more water out. And that's why the evaporation is, so much higher. Of course, if there's no irrigation, then the evaporation can only be as much as the rainfall is, right? That's why the disagreement in numbers here. If anybody was confused about it, hopefully I have alleviated that confusion. Continuing, this has grave effects for the human population. Between 150,000 and 200,000 people in Kherson Oblast alone were reliant on this for employment. Many towns and villages will no longer be economically viable. Up to 420,000 agricultural jobs are potentially at risk. The region's population grew by 340% after the construction of canals between the 1950s and 1980s, due to these increased agricultural opportunities coming from the increased water supply, and maybe a population half as much as now sustainable. Now, of course, that's as a consequence of the dam having been destroyed. That doesn't mean that this is forever, right? There are ways to put this back, and Ukraine is already working on it, and that's very important to note. However, work on this can only start after liberation has been achieved, at least of these territories. So again, so much more the reason to liberate them and liberate them sooner, more quickly. Continuing, the right bank region around the city of Kherson will be less affected, as it depends primarily on locally supplied but poor quality water from the Inkhulets River rather than the Dnipro. So the Dnipro was used to irrigate a radius about 40 kilometers around the city of Kherson. Crimea will be severely affected, obviously. Between 2013 and 2017, arable land in Crimea fell by a lot, from 130,000 hectares to 14,000 hectares. Let's call this by about 89%, give or take. They also note unlike the concrete-lined Kakhovka Canal, which supplies places like Melitopol, Berdyansk as well, the North Crimean Canal, which was built in a much simpler and cheaper fashion at the end of the Khrushchev era, has an earthen bed, and it drains completely at the end of the irrigation season, so that will be completely empty within weeks after the inflows will end, presumably on Sunday. Before 2014, Crimea used over 700 million cubic meters of water during the relatively short irrigation period between spring and summer. And obviously, this was a great success for them back when irrigation was restored in the spring of last year, as they unblocked it on the 26th of February, I think, last year. However, despite this, it's interesting to note that the water flow was only restored to about 12% of the previous typical or maximum, and the amount of arable land only increased to about 25,000 hectares. So still much lower than there was before. It takes a while, right? When you don't have certain resources for several years, it takes a while to restore this. And this is one more reason why it's important to liberate as quickly as possible, start restoration works as quickly as possible, right? Because the sooner that is done, the sooner, the lesser the long-term effects are going to be on the agriculture and life in these areas of southern Kherson and Zaporizhzhia oblasts. So I'll leave it at that. I'll just note that Pilipenko is hopeful that the dam can be restored within 3 years. Well, it took the Soviets 5 years to build it, and says that the reservoir will take about a year to refill. But it all depends on peace being restored, and I think that is by far the most important component of this all. You need to liberate these territories, put it back. Don't just leave it out and wait for it. The quicker it is, the better. I think that's the most important lesson to take from this, and get Ukrainians what they need. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. I did actually read that thread last night. Found it very interesting and concerning. The absolute devastation of an ecosystem. It's utterly shocking. Yesterday, I had a really hard time. I think the events of the last few days all hit me all at once, and it was I had to have a sulk about it, and it was after that I read it, and I, at that point fully understood the magnitude of the situation, and I am more determined than ever that Ukraine needs to take back this land and carry out the plans that they've put in place. And for a fact that 5 minutes after they take back the land, those plans are going to start kicking in, because they don't wait around for no man. The incredible resilience, the fact that they see a problem and go, okay, we're going to tackle this head on. What do we need to do? There's no messing about. There's no time to. it's not productive. I hear Ukrainians say that a lot. Yeah, we could scream and wail and we could be anguished, but it's not productive. So let's do something productive. And that attitude in the face of everything that they're dealing with is, I'm in awe. Sorry, bit emotional today and yesterday.
On the point of kicking the Russians out, Bearded, you just tagged me in an article by retired Colonel Hamish de Breton Gordon. Do you want to tell us a bit about it? What's the big takeaway of what he's written, and what do you disagree with?
Oh, there's no disagreement. It's nice to see Hamish and I jogging along the same trail in regards to our expectation based upon the equipment that's provided and the integration of NATO standard and mission command into the Ukrainian armed forces. It's a strong piece that has been written for today's Daily Telegraph, and I knew Hamish when he was a young captain, so there you go. The men in black run deep.
I have to say, I really appreciate how, of all the let's call it old Western countries, right, or of all the old democracies, there is nowhere more outspoken than Britain, seemingly, when it comes to the defense of Ukraine and the support for Ukraine. I forget who it was who said it, but I know it was some British official. Maybe it was James Cleverly, the foreign secretary, who said it. Why is Britain always at the forefront of this? Because the Russians hate us already, and nothing we can do thus far can change that. So we're just going all out, and I'm always very greatly appreciative of this, because there's a certain air of writing, and there's a certain tone of writing that always comes through in these British articles.
Well, you can't get half pregnant at the end of the day. You're either in or you're out. And Britain has international agreements to support Ukraine. And we're living up to those agreements. The fact that there might appear to be some form of enthusiasm for this support, I couldn't possibly comment.
Yeah, as I said, I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you, Bearded. Johannes, good morning.
Good morning. I just want to, on that subject, yesterday there was this fascinating interview with Alyona, I've forgotten her last name, unfortunately, who I understand also lives in the UK.
Correct.
And one big concern of hers, and I think it's something which also was discussed after the interview had ended, was really that this gigantic war crime committed by Russia is so totally underreported. Not only underreported, but that there is no actual response at least by international organizations, by the UN. I checked out the Ukraine website of the United Nations. It's just ukraine.un.org, and basically they say, well, they had a meeting with Kuleba, and then that's basically, and then kind of they talk a bit about what they had discussed there, but there's no real action. So I just wonder whether that's also, she saw this as a very bad sign, I guess, and I just wonder whether we also have to see it as a bad sign for for the level of support coming from Western states or not. Because I mean, obviously, in the last couple of months, it really they really stepped up their support quite a bit, and now on this crime, there doesn't seem to be much action. So I'm really confused about that, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
It's far from sufficient action. Right? I don't quite get why, because it would speak to a very significant lack of preparation by various people around the world, let's say, for something like this to be possible. Because the Ukrainians have done what they could have, what they could have done, which is warned everyone that Russians have indeed mined the dam, that Russians have bragged about having mined the dam, and that Russians are intent on mining the dam. So that I mean, to us here, it came as no surprise, because what we did, we listened to the Russians bragging that they're going to mine the dam, and we remembered that back in October and said, well, we'll probably have to come back to this at some point, right? Either in the best case scenario, it's going to be an absolute pain for the Ukrainians to clean things out, and in the worst case scenario, Russians will actually blow up the dam, and they will cause a horrible flood downstream. And once I saw those graphs that were going up about the level of the water, let's say, the level of the water in the reservoirs, in the reservoir, and I kept thinking, well, are they really going to do this? Are they really going to blow it up? It doesn't seem to benefit them sufficiently for that. And what I haven't taken into sufficient account, and I think this is the problem, what people in decision-making capacities haven't taken into account is just the degree of Russian cruelty and determination for maximum human suffering, both in occupied territories as well as in Ukraine generally. And it is simply because, Johannes, far too many politicians are like you and don't possess the necessary level of cynicism to get over this Cartesian method of thinking people are like them, and instead, especially in the case of the Russian leadership, both civil and military, or let's call it both security state and military, recognize the levels of violence and cruelty that exist therein, and how that shapes their decision making when it comes to what's worthwhile doing and what's a good idea to do. So I'm likewise disappointed with the response, just as you are, just as Aliona is, just as frankly most anyone is. At the higher level, right? There are many volunteers, both local, both Ukrainian and foreign, down in Kherson, trying to literally drag people out of their attics onto boats under shelling and get them out, right? There's no shortage of that, or I mean, there is a shortage of that, but there are nevertheless many. There is a shortage for as long as it's not done. Sorry, that's a definitional question. But at the higher level, right, at a more institutional level, there isn't nearly enough done. I think part of the trouble is why there isn't nearly enough done is because you'd need to talk to Russians to get most of the things done that they would normally get done. And no one really can talk to Russians, not in a way where they believe that, the people who are currently shelling evacuation efforts and are currently machine gunning people who are under their occupation and for whom the Russians claim are a part of Russia forever and Russian citizens, and are machine gunning them as they're trying to evacuate themselves from the roofs of their houses in completely flooded towns and villages. So how can you talk to them? No, the only other option is to bring in suppressive fires. And how are you supposed to do that? What bring a few squadrons of American A-10s to strafe every bit of Russian outpost there on the left bank of Kherson and then do an evacuation. Is that, I mean, that's not going to happen either, right? So I think they're kind of stuck with, what can we do? Because they're not set up for quick responses. Certainly not to do things like this. In Turkey, they were very well set up for a quick response because, well, it's an earthquake. We know what to do in the case of an earthquake. We know, send rescue teams and send those people to secure various gas lines and water lines, for example, and send medics and doctors and triage tents, all of that. That's what they do in the case of an earthquake. They knew exactly what to do. The component that says bring bulletproof vests and helmets, okay, that may be manageable. Bring artillery to conduct your own suppressive fires in an air force, that's definitely not a part of the equation. Negotiate with a very large and endlessly cruel military force that never holds its word. No, that's not a part of the equation. And I think that's part of the problem here. The real problem is that Russians haven't been sufficiently deterred beforehand. And that's the systemic structural problem. There wasn't sufficient deterrence beforehand to sway them off of trying or even thinking of doing anything remotely like this. And that is the real systemic problem. And that's the real thing that's been missing for over a year now. It's been getting a lot better, but the determination to provide sufficient deterrence against this hasn't been there. But this is why I basically said yesterday it was an either or, right? They can't do this with both the dam and the power plant. It's an either or, and they've kind of spent their chip on this one. So that might be the positive outcome of this, if that is, I'm correct. There was something else you mentioned, Johannes. I just went on this very detailed explanation of things since. Do you have do you remember what it is I missed?
Not sure what you're referring to, but I mean, I understand that you don't. I mean, I just check out the websites of those international organizations, including the EU and the UN, and I really don't find anything basically. So that's quite disappointing. But obviously you don't see it as a sign of fatigue. And that was what I was most worried about, whether there's a certain Ukraine fatigue which now kicks in, I mean, it's hard to believe that all those international organizations, I mean, that there's no kind of that there can be something like an organizational fatigue or organizational numbness. Yeah, that's what I was basically worrying about. And the other thing that we are missing is, of course, usually in the last couple of months, whenever Russia did something particularly horrible, then there was also a military response in terms of improved kit being sent to Ukraine and so on. So I don't know if that might still be under preparation, and whether we can still expect something to come, or maybe I missed it, or maybe it isn't forthcoming. And that certainly also wouldn't be a good sign.
So there have been some things that have been forthcoming, right? Yeah. Yesterday there was a very interesting U.S. announcement of $2 billion military assistance for Ukraine that included 203 millimeter artillery shells, which are for peons, right? The 2 S7s, which I don't quite understand how they got or where they got those from, because nobody operated peons other than basically Russia and Ukraine. I don't think. And the US used to make 203 millimeter artillery shells, but they were different, or a slightly different gun called the M110. So let's see. Anyway, on a bigger picture, I don't think it's a case of fatigue. I think it's a case of this being subsumed into the bigger picture of the war, as opposed to being treated as the special, separate humanitarian disaster that it is. If you see what I mean, Johannes, when it comes to the mitigation. It basically got thought of as another component of this war, as opposed to, something on top of it or something separate to it in any way at all. And I think that's what kind of messed up that bit of the response. There is a EU civil protection mechanism that did kick in. There is some stuff that various countries did send. I forget exactly who sent how much from basically the sort of civil protection, civil defense side of things. There has been some, but nowhere near what you would expect. If it were just, if Ukraine was at peace, Ukraine was whole, you would have expected just so much more stuff having been sent, immediately. If suddenly, the dam burst, or there was an earthquake and that caused the dam to blow, right? There would be just so much more going, because it wouldn't be a case of war being overlaid onto it, and I think this might be the real disconnect, rather than fatigue itself. So thus far, Germany, Austria, Lithuania, Finland, and Poland have provided Ukraine with relatively substantial quantities of things as a part of the mitigation response. I'm not going to read out through all of the details, but thank you, Ioana, for sending it to me, just because I don't want to bore people and I have three hands up. So yeah, I wouldn't call it what did you say, fatigue. I'd call it a systemic issue of a different kind of level. Czechs and Moldovans have helped. Indeed, Moldova has sent a rescue team, which I think is the only country to have done that, and that's kind of impressive. That's the real complicating factor, right? If it weren't for the Russian shelling, there would be a lot more. Aaron.
Thanks, Damon. Can you hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So when it comes to, I've been reading. You and a few other guys had a go at the ABC for their misreporting of a few headlines. I thought some of them were a little bit off. It was sort of like, okay, the dam close to Crimea, and it was like, okay, it's not close, it's 200 kilometers. In Australia, that's really close. One of the problem, and then people having a go at the New York Times. Now, the problem with media is that if you're going to be a relevant media organization, you need to have facts. So the facts have to go back to the editor, and the editor has to say, okay, we'll run it this way, right? And obviously close or not close or whatever is to be debated on whatever area. Now, a lot of media I know Australia for sure, so let's say The Age used to have 3 or 4 middle page spreads that a journalist, like say, Michael Gowenda, who won Walkley Awards here and did some great pieces and became the editor for The Age and editor for Time magazine, would spend up to a year writing, right? And they invested in like investigative journalism. So, but that has died out in the new model of trying to keep up with clickbait and internet news. So you don't have the amount of time for these journalists to do really in-depth investigative journalism. So I would suspect that there's not many journalists that are actually expert on Ukraine. Now, we all know what the Russians did, but without the proof, it's very hard for news organizations to say Russia has done this, because there's actually no actual proof. And so you can get an opinion piece in a newspaper or from New York Times and saying, okay, but then it has to be one of their investigative or opinion piece people that they say, okay, well, let's spend the time to spend a week or whatever because it's not.
No, I'm sorry,
No?
Aaron, that's not true. No, hear me out on this.
Okay, go.
Look, the thing that we criticize is media outlets saying Ukraine says Russia did it, Russia says Ukraine did it. Who knows? Moving on. The problem with that is, and Timothy Snyder, Professor Timothy Snyder, whom you're undoubtedly familiar with, illustrated this really
I
well.
listened to his thing and
Right. Right? You can't just say, well, somebody who lies literally all of the time says something, somebody who generally tells the truth says something. We will take both of these opinions as equally valid, will not provide any context, and will let the reader or listener figure it out for themselves. That's not good journalism. That's like a maybe newswire reporting, but it's not journalism.
No, but that's.
Do you see the difference?
Yeah, I understand.
But you don't need an investigative journalist to provide that context. Anybody with half a brain can provide that context.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that a lot of journalism has turned into newswire journalism. So that's just the state of journalism at the moment. And you don't have you don't have the depth and the money given to journalists to look deeper. And what you're asking for is someone to write a pretty nuanced article that shows why the Russians did this. Now, we've heard on where we're listening here all the nuances and all why, and a journalist could listen to it all and collate it and spend a week or 2 weeks putting it all down properly and have the editor allow it. But in the way journalism has become, it has become Newsweek journalism, and that's just the way I see how journalism has become. And
that deserves criticism.
100%. But you can't just say Russia did it because we know that that's the history of Russia, because that would make the paper or whoever said it, without spending the money to actually write a really in-depth, good, and it has to be opinion piece because there's no facts here, then that is why it's done it, right? So
there's tons of facts. Look, Aaron, if you're given, this doesn't take 2 weeks. This takes 4 hours. You're a journalist. You say, okay, a dam blew up. What happened? Okay. First of all, Russia. Had Russia not invaded, it wouldn't have blown up. That's an easy one, right?
Yeah,
that's a really easy one. So you can just say Russia is the ultimate cause of this. Whatever the proximate cause of this might be, Russia is the principal cause of this. Second thing you do, I don't know, you call up a dam engineer. You're like, hey, are dams easy to destroy, like really big dams like this? Is this something that just folds apart sometimes? And they'll say, no, of course not. Look at it. This is holding back a giant reservoir of water, the largest reservoir of any European country. This is huge. They will have done this really well and done it really properly. No, an artillery shell doesn't do anything. Have you seen dam busters? Have you seen how hard it was to blow up dams that were built before the Second World War? Of course, it wasn't a couple of artillery shells that did this. And then maybe you call up a Ukrainian dam engineer who's actually worked on the dam, who gives you the sketch and says, yeah, actually, no, these Soviet dams, you know what they were? They were designed to withstand any sort of blast from the outside. But they had all of these passageways and stuff inside, so that if the Soviet Union was ever invaded, and this is why all of this was on the left bank, so that the Soviet Union ever invaded, they could destroy the dam and make it harder for the invading force to go across. You don't need 2 weeks to write that up. That takes 4 hours tops.
But that's not Newsweek journalism. That's where journalism has come to. You know what I mean? So,
and that is wrong.
I understand it's wrong, but that's the state of journalism. Now, I mean, what are you supposed to do? It's just,
Be better.
well, okay, you can say that, but it's
But I've just given you an outline, Aaron. It didn't take me. It didn't take anybody an hour and a half to listen to my outline.
Yeah.
It was like a minute.
Yeah.
And this takes maybe 4 hours to do. I could have done this on Tuesday or Wednesday. It's not difficult. Anybody who's an actual journalist for an actual paper is capable of doing this because it's not that complicated. You don't need to be an expert on Ukraine. You don't need to be an expert on dams. You don't need to be an expert on anything. All you need to do is have the least bit of sense to think, a dam blew up, Ukraine claims this, Russia claims this. Maybe let's get an engineer involved who knows how especially very large Soviet dams after the Second World War were built. Because I don't know, let's involve somebody else. And also, do you know what? Russia's been telling a lot of porkies lately. Maybe I shouldn't just leave their opinion there on its own. That's not very complicated. That isn't, look, investigative journalism means that you need to find data, interpret data. You need to design a concept of what data you need and figure out how you're going to get it. This doesn't require that because all you need is one phone call. And one phone call isn't beyond the remit even of modern journalism. I have greater faith in journalists nowadays than that.
Well, what's your reason for having greater faith in journalism at the moment?
Because they're physically able of making one phone call. I'm not going to stand here and say, journalists are incompetent and don't know how to use a telephone or the internet. Because they're not, because they're perfectly reasonable people. Some of them, many of them. Therefore, they're perfectly able to do that. Now, if it's not done, this is what I'm saying. If that bit isn't done and all you say is, well, Russia says this, Ukraine says that, and leave it at that, you've not done your job. That's all I'm saying. Because you can do this. Because it's really not that complicated.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there is a level of Newsweek journalism where they take whatever is a story from somewhere else, put a couple more words on it, and then just throw it out to print, right? And as long as they're factual.
No, we agree, and that is wrong.
Yeah, well,
we don't just have to accept it just because it is. That doesn't make it right, or that doesn't make it good, or that doesn't make it necessarily acceptable.
Yeah, I agree, but it's the level of investment that those media companies have put in to more investigative journalism for that guy to make a couple of calls. You can't just ring one engineer. You've probably got to ring 3 or 4 and cross-reference those 3 or 4 to each other. You just ring one Ukrainian engineer. What's he going to say? Okay, well, yeah, we built it and it was definitely the Russians. Okay, well, you've got to try and get some balance to that and ring another 2 engineers, an Australian engineer and maybe a German engineer, and say, yeah, we rang 3 engineers and they all said the same thing. Okay, and then you've got to know about engineering to be able to write it all up. I don't think it's a 4-hour job to write that article you were just saying.
Yes, it is.
What, you get one engineer?
If you're a competent journalist, that's what it takes, and they are, because there are many journalists who are very competent. They just don't always, try their hardest, or they're not allowed to try their hardest, or they're not incentivized to try their hardest.
Why do you think?
Why
do you think it wasn't done?
I agree with you why it wasn't done, but I'm not. Where we're in disagreement is you saying, well, that's the way it is, let's leave it the way it is, and me saying, no, let's be better than that. And now we're going to stop arguing about this because we're not moving any further from this. All I'm saying is, let's be better than that, because you can be better than that, and that is not an unreasonable thing to expect. Edward,
what would be great would be if we could get some proof. Yeah. So is that phone call?
Look, there has been reporting. Did you read what the people leaked out about satellites having seen stuff? And did you see the Norwegian seismic analysis that says there were explosions?
Norwegian seismic one, and some people have said that could be the dam breaking would cause that. But I'd like to hear.
No,
this was
Aaron. These are Norwegian seismic analysts who are there to monitor nuclear test ban treaty infractions.
Yeah.
They know what an explosion is, and they know what other events are.
So they've made a statement.
Please have
saying
some
this
faith
was
in them.
definitely. I do. Look, I'm not. I'm being a bit of an investigative journalist and just trying to find out. So I don't know all the latest. I just tap in here or there. And look, I am 100% sure that the Russians did it. Right? That's just my opinion. But I'd like some really hard proof, because if it goes down, like another person came on and said that basically the Black Sea is going to be so polluted that Bulgaria and Turkey, their beaches are going to be so polluted that people going out swimming in summer are going to get sick and die from the pathogens that are in the water, and it affects 2 UN countries in such a way, then that opens the doors to I think it opens the doors to a lot more movement on a lot more different levels. So the more proof, real proof that we can get, it just would
We
open.
have all. Okay, Aaron,
Okay.
that's fine. We have all the proof we need. We're gonna go on to Edward because
Okay.
we've circled around this bowl of hot porridge too long now. Edward.
Hi, morning. Yeah, forgive me. I mean, I'm just doing my nut in listening to all of this, because we absolutely have proof that the Russians were responsible. I do agree, though, that there's a need for responsible journalists, and I think aided by government organizations, to bring all of this proof into a coherent form, so that nobody's in any doubt whatever, to do with satellite infrared and seismic things. There just should be some responsible government coming out and saying, look, we've put this together, there's just no doubt about it. And then we can generate the appropriate outrage about this environmental crime. But I think what I would say about the Western response, which clearly has been inadequate, and I think there's always this sort of dance between, there's a grassroots public opinion that beats at the doors of our politicians, tries to get them to do more in favor of Ukraine. And there are governments who, from time to time, wish to promote that sense of outrage. Let's say, for example, after Bucha or whatever, when it suits them, when they need the kind of political cover to justify expenditure in Ukraine, or what some people might perceive as the risks involved in escalation with the nuclear power, whatever it is, when they've got to overcome public doubt or get the public behind them, they will quite often row in behind the idea that this is an outrage that we must not put up with. But on the other hand, since we know the Western response in terms of military aid has so far been completely inadequate, despite the fact that our interests are so keenly on the line in this conflict, then we know that this isn't really what's holding governments back. I mean, if they could, they've got whatever reasons they have. I mean, the national security people in America, whatever else, whoever's holding back truly a proportionate response to this invasion. They're not particularly, concerned about these outrages. That's not the problem, and therefore, I don't think that could have been set up. It was obvious to us that this dam could well be blown. So if you'd been a government wishing to donate more to Ukraine and wanting your public to support it, you could have easily said, oh my God, these terrible Russians have mined this dam back in September. My God, they're going to create this terrible ecological disaster. They're absolutely crazy. We've got to do more. And then when it happened, we would have all been ready to do that. But, we haven't given them enough tanks. We haven't given them ATACMS, whatever. I don't know what the hell they're doing, these governments. But I fear that their inadequate response reflects just some incomprehensible, to me, lack of backbone when faced with this completely outrageous invasion.
Thank you, Edward. Indeed, there's a lot more that should have been done in this respect. I'll just enter one little comment that Lachlan Tommy reminded me of. When one side says it's raining and the other side says that it's sunny, a journalist's job is not to say both sides might be right, or maybe just report on what the two say, but to look out the damn window. Let's go to Karen next, and then we have Luca, Rus, Chris, and Jake. Karen.
Well, I'm going to throw out two quick things because I can see we've got quite a active discussion going on here. But there are two comments I'd like to make. One of them is observation is that this would be, we need a distraction, okay, to get Russia away from eyes off Kherson. And this would be a mighty fine time to bomb the Kerch Bridge. And I don't know if the cracks that I've been seeing in pictures are real or if they're Photoshop. I strongly suspect there's some Photoshopping going on there, but still, this would be an excellent time to take out that bridge because Russia would lose its, well, whatever. And that would take some of the eyes off Kherson. Now, the second thing, observation, well, it's a question, really. You said that suppressive cover fire was not an option. My question is why? Because I actually, at this point, that's the only real option I see is taking out those positions. And I'll let somebody with more expertise than I have continue this, and because I'm just a casual observer, and so I'm going to drop down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I'm very, very happy to address both of those. So the second one is very simple because thus far, no other country, be it the US, UK, or anybody else, has been wanting or willing to be engaged in an out direct war with the Russians. That's why that latter is not an option for them to be conducting, and this is why they can't just swoop in and and do that and get all the people out that are in flooded areas. That decision hasn't been made previously. That decision isn't forthcoming. That's why not. As to the eyes off Kherson, I don't know if we want eyes off Kherson. I think it's good to have lots of eyes on Kherson because hopefully that will mobilize some more, actual help to the area. So in that context, I wouldn't be necessarily advising against it at all. I would be saying it's good to have eyes on Kherson. The Kerch Bridge being taken down is much more of a strategic decision separately from this. I don't know about the cracks. The cracks look more or less in line, not necessarily perfectly in line with what would be expected normally to have been stress fractures either from the explosion or the shifting seabed or whatever else. But are believable that could be there. But unless somebody has pictures from a boat passing nearby that confirm them independently, that could well be a case of Photoshop. But yeah, that's it's a complicated multivariate problem, that's for sure. All right, thank you, Karen, and good morning, Luca.
Well, more like good night.
You will observe your clock, which you might have somewhere, and you will see that it is indeed past midnight.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Pacific time, 1:26 p.m. on a Friday. Well, Saturday morning. I don't know. I was gonna ask a question or make a comment, but you guys kind of addressed it. Yeah, the response, like I said this a few times, the response about this ecological disaster has been kind of muted. I think that's one reason why there has been space for speculations or whataboutism or like, well, I mean, what if it was the Ukrainians that did it? I'm not quite sure why our government, had such a, muted response to such a crazy disaster because, yeah, it basically like gives oxygen to Russian trolls and narratives that that it was not them, or it just collapsed or whatever. Like just randomly it happened. You know, the night before the offensive, counter offensive. Perhaps it's true that like the West was not ready to. Maybe it was taken a little by surprise and was not ready to like. You know, significantly up the ante right when the counteroffensive has started. Maybe that's what it is, but I said it a few times. Like the silence is a little deafening, and yeah, and it's not good. So I think it's the fault of you know. I mean, people said something, but like compared to like the size of this disaster, right? Yeah, I would have expected a much stronger response. So yeah, disappointed here.
Thank you, Luca. I would have likewise. You know, it's far from anything that could be conceived as sufficient. Roos, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'll get back to this thing about modern journalism, and I'd argue that it's actually a choice. It's not forced upon them. Even if you only have 15 minutes to write your story, you can do this right. But it's not in the interest of the journalists to do it right, because it's all about the narrative. And the news agencies and papers, they are looking for an equal fight between two narratives, either from a selling point or from the false conception that is neutral. You could as well just write these two sentences. Side A says this, side B says this, but add a sentence of the credibility of the sides. But it's not done, and it's not done willingly. That has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. You might well be right, in at least in some cases. Maybe not quite all of them. It was highlighted to me in the meantime from one of our Welsh friends that The Economist did a wonderful expose on it, and you know, went around and asked a bunch of people. And this was published on the 6th of June, so that is the day after the dam was blown up. No, sorry, it is the day of the dam having been blown up. So within the same day, they've managed to write up a comprehensive article that basically says, yeah, the Russians almost certainly did it. Because they spoke to a bunch of people and figured out that, yes, on the basis of everything that they could find out, yeah, it was the Russians who did it. They included the historical context, and they've included all manner of other things. So, Aaron, if you want to see that it can be done, The Economist is here. A case in point. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Doman.
Good morning to the Malamutes.
Yeah, well, they're angry about something. You know, I think what they're angry about is that well, they're probably interested in the fact that the breakfast is being cut, but that's another matter. But yeah, I think what they're angry about, Doman, is the fact that you would have thought by now, wouldn't you? And this goes to one of your points that you mentioned. You would have thought by now that there would be like go-to journalists in Australia and in America who had, you know, a track record of having done research on Russia's track record. So, in other words, when something happens, like you know, like the dam blowing up, they don't have to go back and research the whole thing, right? Because they already know all of that, so they already know the fact that, over the decades and the centuries that Russians are proven liars, which I think is like, it's got to be it was one of the points that you said, right? I think it's got to be one of the biggest points, what actually is the likelihood that the Russians are telling the truth? Well, it's very low, isn't it? And what is the likelihood that the Ukrainians are telling the truth? Well, it's very high. So I think you alluded to this, right? You would basically go, so therefore, on the basis of history and probability, I'm going to say that the Russians are probably lying, right? And here's my evidence for that, by the way, if you want to see it, right? I'm not going to write it again in this article, right? Because I've written about it in, these previous articles, which, I could link you to if you want. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? That this idea that they have to go away and think about the whole thing, if you like, before they can come to any conclusion. I don't know if Aaron's still around, but I owe him some information from yesterday, which I'll get over to him today.
Excellent, thank you, Chris. Reporting on liars lying should be accompanied with that they are indeed liars with a track record of lying. Thank you, Ethical. Very good morning.
Good morning. I boarding a train. I just wanted to say I don't believe this is an issue of journalism whatsoever, but of intelligence and the accumulation of evidence for the War Crimes Tribunal. So I think we're focusing on the trees a bit too much. We need to get back to the forest of the war crime that it is. So all of the seismic data, et cetera, need to be established in the realm of admissible evidence in the Hague, which since October is what has been going on with Clever Legal Eyes. So yes, indeed, this is journalistic only in the sense that they can help to aid the effort to demonstrate the war crimes that it is.
I like that, though. Thank you for that. At this point, going back to arguing, what happened. It's pretty clear what happened, and it won't be any more clear until certain intelligence agencies release the underlying data that they have, and or the waters drain enough so that we can actually examine the area around it is free of Russians enough, so we can actually examine what's left behind and examine the area there. Until then, we won't know anything more about how exactly the Russians did it, but the Russians certainly have indeed done it. There we go. Edward, please do continue.
All right, Damon. I'd like to press you on your either-or theory in relation to the power plant in Hadar, because I'd be more inclined to think that this is a sequencing issue more than anything, and they're just perhaps softening us up for the second blow.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason we're saying either or is because one of the two has greater obvious, let's call them international repercussions, right? There are certain things that are considered more untouchable than others. Now, in the Article 56 of the whatever sub-paragraph of the Geneva Convention, I forget exactly what it is. It's the one that says that that in a time of war, even when militarily advantageous, you should not be touching things that unleash deadly forces onto the population, things like nuclear power plants and dams. Do not touch, basically, is what it says. Maybe someone can come in and detail that a little bit more, but I think that's perfectly sufficient for understanding at this juncture. In that context, however, one thing is a lot more complicated for the Russians to go with, and that's because it's not just the collective West that doesn't like it. It's also, for example, China that really wouldn't like any messing with any R or any N. Right? They can even tolerate C's and B's. They definitely can't tolerate R's and N's. If you think that the destruction of the irrigation systems have long-term consequences, these are maybe consequences on the order of a decade. Anything there is of many decades. Any R's and N's are of many decades, indeed centuries. That's why I think that they went for this. It's also much more deniable for them. I'll put it this way. The power plant isn't running. Right? The 5 reactors have been in cold shutdown for a long time. One of them was in hot shutdown and has now been transitioned into cold shutdown. It stays very minimal maintenance to keep it going like this. For any real mess to be made, they would need to be not just negligent, they would have to be literally blow up the plant itself, or ideally spin it up and then blow it up. That is kind of beyond the pale, even for other countries that don't particularly care about what a few tens of thousands of people got flooded while Russians were shelling them. For some people that isn't enough. For some countries that isn't enough to bother with particularly. But this would be. This is why I kind of thought of it as an either or. And also, if anything, now they have a whole lot more attention being paid to that, and a whole lot more of no, you better not do that. At the very least, I would certainly hope that some very strongly worded diplomatic notes have been sent to Moscow that contain things like, if you do that, this will be treated as if you used a particular kind of weapon and your Black Sea fleet will be sunk within 6 hours, all of it, something along those lines, because that's the right kind of deterrence to undergo right now. The other reason why I think they went for this one, and why I was always more thinking that the dam is much more likely to be destroyed by the Russians than the power plant, is because of geographical disposition. Basically, it would have been very difficult for Ukrainians to take the dam while also cutting off Russian lines of retreat. Okay, whereas it's much easier for Ukrainians to cut off Russian lines of retreat around the power plant on the way to securing it. And because of that, I find it much more difficult for them to tamper in that way with it, because they would still be there and they would be particularly negatively affected, the ones executing the task, that is. Does that kind of make sense, Edward?
Yeah, I definitely think, the idea of being that poor Russian commander at the plant when you get the order to do something bad to it, it can't be. But I guess there are ways of, just setting a timer and getting the hell out of Dodge or whatever. Because having listened a bit, this is why I wanted to talk to you about it, because although I've listened to Mark Nelson and various other people talk about this plant, my impression was that they've actually been saying, look, you can't really do much to this plant that's going to cause a sort of Chernobyl-style catastrophe. On the contrary, people have been talking about very localized effects. But on the other hand, there's clearly a PR element. It'll scare the shit out of everybody if you do anything. And so it seemed to me that there was sort of room there for the Russians to create a not very significant, not very Chinese, annoying sort of incident that would nevertheless freak everybody out. And therefore, it seemed to me quite likely that they might go for that.
Well, see, this is the other side of it, Edward, right? I think that the Russians really looked at this and thought, we can have, the Russians that is, we can achieve a bigger tangible effect with a lower level of freakout and lower negative consequences to ourselves by doing this rather than that. And I think that's why they went for the dam.
Totally, I totally agree that in terms, but that to me seems like a sequencing thing, and my concern is that if we don't make a huge song and dance about this dam, that they'll be thinking, right, well, now let's do the power plant, because they just haven't had any pushback.
No, see, but this is it, right? Because that is necessarily, even if a much smaller effect is going to have a much bigger, pushback against them. That's what I'm getting at. So they went for the option that had a bigger tangible effect and a lower amount of pushback against them afterwards.
Indeed, but I think the pushback, if we allow that the practical impact of doing certain things to that plant wouldn't necessarily be catastrophic. It's more like the how it will look. You can then argue that the people that they care about, namely the Chinese, are the people who might be giving them some assistance, won't really care, because they'll see, I mean, they're dictatorships anyway, and they'll just say, well, look, actually, it doesn't really matter. And meanwhile, the people who do care in the West, well, you're thumbing your nose at them anyway, right? And trying to freak people out and say that this is escalating beyond the control of Western governments, and you must stop doing your crazy help to Ukraine, or else who knows where this could lead.
Could be. Now the rest of it is very difficult to be confident about or to comment on particularly, because the rest of it very much relies on let's call them back channel communications, right? And I think that's the complicated one. Hopefully there will have been very, very considerable pushback as a consequence, but can we guarantee it? No. Hopefully there would have been statements of deterrence made. Can we guarantee it? No, of course not. But it would have been the wise thing to do, and certainly the wise thing for Sunak and Biden to have been speaking about of in Washington during the course of these past few days. That's probably the extent of what can be said about it. To give you a little bit of an update, so Ukrainian media now reports that the water level at Kherson has dropped by 31 centimeters now from its highest, and I presume it's expected to keep dropping. So the high water mark of the floods seems to have been achieved, which is a good thing. However, of course, the dropping will be happening at a much slower rate than it was rising, right? So the flooding will persist for quite some while before it can figure out its way downstream and into the sea and away from the populated areas. But at least it's at least the tendency is going the other way. Trend. There we go. Trend is going the other way. That's the word I wanted to use. No mockers. Yes. Okay. I may live.
Oh, wrong emoji.
I thought you were like the Roman emperor in the amphitheater, consigning me to execution.
Absolutely not. I need you. So
I shall only be recipient of such mercy for as long as I'm useful. Okay, I see how it is.
Yeah, that works for me. I have a couple of things which I've been having a look at. There is information from the Institute of the Study of War, if you would like.
I think that'd be very interesting. I had a little bit of a read of that, and I would love to actually listen to a proper expose on it. So I know that I read little bits and pieces and scanned it a bit, but I think it is quite interesting.
Yeah, so they actually identify 4 specific areas of the front where there is tactical successes, stating Ukrainian troops advanced 1.2 kilometers during the continuation of offensive operations near Bakhmut. Defensive forces also continued a limited counter-offensive operations in the west of Donetsk region, near the border of Donetsk and Zaporizhia, and achieved tactical success in these directions. Yesterday, Ukrainian soldiers also continued ground attacks in the west of the Zaporizhia region. A Russian source suggested that Ukrainians are having some success in these attacks. Now, obviously, there's no detail there, but it does indeed suggest that Ukrainian forces are, well, they're moving forward. They're indeed achieving success. I was reading a little bit before that some of the Russian journalists have started to pick up on the fact that Ukraine are depleting the minefields significantly, and therefore it's expected that as soon as that's finished, there won't be much standing in the way of Ukraine's armoured fist. And that's kind of the point.
The more they leave, the better, I think is very, very systematically true. Do you mind if I note the one thing that I really liked over the last couple of days? Videos of 2 TOS-1s being destroyed came out, and I am always very happy when I see those, absolutely brutal MRLs getting taken out permanently, truly, fully permanently. No, because I know that it makes quite a bit of a difference to the Ukrainian infantry in the area later on. Well,
yeah, me too, Dom. And hi, muckers. Yeah, that those TOS-1As. We've always had our own favorite, right? You love you love trucks, I think. Yeah, you love.
I do love trucks.
Mockers was special equipment. I've always liked artillery and MLRS, even before it was popular, because it is an area weapon that can obviously slow down an advance, and I knew they had to go at least coincident or before that. And also those TOS-1As, the one you specifically just said, are the ones with the thermobaric warheads, which were so devastatingly used in Bakhmut. And they've only got 54 of those, I think is the estimate. Pre-war is the only number of those they had. And so 2 in 1 day is a really good report on those. And the last thing I absolutely love seeing MLRS taken out for is, especially in Kherson, that was the tool that they were using to and Zaporizhia. That's the tool they were using to bomb the cities down there when they couldn't get cruise missiles targeted to them, because they used most of them on Kiev. But they were using the S-300s, and they were using MLRS on cities down there. So yeah, I loved seeing those MLRS go every day. Those are my favorite.
Yeah, exactly. It's always good to see them get taken out. Mette, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here like having my 3rd cup of coffee and trying to, read all the news. I just wanted to say that in one of the fronts somewhere, the Russians are actually doing the mining for Ukrainian as they retreat. There's confusion where their own mines are. So that made me smile this morning. But I haven't seen the numbers, but maybe Mockers has already gone through them. But I think it's great that Russians are doing the demining in some fronts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Yes, it's always good to clean up after yourself when you've gone camping somewhere, right? Same sort of principle applies. Daniel, morning.
Morning, mate. You know why I raise my hand? Because Will, and talking about he loves artillery. I love artillery, but a very different way. First, I enjoy asymmetric warfare. All my life, I watch asymmetric warfare. That's why I don't give a shit about hybrid warfare of the Russians. And talking about artillery, because I saw yesterday partisans around Melitopol just killed a Russian and took another one prisoners. I am very, very sad I didn't see too many IEDs in Ukraine. I believe in the power of 152 millimeter shell. Put it to around the road and detonate remotely. I think the best thing to win is the partisan warfare. I think it's more terrorizing, more affecting than anything to start killing people behind the lines, starting a nice terrorist attack, because Russians all the time call any strike terrorist attack. Okay, let's give them some terror. I'm very, very, very sad that I don't see much more IEDs. And of course, I am madman.
Sorry, but you had said me. So here's the thing about resistance. After the war has broken, after the offensive is on, I think that some harassing and terror type attacks is a good thing to do if the partisans are sure they have a survivable mission to go on. But the problem is that if they're able to be exposed, it's best to use partisans in coordination with an attack that will possibly free them or be decisive in the war and allow them some chance to escape. Right. The key is, are you communicating with partisans, and do you have that sort of level of communication with them? And then you have somebody like Chuck Ferrer work out ops that they can do for and be useful. And because you wouldn't want to waste them, right? Because their lives literally are on the line if they're behind the enemy lines like that. So I would absolutely plan to use them and communicate with them as much as possible, and then use them to be instrumental in a breakthrough, for instance, or something like that. But yeah, the other thing, Artie, I thought about too is the reason I've always liked artillery. I like seeing artillery taken out through this entire war. I've got my little favorites. I want to see XXX $million worth of bullets for everything each month, and I want to see artillery taken out because the Soviet army, or the Russian army, a la the Soviet army, is an artillery-centric army. It always has been. So they focus on and use overwhelming artillery, supported then with ground troop attack. But they really, really pound the shit out of stuff with artillery. And so making sure that you're always whittling away a whole bunch of those as the war goes on, I found heartening. And it's the sort of thing you can think back on now while we're waiting for reliable information about what's going on in the various places where a counterattack is going on. And yeah, so it's good to be able to think that some of the things we were thinking of over the last year are kind of coming to fruition. And I think we would have all seen battle loss photographs and video today earlier of some Bradleys and at least one, I think two or maybe Leopard tanks. And it's good to put those in perspective now. If you're somebody who really scours the information space for stuff like that, and the most you can see is that one attack that we've seen over the last couple of days, where any significant loss, I think there's maybe 5 or 6 Bradleys, a couple of tanks, and whatever else happened in that situation, but put it in perspective of what we've been looking at in relation to the numbers each and every day for months and months and months. Would a day with 2 tanks and 5 IFVs be a big day? It wouldn't be a big day. And as Doman reported earlier, the losses there represent 0.13% of the armor that Ukraine has available. So put losses in perspective while we wait for some information. And the really good news is we don't have a lot of good information right now, which means OPSEC on the Ukrainian side is excellent. So everyone who hasn't been reporting unverified stuff that you haven't got from appropriate sources, very well done.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't quite as good as I reported it. I misremembered the number. 0.13% of the assembled force for the offensive, not 0.01. Apologies for anyone who I was going off of memory, which isn't good. Those orders of magnitude matter, but nevertheless, it provides a lot of context for this. It is how it is, and the effects are something to be measured in some weeks, maybe even a couple months time, rather than just now. Daniel?
I talk a bit about IEDs, and I wonder maybe I focus wrong to Melitopol when I need to focus on Rostov and Moscow and things like that. And I think it's good to step up from burning some railways cabinets to big bombs. And will be a nice tactic because I still see partisans and volunteers who want to join the Legion time to time being arrested. And I think Russian Free Legion must change a bit the tactics. And instead of IEDs, because 152 shell is really, really heavy, and you need 2-3 to make a real boom, and you need remote control detonation, so it's not so practical. You know what is practical? Teams of 2 or 3 crossing the border with a light mortar and just go around a plant, airport, and just shell 4 or 5 rounds everywhere in Russia. I think it's the best terroristic attack they can do and extremely effective. Light mortars for free of the Russians. Yes, I'm mad.
No, I like this. Daniel, what this reminds me of? It reminds me of British and American drops during the Second World War, kind of well in occupied Europe. Just some stuff. And if I remember correctly, mortars were definitely something that was of interest then as well. And no, I like it. I like your thinking. I see where you're going. Maybe even
you
more
are
than
mad
that.
like me, Doman. Doman, you are an intellectual. Don't be like me.
Wait, Daniel, what I'm trying to say is I don't even think that that's the best way to go about it. I think an even better way to go about it is just like C4. Just blocks the C4 and then
No, mortars are better.
Mortars
you
are
can
heavy.
fire at range.
Yeah. Have you ever carried the mortar?
Light mortars are 82s and 40 millimeters. Light mortars.
Light mortars are also heavy as hell. You need 2-3 people to carry it. You need one to just carry the base plate. It's an absolute pain. You can do plenty with just bigger cutting charges would be really good. Shape charges would be really useful for railways, for various other infrastructural things. Who knows? But I would probably swing to that just because you can with less mass you can get more done. Either way, I think both are good though. Both are good. Luca.
Yeah, before I go to sleep, so I'm kind of sick of the picture of like the one leopard and what was it, like 3 Bradleys. Apparently some of those were recovered because they ran on a minefield. There is even a long video. It's pretty scary actually. They ran on a minefield. If I think that Thomas Steiner was saying that
possibly like that, clear the minefield, and then the Russian use you can basically shoot mines through artillery, and they might be hard to detect, maybe in the middle of the night. So they run over some mines, and then they get stuck there. It seems that the crew made it out alive, or at least, maybe injured, but most of them, made it out through a pretty serious situation. And then, of course, what the Russians do, they take those photos, and they just, they even like change angles, and they keep on showing them over and over again. So, okay, well, maybe they destroyed a couple of like tanks or Bradleys, and maybe most of those are recovered anyways. And for sure, the crews made it out. And there was probably a mistake made. Thomas analyzes it. So it's a big counteroffensive. I think, from like our perspective, like perhaps the mistake is to go in there and say that, oh, from day one, now because they have this modern, somewhat modern, but anyways, like this NATO equipment, they're just it's just gonna be a walk in the park. I think that's a mistake. That was our mistake, right? Like the public, supporters, right? So yeah, we need to adapt to this. It's a tough fight, and there's going to be losses, but they keep on showing photos of always the same loss, basically. So yeah, I don't buy it. Now, if I might read something, I was reading a thread. They talk about British intelligence. It's on Twitter, so I don't think there is any obstacle. They say that British intelligence noted that the action of the Russian occupiers are ambiguous. Some units are conducting maneuverable defensive operation, while others are abandoning their position in disarray amid reports of increasing casualties, Russian troops retreating through their own minefields. Yeah, so hard to tell, but like there is clearly pressure, on the Russians in several points, and then, the question is, where are they going to break through? Have they broken through? The obstacle is pretty strong, and we just need to pray for the Ukrainian to keep on doing their job, and keep on supporting them, even though from time to time some hardware might be lost. Well, we'll build more. It's fine. We'll build more. We have the resources. Good night from the West Coast. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Luca. I'll hang about for this because I want to highlight a couple of points here, right? One is what you just said. The OPSEC is terrific. I'll return to that in a second. Secondly, vehicles clearly did their job regarding, keeping the crew alive. There's another video of a bunch of vehicles blown out there from that same place, and the soldiers getting out and evacuating on one of the ones that were working still, and apparently they all got back. So well done, Western vehicles. Exactly as you said, expectations need to be adjusted, and anybody who was expecting this to be a cakewalk, obviously it wasn't going to be a cakewalk. Every military aware person knew that. Now, the one thing that I want to really say is the Ukrainians are keeping a super tight OPSEC. I think it's just tremendous how nothing gets out from their side. Just absolutely tremendous. But what this is also causing is people massively over-analyzing and over-emphasizing what they get to see. The way I think of it is, like a digital camera, right? Before everybody had just phones with cameras, and nobody bought a digital camera, and this was really now nobody buys digital cameras unless they're really fancy ones. Back in the day, you could actually buy like a digital camera to just be a camera and not do anything else. Shocking, isn't it? You might recall some such things, and then, if you got a good one, it had like 5 megapixels, 5 million pixel image. And the way I look at this is, and this is why I'm not paying particularly great attention, frankly, to the bits that are coming out from the counteroffensive, is if you're lucky, you get to see about 2,000 pixels of that 5 million pixel image. Big whoop. And there's this one place where we actually see a cluster of like 200 pixels. And these 200 pixels are the thing that everybody's been overanalyzing the last day and a half. What that is going to tell you of the actual bigger picture, I don't think anything, if at all anything. And this is where I think that it's best to just kind of, not get too I don't know, too attached to the particular bits that are actually coming out, just because it's not very significant, because it is such a small component of the whole. I really hated when you have a journalist say, I spent 5 hours with this platoon, and then I wrote a 1,500 word piece where I basically say, the experience I have had with this platoon is obviously exactly how it is in the rest of a 1,000,000-man strong army. It's like, no, it's not. It's not how it works. No, the neighboring fighting position could be completely different. 2 trenches over could be a completely different situation, let alone the rest of the army. The same goes here. There's a reason why the Russians are reporting on this and showing these pictures and nothing else. It's either that they don't have anything else, or they don't have anything else that they can even spin to be good for them. And that is the best news that you can possibly have. So I'll kind of leave it at that. But Luca, if you want to have a comeback in there, feel free.
Yeah, I think so. That's where I was going with that too. But by the way, before I go to sleep, Domen, you might appreciate this. I'm fairly certain you've seen it. Ukrainian's friend sent me this video. It's circulating over Twitter. It might be true, but I found it like a combination of ingenious and hilarious. Apparently, like, there is this video of like a tank or an armored vehicle with like a cardboard house on top of it, and in which case it would not be possible to be identified. And it's moving. You see a house moving. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, that's terrific. That's terrific. Tank, sweet tank.
Super funny.
Home is where the tank is.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. We need to. Haven't quite figured out a really good combo there, but I'm sure there is one. It's a bit late now. I tried.
Sure
I couldn't think of anything really good.
Good night, Domen. Bye, guys.
Good night, Luca. Right, Daniel, if you want to go ahead, feel free. Otherwise, we'll go to others.
Later, my father is coming.
Okay, let's go then to Monica, and then we'll go to Vinci and Chris. Monica.
Good morning, Mockers and Domen. It's actually late evening for me because I still haven't fallen asleep here in Washington, D.C. on the East Coast. But I do want to give a few thoughts about the offensive operations by the Ukrainian armed forces this week. And Domen, I think you made a very good point just now, and others have made this point as well, that Ukraine has demonstrated exceptional OPSEC, I guess is the term, security on information in the war zone. And an interesting effect of this is it creates what I would call an information asymmetry, meaning that whatever information we get is coming from Russians. And obviously, for reasons I don't need to articulate to people in this space, that presents certain problems in terms of the quality of information flowing. Now, there are people who are knowledgeable enough about the Russian mill blogger community and hopefully who can read Russian and can monitor enough of those posts and know who of the mill bloggers are more credible than others. You can actually discern a fair amount of information from what they're posting. And I can read Cyrillic, but I don't really understand it. But following some of these secondhand people who synthesize the mill blogger accounts, it became apparent to me about 3 days ago that Ukraine certainly had started changing its tactics, and it heavily increased the use of artillery as well as armor, and that things had changed. Is this some full-scale offensive? I wouldn't say that yet. It appears to be really more in the nature of 4 or 5 regional probing attacks, which could very well lead to a larger scale offensive, but it also might not. But even if it doesn't, it's useful because it conditions the Russians to expect this higher level, and they may not even know when the big offensive is coming when it comes. And secondly, it has a recon function, and Ukrainians learn much more than they could simply learn from other means of reconnaissance. But again, based on what one can discern from the Russian mill bloggers so far, things are probably going pretty well for the Ukrainians. We see an awful lot of pictures posted by various Russian sources of this one particular traffic jam involving a couple of Leopards and perhaps 4 or 5 Bradleys. And the reason we see it is because that's probably the best photo the Russians can show us of a positive event for them. And if we don't see 10 such events, that's probably a good sign that things are generally going okay for the Ukrainians. And why do we care? Well, the people on this site, we live, eat, and breathe this war. And even though we know better to some extent, and we know we should wait until there really is news that can be publicly reported, we really can't wait. And so I think the relative lack of negative information bodes well for the Ukrainians, and hopefully these probing attacks are going well. And even better, it would be really nice if one of them could be followed through by a major offensive. But we should also understand that may not happen soon. It may not happen for months. This phase may be going on for quite some time.
Thank you, Monica. I'm generally in very close agreement, as you can surmise from my previous comments with that, right? It's unless you're keeping just exceedingly close attention to every little bit and piece and know how to contextualize it and have the cultural as well as the military understanding of it. Now, I'm very glad to just outsource all of the commentary on the somewhat big picture to people like Thomas Steiner. And just hang back and let them focus on this. It's just for me focusing on the impact of the dam destruction, the flooding, the relief effort, the international response is just much easier because it's a much more information dense space as well. Just the sheer sparsity of information when it comes to, or sparseness rather, of information when it comes to the military movements, because the Ukrainians are doing so well and keeping a lid on literally everything. We won't know more until Russian defensive successes start suddenly moving very far back and ever further back in an accelerated pace, and then we can. Even casual observers can very simply, easily conclude what's going on. And I completely agree. They wouldn't be showing these pictures again and again and again and again if they had anything better to show. That's the best indicator.
Agreed.
Excellent. Virtual Da Vinci, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you, Doman. It's a miracle.
Praise be Twitter luck.
Some praise somebody. I don't know who. Twitter, I'm not so happy with, but this space I like. Anyway, so this is a bit of a weird one. My ex mother-in-law, she lives in Badyansk. Well, that's not the weird part, but she was, of course, like many other Ukrainians, she was forced to get a Russian passport, because otherwise now you can't really function properly in the society or in the occupied area. She sent a picture of this passport, and that passport is dated. It's a Russian passport dated 2012 in Zaporizhia region. So that's very can you explain that?
Can I just ask real quick? It's an internal passport, right? Not an international passport.
Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if they differentiate between that. It's a new passport at least. I don't know if it's internal or international one, but it's from 2012, which is completely weird. But I can ask. I can find out later. So
that's ridiculous. Did you say you got a picture of it or just the note?
Yeah, a picture of it.
Because if you have a picture, we should be able to. I will not ask you to share the picture with me. What I will do is I will go and look up. Can you tell me what page it is? Is it the outside or is it the sort of the photo page?
Well, actually, yeah. So I can see what I can find out. So I can send you.
If you can, no, don't send it to me. I don't want anyone.
Well, I can describe it to you. Yeah.
But what I'll do is I'll send you a photo page of the internal passport, a photo page of the international passport, and then tell me which one it looks like. Because I really want to find out for sure that it is indeed internal passports that they're being issued with, which I'm like 99.999% sure, but I need this one little bit of confirmation. Yeah, the 2012 is amazing. But maybe actually Will, I think, has a reason to or a way to explain this with. Will?
So the way this works is when the Soviet Union was around, they had an internal and external passport system, right? So you have everybody in a liberal democracy have a standard passport that you use to leave passports, right? Ports of entry from national country. But some countries use an internal passport, right? And Russia is one of those ones that uses an internal passport because they did under the Soviet Union. So like when you travel in a different town, you have to go register. You're supposed to register your passport, let them know where you're moving around, all that sort of stuff. But the reason why it's important in the occupied areas, and they were talking about this earlier today, but I couldn't get on, is that if you're in Luhansk or Donetsk and you're in an occupied area and they say you need to get a Russian passport, or you can't use medical services, or any of the stuff they're doing to you, you can't get evacuated, you can't stay in your home. In fact, well, I won't report that because I haven't verified it, but I know it's true. But the internal passport you have to get in order to get medical services and some other things. But the real reason the Russians want you in Luhansk or Donetsk to hold a Russian passport is because you're personally validating the absorption of those regions, which they did by Russian decree a while back, right? You're helping them build their case if you take a passport. Now, the Ukrainian officials rightly and pragmatically have said, don't worry about it if you're living in an occupied area and for your personal safety, you need to take a Russian passport in order to save yourself. By all means, do that. We'll sort that out after, because they know there's coercive measures going on. But the other thing that you think, medical services, evacuation services, all this sort of stuff that you won't have access to. If you do take a Russian passport, you're then also eligible for mobilization into the Luhansk or Donetsk regional armies. So, you'd want to think about it very carefully, especially if you were a male. It's well known that a lot of people have to get a passport, like that lady that we were talking about the other day, whose child needed insulin treatment, I think, and you'd have to do it, right? You couldn't say, oh, I'm not going to get it. So they understand and they'll deal with it. But yeah, that's what the internal passport is. The Russians keep track of where their citizens are inside the country as well, and they require you to present it at certain times, like when you stay in a hotel not in your hometown, like when you rent a car, other stuff like that. If the police stop you on the street, all that sort of stuff. Because just being alive, I think, is probable cause in Russia, in my experience.
So what I'll add just a little bit to this, I think Richard was especially questioning this being a 2012, right? It could be two things. Could be 2022 instead of 2012, and somebody mistyped. Could be the other one. If maybe they had a stock of old stuff, of old forms. Maybe that's why. But also maybe
she's reading the serial number of the document number rather than the date of issue of the actual document as signed by the government official.
I think she knows what I don't think that. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that could be true. But you know what? The other thing that I thought, Will, is these internal passports have an expiry timeline, right? So it depends on your age and stuff. So if it's like 15 years, which I think it might be, maybe this way they're basically made them valid for less long, so as to force people to go back to interact with administration officials more often. Yeah, Vinci, what do you think? If you yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask a little bit about. So I have a picture of the front of the passport. I guess I could send you, because it's generic. It just says something of what kind, if it's new or not. But I can find out which page, for example, this is on, and if she can find out, if she can give a little bit more information.
If you send me the front page, that'll be perfect, and that's not revealing anybody's info, and I can just compare it with the pictures will be there. So that's trivial. Thank you.
But I can just find out a little bit more without divulging any personal information, because I mean she is at risk also. She can't send anything, So, but I just find this interesting because it might be. I don't know if this is, like you said, it's an error. Some drunk orc sitting there, in the administration, or if it's I don't know what it is. If it's political, that they feel that it's always been, Zaporizhzhia has always been Russia or Moscow, Moscovia or whatever. But so yeah, I'll find out a little bit more and I'll get back to you. I can
and just by the way, you can just check the following. So the internal passport only has Cyrillic on the front, on the cover, right? The international passport says passport both in Cyrillic and in Latin script.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I'll do a little digging and I can send you what I find. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Okay, I've just found something interesting. So before we go to Chris, on the wiki page for the internal passport, it says in November 2010, Ministry of Internal Affairs announced the cancellation of internal passports with the aim of replacing them with plastic identity cards or driver's licenses by 2025. Countrywide replacement was postponed until March 2018, so as not to interfere with the 2016 elections to do whatever. And then again postponed until 2022. I have a hunch that maybe they're using some sort of old stock, and that's why the 2012 is being shown up. But no, the way I'm looking at this, the date of when it was issued is very clearly specified, and it says, issue and date in front of it, so can't be a mistake. They do look sort of typed with a typewriter sort of thing, or similar. So it could be that somebody wrote 2012 instead of 2022. That's quite plausible. We'll see. Chris.
Yeah. So it would be 2023, I guess, because you just got it. So I don't know.
Okay.
Typo would be a bit weird, also. Yeah.
Yeah, but 23 and 1 2. If you go from 0 and then do 2 3 or 1 2. You do adjacent keys?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, no, so anything's possible. Who knows? He's probably drunk anyway.
Yeah, that's the easiest explanation. Too much Mr. Cider, or maybe not Mr. Cider, because then he wouldn't have stayed around for much longer. Chris, please.
Hi, Dermot. Yeah, so actually, I might have sort of found the answer to one of my questions from Virtual's timeline, because somebody was just asking me.
See my reply to that, Chris.
Okay, well, let me just...
That image... No, but Chris, that image is from Russian Telegram from a long time ago, from October.
Okay, fine. Okay, right. So let me just ask the question then. In that case, right? What do you think was sort of like the maximum extent of the flooding? Like, and what I was looking for, somebody was looking for, was like sort of a comparison. I mean, if that, you're saying that that's not true, that what I just tagged you on there, which is fine, right? So what do you think, have you got it in your head like, okay, well, if you like, the land covered by water doubled, quadrupled, or whatever, if you like, at its peak? Have you got something in your head about that, roughly?
I don't have one quite like that, but I just I don't know, like as a factor, but I just tagged you in another thing where ICI, the Finnish synthetic aperture radar satellite operator, has accumulated, kind of a map of flooded surfaces on the basis of their satellite imagery. So you can see quite visually which bits ended up being flooded.
Okay, so and have you done like an estimate in your head of whether it doubled, quadrupled, or anything like that? What would you say as a guess?
I would guess more than quadrupled by a lot.
Okay, fine. Okay, and then the other question which somebody said to me, which I was sort of thinking about myself, was that so obviously there was all this information about the Russians, you know, putting explosive in the dams and all the rest of it, right? So and with like basically you know, intelligence that we would have had, Ukrainian, UK, US, whatever, would you have expected there to be more preparation for the dam to be blown?
On whose part?
Well, obviously on the part, I understand that on one side you've got Ukrainian held territory, on the other you've got Russian, right? So let's go with the Ukrainian because that's the easy one.
So I think Ukrainians were as well prepared as they could have been.
Right.
I don't think that Ukrainians could have been much better prepared than they were, but obviously they weren't over prepared, so they didn't, you know, stock up quantities of stuff because they have so many other calls on their time and attention. You know, when it comes to water supplies, equipment, to when it comes to medicines and so on, you can't basically keep those endlessly in stock, and they wouldn't have, right? But I think that they were prepared on an organizational level as to, you know, what they were going to end up needing.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, Russians simply needed less prepared.
Yeah.
Because they don't care about evacuating people, right?
Well, they don't even care about evacuating themselves, do they? Right. So
their own
apparently.
soldiers, yeah, exactly.
Right. So okay, fine. So okay, so that's I think that's okay on that. Just if I may, just something else. Going to the peon shells, the what were they? 123 or 132?
203.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So
8-inch.
Pardon?
8-inch. 8-inch.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris.
Yeah. So are they both bigger and longer distance, or one or the other? Do you know?
They are both bigger. They're the biggest artillery shells around. They are longer range than anything else in the Soviet or Soviet descended arsenals.
Right. Okay.
So Ukraine has been using these since 2014 because they were the longest range fires that they had, basically, other than Tochka's, right? They were by far the longest range fires that they have, and they were very valuable. These SPGs, and I think they must have been running low on shells. And I think what happened is somebody figured out how to adapt existing 203 millimeter shells for American guns, which Americans haven't used 203 millimeters since forever. The Turks have. The Turks still have the M110, which is the most recent self-propelled 8-inch Western gun, American gun. But maybe they figured out how to cross-use the ammunition, or maybe they figured out somewhere to source 203 millimeter Soviet ammunition. I don't know where from, because let me just check if I forgot anywhere. But the peon, could be Azerbaijan. Maybe they got them from Azerbaijan. That's
I was just going to tell you that, actually, that because Joanna raised this yesterday, and I was doing some research on it, and certainly there have been other countries that have been using them. Whether or not they still got them is another matter, you know, and whether they've passed them to Ukraine is yet another matter. And like you say, are they for peon or are they for the 110? Yeah, there's a couple of things around there, isn't there? But there definitely were other countries using them, Doman, right? Whether or not they still got them is another matter. Yeah, but what I was going to do, Doman, was just tie it up with let's go with the information that's coming out at the minute because of OPSEC is coming from the Russians, right? Well, if that's true, the preponderance of what should we call it? Yeah, the weight of information is basically saying that the Ukrainians are on their way to Tokmak, right? And somebody else was like saying, yeah, and from there they could basically control everything, particularly if they have longer range, heavy artillery. Just a thing.
Could be, Chris. I can't really comment either way because I frankly don't
No.
know enough.
I know, but I just thought it was interesting. But yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
No, I agree. It is very interesting. But it's just, I'm just a bit, short on the on ability to comment further.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's where I'll leave it as a consequence. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, have a look at those flooding maps, and I'm sure there's something else that we can have a look at as well that will give you a bit more information. But yeah, the one that's been circulating around days ago, if you had been reading my threads, Chris, you would have known, is from scaremongering Russian Telegram from back in October. So it's I wouldn't consider that as the best source. But what I will say is there is quite a lot of stuff floating around which isn't always of best quality or best reliability. So might not be necessarily useful.
No offense to Virtual, but it was on his timeline, so I thought it might be true. But there you go.
Fair enough. Aaron, go ahead.
Thanks, Damon. So if anyone wants to have a look, I've just retweeted it. I've tweeted it. It was a conversation we were having a few days ago, and we were talking about the Hawkeye. And what's that? Sorry, can you hear me, Damon?
Loud and clear.
Something just went through my headphones. Sorry. So in conjunction with carrying the NASAMS, and I was talking about the I just read one article that was talking about the Hawkeye's radar, and I thought, oh, maybe their radar isn't good enough, and you'd need an extra radar. And then seeing some of these videos of these, there was a video of a Russian helicopter that took out some of the Ukrainian equipment, and I would think that would be short range. Would you say that? Have you seen that video of the Russian helicopter shooting at some of the Ukrainian equipment?
I don't think I have, but probably not the same one as you have. But I'm guessing less than 5 to 8 kilometers, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like it looks like about 4K maybe. So I'll just read a bit of it because I think it's really interesting that if the Hawkeye can go out there and I know the NASAM you think is maybe a bit of overkill or something, but I really felt.
Oh, for helicopters, it's perfect. Helicopters and like Sukhoi 25 close air support.
Yeah, but
perfect medicine.
But what about even an all-land? If it's walking in radar, walking in artillery.
Yeah, if that's the only thing you have, that's what you're going to use.
Exactly. Yeah. If that's the only thing
ideally you would use something else.
Yeah.
But if it's the only thing you have handy, and of course, and then you will make that call at the time. Yeah.
With every probe, like so. I'll just read a bit of this. I've put it on my thing. This is from 2018, right? And so you got to think it's 2023 now, and so they've obviously progressed it if they think they can put NASAMS on it. But the prototype referred to design for carriage built by Thales. This is an Australian-developed radar on an Australian-developed vehicle, which is a great outcome. It is fantastic to see our technology of injuries, blah, blah, blah. Technology contribute to of the world's foremost short-range based air defense systems. The prototype is the first step in the integration of the Raytheon Kongsberg National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System, NASAMS, under Army's new short-range ground-based air defense project. If successful, now this can take it 5 years ago, will provide improved surveillance and defense against modern airborne threats. The prototype radar will now participate in an evaluation program with the Australian Army in preparation for consideration by the government in 2019. Now, I just, because I had a few questions when I was talking to you about it, because I'd read the first article that said, oh, you know, the Hawkeye have radar. And I thought, well, how can a little four-wheel drive have radar that, you know what I mean? It sounded a bit counterintuitive when you think of the radars that can spot a whole lot of stuff. But it sounds like there may be a system that hopefully, when's the meeting with Albanese with the NATO? I think it can't be a few weeks away, and hopefully we can get some of these systems right on the front line really, really quickly. And like I said, Australia has some. Oh, I think the whole world does have some technology that has been held back from Ukraine, and I really hope that, because they have been fighting with one hand behind their back, with in regards to the technology. I've heard this from people that are in the know. They've been given old kit, and if we could just get some new kit out there, it would make a hell of a bloody difference, you know. Anyway, I'll step down. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. 100%. You know, and stuff like this can make a really big difference. Radar-guided short-range air defenses are definitely in shortage. You know, Gepards are some of the relatively few that they have available. And part of the reason why Russians keep sending not just missiles but also the Shahed drones at population centers is because it's preventing Ukrainians from sending Gepards out forward, right? And it's making them keep them closer to population centers, and that's a real problem and can be a real problem for Ukrainians. And having more stuff like this would be really useful. Now, as to little four-wheel drive with a radar, not that ridiculous at all. You know, if you look at a Gepard, has a little spinning radar on the back, and it only needs to see, not that far away. The thing with radar is, it falls off with the inverse square law, right? So is it square? I think it's inverse square. So you need a lot of energy to see far away. But in order to see, 5 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 10 kilometers away, but especially if you can plug it into a data link that can see, even much more so, then the combination of those two, but even, frankly, for close air support, seeing 10 kilometers away is plenty. That already gives you a lot, and that doesn't require a giant radar, doesn't require ridiculous quantities of energy, and you can supply that off of the, whatever the engine in the Hawkeye is, a big 8-cylinder diesel or whatever it is, right? So that's perfect, and it's little clever things like that make a big difference. I think Thomas is right, Thomas Steiner, when he says that the sort of Skyguard, Skyranger systems are going to be just immensely important going forward for the future of warfare because of this, preponderance of fairly cheap aerial vehicles, drones, basically. That's going to be really useful and really necessary going forward to support troops at the front line. But yeah, we'll see, and I hope that these show up soon and that they get to be very effective indeed. Very good. Edward.
Hi. Yeah. So I'm afraid I cheated on the MriyaReport a little bit and listened to a YouTube stream with Andrew Perpetua and Charles Ray talking a little bit about what we've seen so far in the probing attacks from Ukraine, and they focused on this issue of helicopter strikes against that Leopard tank and the demining vehicle and a couple of Bradleys, whatever. And they were saying that the difficulty is that these helicopters can stand off 10 to 15 kilometers, and that's what they were doing. Whereas, Stinger's maximum range, sort of 4.5 to 5 kilometers, and the Gepards probably can see these things with their radar, but again, they don't have the range. And they were suggesting that NASAMS, in its current form, is a stationary platform in Ukraine, so they can't be deployed. But I don't know whether there's anything else that's being talked about in terms of slightly longer range. They were suggesting at the moment the only thing that the Ukraine might have is just air-to-air missiles from whatever aircraft they can put over in that area.
Can I just say, by everything I've read, Australia can supply mobile NASAMS right now.
So yeah, that's exactly right. So exactly these things that Aaron was talking about, these mobile NASAM systems mounted on Hawkeyes are exactly the treat for that. I would suggest that, you know, out of the Soviet stock air defenses that fit this are missile air defenses like the OSA, that should have just about that sort of range, about, you know, 10, just over 10 kilometers. Somewhat depends on what missiles they use. And so one of the problems that they've been having is with missiles not being quite long ranged enough. And that's because they were using, they kind of ran out of the ones that they had, and they had to substitute it with ones I think they got from Jordan, which were a little bit less precise and a bit less long range. The other thing, that's a positive note, is the book, right? Book is, of course, very infamous for having been what Russians, in whatever form they were, around Strelkov used to take down MH17 and murder all those hundreds of people. However, now with Ukrainian, well, was that what you're going to say? The tree sparrow. Now that with the sparrows being adapted to be able to be launched from books, that can hopefully work as a replacement for that. And that would have exactly the range to serve as an antidote for helicopters like that, as well as equipped with sufficiently good radar for that. The problem is having all of these, you know, in all of the places where you need them, and that can also become problematic. But I think the OSA and the book are the two other solutions to that, hopefully at least in the right places, not just air-to-air and longer range stuff like NASAMS. What I want to highlight here, however, is you see why it's important to have air superiority. You see why Americans are always all about, no, we need air superiority and we will establish that before we do anything else, because it really makes a difference. And Russians beyond mines and these various airborne threats or airborne directed threats, that is to say, either helicopter fires directly, or indeed that other option, right? What's the other option? Other option is artillery spotting drones that then direct artillery directing drones. If they had that out of the picture, they'd be much more blind than they are, and much less able to really stop anything, and they'd be entirely really relying on mines and direct fires. So, did you need an illustration of why it's important to have this? I guess not. But I'll kind of leave it at that. Books. I hope the tree sparrow will be a solution for this. If only Ukraine could get some more books from somewhere else as well, that'd be even better. Rus.
Yes, we have this group of people with mixed military experience discussing the war regularly, and we're based in Sweden, and we know they sent this 50 CV9040, and we've been discussing what to do with them if we were commanding the offensive, and we would use them as anti-drone vehicles rather than infantry combat vehicles, because they have lots of them, both from other places and other Western equipment, infantry fighting vehicles, but and they also have Soviet era. But this 50 CV90-40, they could actually make quite a difference if they were used to take down drones and helicopters and stuff instead of that.
Okay, I've got a question for you, Rus. The Luftvärnskanonvagn, the air defense version of the CV90. Obviously, one of the big differences is that it has a radar mounted on it, right? But my question there is, does it also have an ability to raise the gun much higher up than a normal CV90? Or in other words, how high can you raise the gun on a CV90-40 normally? What's the range of movement? Can you raise it more than to, like, I don't know, 30 degrees or so? Can you raise it to 50, 60, 70 like you would need to really take down drones well? Now, either he's looking it up or he's
Sorry,
to mute
sorry,
mic.
I forgot to turn the mic on. I'm back. Well, we think this is the CV90-40 version C. That's the general consensus. The earlier versions of the CV90 couldn't raise the gun more than 30 degrees, unless it was the anti-aircraft of the anti-aircraft variety. There are both kinds of C, but most of the C versions can raise it higher. I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but we think they are sending those who can actually raise the guns higher.
Okay, I mean, if you're right about that, and you really can, raise it high enough, then that's great. I don't think that ever got changed. I thought it never got changed, but you are much closer to this and much more likely to be correct on it. I just thought that the gun travel was pretty much the same regardless of versions, and that's why they went into the Luftvärnskanon version separately, because they wanted to have this more appropriate gun elevation.
That was really early days. The CV90 has gone through several renovation and modifications since then, and we're not sending the old stuff that we know. So it should be high probability that it can raise the gun higher.
And then the other question is also targeting, right? It's one thing when you're targeting stuff that's on the ground, either stationary or moving relatively predictably, but doing something that moves in 3D space and without a radar, especially things that are quite small, would that not be?
Well, there is laser range finding, and the ammunition is programmable. So that we know. Modern versions have a radar, but that is later than elevating the gun more. So maybe less likely to have a radar than that, unless you're of the anti-aircraft variety. But well, we'll see. But the laser range finding and programmable ammunition, it will do quite well.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Ruth. Who knows? Maybe they're actually working on that. I did read the little tale on, I think it was the Swedish Defense Ministry website, of the Ukrainians training in Sweden. They obviously didn't mention any of that, but it could well be, and I have great trust in Swedish armed forces to have explored all of those possibilities. They're quite known for some inventiveness in the field.
Yes, we do have people that know how many people were trained, but they're not disclosing it to the rest of us. So I don't have that information.
No, only right. I wouldn't even conceive, ask anyone quite like that. Yeah, very good. Just so that I don't forget, I have a question for a listener about the Hawk missile systems. Can they function in much the same way as the Buk and so on? Hawks can be launched from various platforms depending on what it's mounted on and how mobile it is. Its utility to reinforce or protect the air above advancing units is varied depending on that. So I'll kind of leave it at that. It kind of depends on how exactly it's done, and what it's mounted on, how movable it is. But could be useful. The problem with those, I think, is that they tend to have a separate radar from the launcher, so you need to bring extra vehicles around. The way that the Soviets imagined air defense is they put it all into the same vehicle. So the radar and the missile launcher are well integrated. And with that, I can say warmly welcome to Ioana.
Hello, Domen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shall we go to Mette?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you, Domen. Yeah, I was just my ears pop out when I hear about the CV-19s because I know Finland loves them as well, and they are so versatile. So there can be anything on that. So we don't know what Ukraine has, but sort of, I think the main of course, you can have any gun there almost, and you can also have it very protected and armored. But if you sort of cut the weight a little bit, this tank can go like 100 kilometers an hour, and it's so mobile. And it's so very good in like small forests and things like that. It crushes through any small branches, etc. So it's going to be really interesting to see what version Ukraine will have. But there, if you have a line cleared, then the CV-90s, they will just crash through. That's so I'm really looking forward to where they're going and what they are equipped with, because there's so many versions and variations. But that's all I hear CV-90, my ears go pop out. So that was all I said. Good morning, Jan, or good day. Thanks.
Good morning, Mette. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Okay, yes, indeed. I'll just say that sentence. If it's cleared, then that if is doing a lot of work here, right? Because that is the really big if, and that's the really, that's a complicated one, I guess, in a way. So I'll just say, as noted before, were it not for the minefields, which are luckily getting depleted ever more, it's more difficult. It would be very easy for Ukrainians to advance, but sadly there are the minefields, and that is making the advances more difficult. But that isn't to say that, of course, nothing is going to be happening. Just need to leave them. They just need to leave them time and opportunity to function. Speaking of minefields, and I think this is something that has been intimated a little bit earlier by someone, today's UK Ministry of Defense Intelligence update says the following. In the last 48 hours, significant Ukrainian operations have been taking place in several sectors of eastern and southern Ukraine. In some areas, Ukrainian forces have likely made good progress and penetrated the first line of Russian defenses. In others, Ukrainian progress has been slower. Russian performance has been mixed. Some units are likely conducting credible maneuver defense operations, while others have pulled back in some disorder, amid increased reports of Russian casualties as they withdraw through their own minefields. The Russian Air Force has been unusually active over southern Ukraine, where the airspace is more permissive for Russia than in other parts of the country. However, it remains unclear whether tactical airstrikes have been effective. And let's break this down a little bit. So I quite appreciate, Russians withdrawing through their own minefields. Big fan of that, especially if and when it is in some disorder. I'm very I enjoy that rather, because then they shouldn't have left their mines there, like we discussed earlier, right, Mette? But the other thing that's worth noting here and worth highlighting here, of course, is with the environment being more permissive, the airspace being more permissive for the Russian Air Force there in the south of Ukraine, something clearly needs to be done about that. And my thinking is, it's just a guess again, but Ukraine is balancing out, what they keep over cities, what they keep next to cities, and what they'll keep closer to the front line. And I think they will have, once they have figured out where they can actually conduct a true breakthrough, I think at that point they will commit air defenses to that particular sector. And simply right now, they don't have the capacity to do that, and to do that well across the entire front line, since, as noted, the operations are taking place in several sectors, right? But once that is decided on, that's made a whole lot easier. So I'm just guessing that this is a part of it. We'll see. Yeah, Ivana, how are the Russians trying to backfill the losses in manpower that they've been experiencing, quite substantially over recent weeks and months, during their exceedingly successful winter offensive, in which they have captured the equivalent of about 28% of the territory of Liechtenstein?
Yeah, apparently they really have some troubles with the mobilization, and they tried to fix it by passing a law that the State Duma committee just approved on the first reading. So this law is for the right of convicted persons and also partially disabled persons. There is a list of diseases, and if you are not on that list, you qualify to be mobilized. So they passed this law for those persons to serve under a contract during the period of mobilization. So kind of desperate measures, at least looking from here. I don't know exactly what it happens. There were some other news yesterday about SMS notifications for the citizens of St. Petersburg to go to the mobilizing offices. So I guess they are trying to bring some more people to the mill. I don't know how to say. What do you think about this?
Yeah, they're certainly, I think, avoiding making large proclamations for as long as they can, right? It didn't exactly benefit them last year when they said, oh, yes, we're going to have a big mobilization. And then it just caused lots of panic and discontent among the population. It's much easier to do it, on a person-by-person basis for them. Also because I don't think that their logistics can quite handle anything like a big large-scale mobilization, right? Because what did we see last year? We saw thousands mobilized in an area, and then they were camping out in the forest for weeks. They just couldn't find units for them, or they couldn't find actually a place to put them in, right?
Yeah, and also I think they have a problem with the officers because they extended the age limit for the senior officers with experience. What do you think? What is the age limit?
I think it depends. I think I saw this a few weeks ago. So if I remember correctly, it's something like for junior officers, lieutenants, captains, up to 50 years. And then for sort of majors, colonels, up to 60. And then for more senior, up to 65, something like that.
Yeah, so it's 60. So I will read it as it is. Those with the military rank of senior officers up to colonel, general, or admiral is 70 years. And for those with a different military rank is 65. So I'm wondering how well are they doing at 70 years or 65 years? Because we know that in Russia at that age, you are not really healthy, usually.
Borrowed time, I think is the phrase, borrowed time. No, but I think we know what they're going to do, right? We saw, what is he? I think he's a Colonel General Lapin, that is a rabbit. We saw what he was doing back in Belgorod Oblast, a week and a half ago. What was he doing? He was marshalling traffic, right? It was his life dream to become a marshal, first of the Soviet Union, then of the Russian Federation. Like the wonderful Marshal Zhukov, from whom he takes the motto, "Well, Russian mothers will just give birth to more soldiers." And he decided, well, if I can't be a marshal by rank, because nobody's been given that rank, at least I will be marshalling traffic, and therefore I shall be a marshal of sorts. Anything to fulfill one's dream. But I think that even at 60, 65, I think there are many who are still perfectly capable to marshal traffic. The other thing that we can derive some lack of logistics capacity of the Russians from, just to close on this, is the fact that they've been relying quite a lot on private companies employing their employees now, soldiers, right? We've heard about Gazprom, both Potok and Fakel, Patok and Fakel, the two kind of semi-private military detachments that they have recruited. Because why? Because they're also responsible not just for part of their salary, but they're also responsible for equipping them and running the logistics for them. And now, obviously, Gazprom couldn't do that at some point, and just gave them to Redut to be under their military command, an actual private military company of sorts, one of those, derived from Russian security services, in order for Russian government actions to be a bit more deniable. But if they had good logistics, they wouldn't be relying on private companies in other fields to take care of logistics for part of their forces. And I think that that's very well worth noting, and that's very well worth remembering. The last point, right? The right of convicted persons to serve under a contract, of course, is also the Russian state replacing Wenger as the people who organize the Strafbats, the penal battalions, the convict battalions. Now, we know from the Second World War what the form of this takes. You sign up for a service of 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and at the end of which, if you were so lucky to have survived, which you weren't because you are made not to survive, and if anything, the Russian state was probably quite angry with Prigozhin for too many of his convict recruits having survived, then you go and you're free. But you don't, because you're not meant to. You might recall from the Second World War, especially convict pilots of the Soviet Union, they simply flew as many times as it took for them to get shot down and killed. That was frankly the system.
Yeah, just because you mentioned this, of course, the Russian officials realize that this is a resource they can mine instead of Wagner, and use these convicts because apparently it's easy to use them. But yesterday, Mokers brought a news about the governor of Belgorod, who asked for the help of Wagner Group to deal with the situation he has there now. And I wanted to hear your opinion, because normally, PMCs are not legal in Russia. So for the Wagner Group to go there and help, this could be a problem. What do you think?
Well, I think it's hilarious, frankly. I think a lot of what this is desperation on the part of the governor of Belgorod Oblast, as Belgorodska Narodna Republika is liberating ever more of its rightful territory. But on a serious point, this is desperation, right? He doesn't know what to do. The Ministry of Defense Forces aren't helping nearly enough. The Ministry of Internal Affairs isn't even touching it, right? Remember, Rosguardia, nowhere to be seen. And certainly they would be sufficient for this. You know, the relatively trivial incursion of light and motorized infantry, big whoop, right? And maybe a company's worth of that, maybe 2 companies, maybe. Surely they can dispense with those quite easily, but they're not even bothering to. And that's quite interesting. So as an act of desperation, like Prigozhin's videos appealing to the government, to the Ministry of Defense, like those were made as an act of desperation fundamentally. So is this. Going to him, asking him for help is very much in itself an act of desperation. Fascinating, really.
Yes, indeed. So let's go to synthetical. But before, there is a breaking news. Like 15 minutes ago, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, arrived in Kyiv. So I thought to share that because it's good news. Should we go to
Excellent.
synthetical?
Let's synthetical. Go ahead.
Now I'm boarding a bus. I wanted to respond back to Aaron, since he's still a speaker. The response to this has been in the planning since the first internal minings of the dam in October. So there will be and there is a covert operation going on. So we don't have to worry about that because it will be something we don't see, but we'll know it when we know it. And so we don't have to worry about there being an international involvement because this was a red flag and this is a red line, and in addition to a red flag that has been crossed and will be taken care of. So the other thing I had to just ask about the situation. If we focus on the dam only and the effects of it, and it's an ecological disaster, and it's mind-boggling, and it has been yeah. Portland. I'm just gonna bring up the name of someone who's a friend of mine, and I've been very close contact with. He's done a complete study on it the past 80 hours. He's not gotten much sleep, but he's assessed the situation, and he's come to some pretty interesting conclusions that the engineers, the Russian engineers, had several water levels that they could establish to time the event. So the event has been timed, and it is Russians' responsibility. The evidence is what he's trying to get for war crime tribunal admissibility. So in that regard, the journalism, I literally do not read the New York Times or the Washington Post any longer. I'm subscribed to both. Wall Street Journal occasionally. I have found there to be disinformation and elements of this both sidism in almost every Western media that I've read about it, The Guardian and the Times, even the article that The Economist did, although I haven't perused it closely enough. So I'm just very wary of journalism when there is an event, and this is a trigger event, and so I'm at rest knowing that there are eyes on this and that we are just observers of a war operation now, and we need to be content in the fact that the West and particularly Germany now is on the side of good.
Can I respond to that, Damon?
If you think there's something to respond to, go ahead. I'll just say, it's the Economist article is pretty good, and it was out the same day. It made it pretty clear, and I did think it's pretty monitored. As to studies, Ukrainian engineers, as soon as they get access, as soon as the water is drained, they'll do a really proper, thorough study of it, no doubt. On site, something that cannot be done otherwise. And as has been noted, they're already planning a repair job on that. But yeah, Aaron, if you
so
note something.
My point is that there's been a sort of an attack from Trump to a lot of people on mainstream media, and the reason is that it allows them to lie, right? It allows them to make untruths. Now, these untruths are accepted in Russia, they're accepted in Iran, they're accepted in China. They are not accepted in Western democracies. Now, there's a big difference between waiting for absolute proof to say something or not great journalism to lying, right? So when you attack Western journalism with really good like people at the top that look at it and say, have we the facts to make these statements? No, we don't. We will not make these statements. And Western journalism is by far better than anything that the other side has to offer. Now, I understand it is not perfect and it is not the best, and it could be better, but the editors have an ethics to say what we can say and what we cannot, right? They cannot say something if there is not absolute truth to it. They do not have the facts to it, right? So I'm getting
That's not how it works, Aaron.
What's bullshit? Sorry, Damon. Tell me how it works, mate.
You can say what you want, but that's factually incorrect, which is kind of ironic with what you're saying.
What are the facts? Tell me what the facts are to it that makes it absolute. Like, I understand, but you're talking about the difference between Chinese, Russian, and other people's journalism.
No.
Well, okay. What are the facts? What
not.
can you say are the facts to the dam that it was 100% Russian? You know what I mean? Like, there's everything that leads
very
to.
easy. It's very easy, Aaron, because when you're writing an article, you don't only write one sentence. You can write several sentences organized in paragraphs and construct arguments. You can contextualize. You can add nuance. You don't have to merely say, title, dam exploded 100% because of Russians, and then end it. That's not how writing works, right? And if you've ever written an essay, you will realize that you can think back and realize that you can construct an argument and you can add reasonable nuances. And you can weigh evidence to establish probabilities and preponderances of probabilities, okay? So, when you write an article about the dam, you can construct it as follows. Ukraine claims it was dam blew up. Ukraine claims it was Russians. Russians claim it was Ukrainians. Some people claim it fell down all of its own because of previous damage. Okay, we can leave it at that. Now the problem is many are leaving it at that as opposed to going forward. When you go forward, you can then say, well, the Ukrainians by and large have been truthful in previous events on what has happened. The Russians, by and large, lie. That's pretty much all they do. Official Russian communications are lies. On top of that, you can go and try to kind of prosecute it like a legal case, right? Establish a motive, establish opportunity. You can explain how dams are constructed. You can explain how Soviet dams are constructed. You can explain that after the Second World War, Soviet dam design, especially on big dams holding back vast quantities of water, such as this one.
And you can do that in 4 hours. You're telling me you can do that in 4 hours, are you?
Yes.
Oh.
If you're sufficiently intelligent, you can. If you're sufficiently good at your job, you can. Of course you can. If I can, so can a journalist. I will continue, Aaron.
Also, Domi, can I provide you a little bit of help here? Aaron,
no, let
go
me
look
finish.
at
Let me finish
go
the
look at
sentence,
my
please. Bill.
timeline. Go look at my
Yes.
timeline. I did
Or-
most of this within 4 hours.
Or indeed mine. And well, let me just finish this. And you can say, well, principles of Soviet dam design was that because they felt under threat of a Western, invasion, they made the dams to withstand very strong explosions from the outside, which means that the Russian explanation of Ukrainians having hit it with artillery shells causing it to collapse is probably unlikely. You can say that. Then you can say, however, Soviets also designed dams to be able to effectively mine them and destroy them in case of such an invasion, and have provided for that opportunity to the people holding the dam. Now, what does holding the dam mean? It means holding the left bank of the river, that is to say, the east bank of the river, because any invasion from the west would come from, you've guessed it, the western side of the river. Therefore, Soviet defending troops, and this was planned into the design of the dam, and we know that from the sketches of the dam, from where the power plant was on the left bank, that is to say, the east bank, right? And that is the bank that Russians were in control of. Then you can go further, because if you're a journalist covering Ukraine, you have been probably covering Ukraine for some months, and you might even recall that back in October, around October 20th, there were a lot of chatter about the dam, because the Russians have, in their private communications, Russian military announced on Telegram that they have indeed mined the dam, right? Therefore, why not take them at their word? Why would you not take a serial killer at their word, saying that they prefer to use a certain kind of gun or a certain kind of bullet? Makes perfect sense. And you will also perhaps recall the warnings from President Zelensky from that same time, on the basis of those communications, that the dam might be mined by the Russians and might be blown up by the Russians at any point. So once you've assembled all of that data and more data on top of it, for example, the Norwegian seismic report came out the next day with the Norwegian seismologists who are there to monitor nuclear test ban treaty infractions, saying, yes, our data and our analysis shows that there was definitely a big explosion at the dam, therefore it didn't just fall down on its own, right? You can put all of that together. And if
Are
you
you
think
sure
so
are
little...
you sure they said there was a huge explosion, or that there was a
Yes.
register on their system?
Aaron, go read it. They say it's an explosion.
The thing is that what you're talking about seems very detailed to me, and it seems like you're saying that you have trust in journalism. You've said, I've got trust in journalists, but
to have the ability to put those things together, yes, which you clearly don't.
But then they're totally stupid for not doing it. So, like what I'm saying is, with clickbait journalism, they don't have the time to do it. But you're saying, oh no, they do have the time to do it. But then you're saying, I trust journalists to be able to do it. It just sounds totally contrary. It sounds like you don't understand how journalism has been developed in the modern world and why it hasn't happened.
Aaron,
you explain it to me.
What you're saying is because it hasn't happened, therefore it couldn't have happened. In the same breath as you're saying Western journalists are pretty good at their jobs, what I'm trying to explain to you is that sometimes people are lazy and they do less well than they could have for reasons other than lack of ability.
I agree with that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I agree with you. Western journalists are a lot better than journalists from elsewhere. And indeed, they are so good that I have full faith in them, many of them, from many outlets, to have been able to figure this out all on their own, without even my help or anybody much else's help, with the help of themselves, the internet, applying themselves for a few hours and maybe making one or two phone calls.
Can I say one more thing?
And I agree that they're better than others.
It will happen with Western journalism.
No, but it already has happened.
Yeah, well, The Economist is one example of that, and I think
yes, it's a good example
with good editors, this will happen over a longer period of time than I know Twitter expects, because Twitter is very quick on the news and far quicker in disseminating it and intellectualizing it than actual media does. So that's all I'd say. Sorry.
The key point is, it is not beyond their abilities. I have great trust and faith in the abilities, skills of, when properly applied and when applied determinedly, of a very large number of journalists. And I would not go as far as to question their ability to do a good, correct, comprehensive job here. Well,
sorry, and Aaron, yeah, I got to pile on here. I'm not a journalist, never worked as a journalist, but I am an incident investigator for 30 years doing fatalities and other industrial incidents, and I was a military policeman for a couple of years before that, or 2 in the reserve, or 4 in the reserve and 2 in the regular. Now, on the day this happened, I just happened to be in the space, right? I wasn't hosting the space, but I was in the space. And what the timeline of exactly what happened is, we got some reports about an hour before we reported on any of them, that there was a problem with this dam. And then when we announced about an hour after finding out about it and confirming it from multiple different sources, at that very time, the mayor of Nova Kakhovka, so you have to look at the timeline to see how people react. And you're collecting all this evidence I'm about to present to you happened on the day, almost contemporaneously. I was reporting on it and putting a thread together on it within 4 hours of it happening, you're saying. Within 4 hours, I had enough facts in place, just facts. I didn't come to a conclusion. I just put facts out because that's what I do as an incident investigator. We'll come to a conclusion later, but my thread was, if you're looking for who did this, look at the timeline, look at the evidence that you've got, the prima facie evidence, and look at how people reacted in the timeline. The Nova Kakhovka mayor initially said, nothing to see here, nothing happened. And then their line changed immediately to, oh, the Ukrainians did it, right? They changed within 4 hours of this happening. And immediately when it happened, all I wanted to talk about was the water going downstream and going to kill people. I was the person who was going on about that, but I, of course, got cut off because we wanted to talk about nuclear weapon threat nuclear reactor threat upstream. So they talked about that. But then we came back to what was happening in relation to this flood and how bad it was going to be and all that. And here's the next piece of the item on the timeline. The authorities on the right bank, the Ukrainian authorities, were putting out announcements and were going and trying to help people immediately and notifying everybody down in there that there was an event on. What were the Russians doing? The Russians weren't doing any of that. They didn't tell many of their soldiers that were down there. They didn't tell many of the civilians. And carrying on from that, they also then shelled people doing rescue attempts, and they have been preventing people who don't have Russian passports from being evacuated from their area. There are still people on roofs on the south side. So how did they react? And then, so this is within 4 or 5 hours, right? A competent news reporter could have come in, collected information, because that Twitter's the one that all the reporters use, right? It's supposed to be the serious one. Well, do a little work, do a little background, and if you look at there were competent reporters, but not until about a day later. Steve Kinane of the ABC has done some excellent reporting, and the ABC from Australia has done a reasonably good job of contextualizing the event, and within a day and a half said the actual cause is still unknown, but most of the predominant indicators point to Russia having done it. Right? That's a responsible news outlet doing something. Now, ABC's nothing. We're in Australia. I'm nobody, but I'm telling you, a competent reporter, if they work for the New York Times, the Washington Post, and this is what Think is talking about. The people who oftentimes are so goddamn lazy, they just read press releases from whoever sends them out, businesses or government or Defense Department or whoever. The Russian TASS, right? They just read those things and that becomes their story. They don't do any work behind that, and they get very lazy, and their editors aren't willing to take chances because they work for places like Murdoch's, right? Not all of them, but a good lot of them. If you want really good reporting on stuff like the war, you have to look for people who do serious reporting on everything. And unfortunately, That's like the Wall Street Journal and the Economist. I find to be excellent, but I also agree with Dalman that the Guardian is doing a good job of reporting the facts here. But as he said, your job, if you're a journalist, isn't just to report the facts. Your job is to contextualize what's going on in relation to those facts and providing people with not just data, but information. What's this mean to you? The so what? If you're not doing a so what as a journalist, you're not doing your job, is what I think Doman's saying.
I think we're arguing past each other and all sort of agree with each other, but yeah, we're talking about that.
But you
the state
proof.
of journalism.
You said proof. There's no proof. We're still looking for proof.
Well,
we're not looking for proof. I had enough proof
if you want,
to take a conclusion.
Well, proof is going to be very important to the future of what happens to Russia, because it's a weapon of mass destruction. You know what I mean? And that actually gives in today's context, England permission to attack Russia with.
Oh dear God! No, Aaron! No.
With
Britain has all the permission it needs. This
with
isn't about permission.
Missiles,
this isn't how things work. This isn't
nuclear
how
missiles.
things work. Oh dear God! Please stop it. Please stop before you dig yourself too deep a hole.
Okay, keep going. Tell me why.
It isn't about permission. Nobody needs to give anyone permission. All of the evidence for the permission. There's no such thing as permission in this case. If anything, you can say legitimacy. The legitimacy probably has been there for well before that already. If anything, what you're saying is to give them a reason. Is to give them a reason. I will not have that word again. To give them a reason to overcome thus far a decision they have not been willing to make. But it is about willingness and the consequences that stem from it, and about the doctrine and not about permission. We're not going to be going there again, because there is not going to be irresponsible statements like that being made unmoderatedly. With that, we should go on to Matthias, and then we're going to go to Laughing Tommy, to Meta, and back to Think Ethical. Matthias.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on here. It seems like a lot of overreaction going on here, but my impression is that at least the Swedish media and many other media sources have been done a pretty good job. They've said things like, yes, Russia is blaming Ukraine, but they also clearly written that Russia usually lies. They've given a lot of context. They've given a lot of facts in this case. And I think the facts at this point are incredibly clear. We know the dam was blown. Norwegian seismic institutes have confirmed detonations. We also have multiple videos, including a video confirming secondary explosions. So we know for a fact there was a sequence of detonations. And we know for a fact that Russia controlled the only location where explosives could have been applied to damage the dam, because we know it was designed to withstand both the nuclear and strategic bombing attacks. So it's abundantly clear what happened. There's no question. And people know this, especially people in power in Western democracies have been briefed on this. It's not under debate, really. Now, we have a few specific news outlets, predominantly in English-speaking, most of them in the United States, who have been weak on actually reporting the facts and instead defer to just saying Ukraine claims this, the US claims this. And that's a disgrace, and that should be talked about. But let's not get carried away. I think the people know what happened, they know what happened. And there's no need to kind of look for some sort of irrefutable 100% evidence. We have 99.99.9% evidence. That's good enough. We also have motive, we have modus operandi, we have everything else that makes a clear-cut case. So that's just what I wanted to say. And let's not have a discussion about things that's not really real. Okay.
Thank you, Matthias. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And this is not beyond anybody's ability to collect. Certainly not at this point. Also not, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. The Norwegian seismic data was very much, conclusive in itself. If they say it's an explosion, there are people who monitored nuclear test ban treaty infractions. They know how an explosion looks like.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
So yes, indeed, it was the Norwegian scientists that published that data, but they used seismic data from Romania, from the sensors in Romania. Norway is too far away to register such an explosion. So they used this data, and it isn't only seismic data; it's also magnetometer data and ultrasound data. All of this is publicly available. It was revealed like just a few hours after. And if, for example, seismic waves can be produced by a landslide or something like this, the magnetometer is much more interesting because it can't be produced by such an event. It's clearly an explosion because of the way of that magnetic anomalies happen. You need a blast wave in order to have such an anomaly. So it's clearly detected and proved by a range of different type of detectors. So it was clearly an explosion. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I just wanted to add this. It's not just one seismic detector. It's many more type of detectors that are pointing to the same thing.
Yeah, and again, this nuclear center that monitors nuclear test ban treaty infractions takes data from a series of seismographs all around Europe and elsewhere, and they know exactly how an explosion looks like versus just a dam collapsing or a landslide or whatever else. If anybody can derive that conclusively, it's them, and if they say it's an explosion, you have to take it up with them, not anybody else. Laughing Tom.
Yes, so hello everybody. I've been listening to this argument a couple of times since this morning, and I would like to point out to Aaron regarding the argument of the motivation and why this is happening. Explaining the reason for something to happen does not provide a solution to the problem. So explaining that journalists feel forced to simply report without filtering the news or contextualizing it, while that may be true for some of them due to their particular conditions, even for most of them, doesn't really matter to the point I'm trying to make. Explaining this does not provide us with a solution how to exit this situation. And basically providing them with the reason as an excuse instead of as a problem to work on does not lead to an improvement of the quality of journalism that we experience in our lives. I would very much caution against the approach that simply reporting everything that's being said in official statements is somehow acceptable, especially if you're a journalist who's supposed to be covering a certain topic consistently over a period of time.
Can I say I totally agree that there's been a huge degradation in Western journalism over the last 20 to 30 years. Massive.
Yes,
Thank you.
I understand that we both agree on that. The point that I don't agree on is that the understanding the reasons behind this happening should preclude us from holding the journalists to a higher standard so that they could work on ways to remedy the situation. That's my point. So, and if we just accept this level of journalism, we will never see an improvement because we have lowered the standard. And by holding them to a standard, we underline that there's a problem that needs addressing. And this should, and I hope will continue to happen. That's my point.
I completely agree, but I think the majority have already accepted this level of journalism, and it's whether it's through Apple, however it's done. I don't think. I think that Western civilization journalists, good journalists, will get onto this story and it'll come out, but it'll take a bit more time. So I have faith.
No, it won't, because it is already out there. Aaron, I have had it with the obstinacy here. You're repeating things that we have already shown you are no longer the case, and it's only a matter of some outlets having been a little bit too lazy here, because others have managed to do it in good time already. You're arguing as though something that has already happened in the past will only happen in the future. And that is simply not true relative to what we can see and experience and have already seen 2 or 3 days ago. So if you were making this argument on Tuesday, this might have been reasonable, but today is Saturday. And things that you are saying are only yet to happen have already occurred. So there's really no need to keep repeating that, please. Please. Thank you. All right. Mette.
Thank you, Domen. Well, what I'm going to say is my thoughts only, my ideas only. But, I think that as Western consumers and people, and we have to be very careful with the journalism. I think for the most part, Western journalism has ethics, and but there's until there's a tribunal, and there has been like a Nuremberg, then it's like sealed. But until then, there are always ways to handle a news report from one side or the other. My personal notices have been that Wall Street, New York Times and Washington Post try to bend it on the side of pro-Russian, and that's only my personal feelings. It's like when they did a piece on Crimea, they found this one pro-Russian person, and they did a few pages like how they want to be Russian. It's just like you can always find a counter argument to an argument until it's proven 100%. But I think on this matter, it's 99.9% done deal. But it's like, when it comes to Wall Street Journal, that's what I'm really sad about, because what I'm hearing is that Russia has arrested this Ethan something, and they are holding him imprisoned in suspected of espionage. And Russia is putting pressure on Wall Street Journal, which isn't, in my opinion, misinformation source. But it's like, every time you do pro-Ukraine, and we will sort of Ethan will suffer. But this is how Russia works. But I think everything we're talking about now is very important. It's important that everyone of us makes their own, you can't just believe everything everyone says. You have to make your own assumptions and follow your journalists. Thank you. Sorry I took so long.
JUN Gashkovich is who you mean. I will caution Mette, however, that I believe you might be operating with an unnecessarily sparse data set in making that assessment. Think ethical.
Thank you, Doman. Aaron, I appreciate your your mindset. But I just want you to think about what Will has just said. And it's just a crime scene. Needed what can I say? They needed subversive oh, I don't want to say anything that I know. The elements are in place. Just trust me. You don't have to trust me. There are moves being made to address this war crime. So the division between journalism and what Will is doing for his livelihood, and a crime investigation and the gathering of facts. And Meta, you also want to say thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. Until there is a Nuremberg trial and tribunal, some of these things will not be disclosed and cannot be talked about, even because it's evidence for a greater cause, which would be the imprisonment of the entire Russian regime in The Hague. So, but the second thing I just want to refer, because I do appreciate, I really, Aaron, I really, as an American, I really do appreciate your zeal to know and to want to know, and also Doman's an instructor, he's a teacher, he's a philosopher, he's so many things. So I have real trust and faith in his didactic explanation of procedure and investigative procedure and journalistic matters as well. So it was clear. What he said was absolutely true in terms of the validation of facts, and this 4 hour deadline, which is how it used to be in journalism. It was a requirement for anybody who was of any ilk, of any professional ilk in journalism, to be able to be given an assignment and do it in 4 hours. So that's not lazy, but that requires training, and that requires experience, and that requires a lot of practice. And many journalists can do it. And this is why I really hate Murdoch. I just will say, your countryman has destroyed humanity in terms of disinformation around the globe and his whole family. So I hate Fox News. I hate everything Murdoch puts his hands to. He's Trump actually couldn't have been president without him. And the thing that I wanted to refer was Timothy Snyder's tweet that he made this week about the 10 things or 11 things that you must consider before you write anything or consider anything about the flood. So it's Timothy Snyder. If somebody could put it up on the nest, I would greatly appreciate it, because I would like to review it again, look at it again. But it was absolutely excellent. Timothy Snyder is well, what can I say? He's the professor.
Yep,
that's all I have to say.
absolutely.
Thanks, Aaron. I really do appreciate you bringing it up, because it really caused a nice discussion here.
And indeed, he wrote up an absolutely wonderful thread. If only the very minimal baseline requirement that if you quote Peskov, you also say that Peskov lies always, consistently, systematically. That isn't too high a bar. Now, if you have time to find out that Dmitry Peskov is indeed the press secretary or the PR man for Putin, you also have the time to find out and write down that he always lies, because that isn't exactly a secret, not by anybody's standards. Mette, go ahead with a quick comment, then we're going to wrap this up and pass it on to Nick.
Very, very quickly. Thank you, Thinketical. I wanted to add to my comment that, the thing that the tribunal or court decision hasn't come, they still have responsibility, because the flood is going on there. There's disaster coming. You can't wait for 10 years to act. And I think good journalism makes up, okay, this is 90% probability, then report it like that. It's just, it's like it's not an excuse to withhold the truth, sort of. So if it's not 100% proof, that's what I wanted to add to my opinion. And this is my personal opinion. I think journalism should make people act for the current situation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Weighing evidence and probabilities is a key component of doing things right and properly. All right. Nick, do we have you back? Nick promised me it would take him 30 seconds to get tea, and now it's been more like a minute and 12 seconds. Time is counting. I think Nick is underestimating the time needed for him to fetch a cup of tea. And I don't know what all this suggests, but I know that he's near sea level, so it doesn't take longer for water to boil. If anything, it takes less time than he would normally have been used to, than he ever lived anywhere particularly high up for that to be a relevant variable. There we go. Welcome back, Nick.
Hello. So I'm very excited. Tomorrow I get to visit a NATO radar base. They're having, and so I live on the island of Mallorca, as people may know, and right at the top. So the highest point of Mallorca used to be 1,445 meters. And then in the 1950s, they shaved 9 meters off it to make it flat and put a radar dome on it. And it was run by the US Air Force. I think it's now run by the Spanish Army or Air Force, but I will ask when I'm up there. And it's part of something called NADINADS, which is, well, it sounds very funny when you, NATINADS, which sounds very funny when you say it in English, although it used to be called NADG, which is even funnier. So NATINADS, the NATO Integrated Air Defense System, which is a chain of radars all across Europe that keeps an eye on any aircraft and other undesirable things coming in from, what is the country called there's someone here who's been on NATO exercises. The opposition is not called Russia, but I think there's a sort of name for it, like, you know, Funny Land or somewhere. They have a word for it that isn't Russia. Anyway, this it has a little bit of a claim to fame because when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, the first signal back to Earth saying it had landed was picked up at this radar station on top of the Puigmayor mountain in Mallorca, I guess probably because that was the way the Earth was facing at the time. So that's their little claim to fame. So it's an open day. It's only the second time they've had one. We get to drive up there, and then apparently there are buses that take them up and down. So what I was thinking was, I'm interested if anybody has some questions that I could ask, which would, on the one hand, enable me to look intelligent, and on the other hand, not enable me to get arrested as a potential Russian spy. So if you have questions that are penetrating but not too penetrating, that you might like to have answered at the top of a mountain with in a NATO radar base, then feel free to DM them to me, and I will evaluate them and see whether they're likely to get me sent to Guantanamo. Yeah. Anyway, so that's tomorrow's big day out. So it'll tick it'll tick a place off the bucket list because you can't go up there normally, and so you can't normally go up to the highest point on the island, and that's what we're going to be able to do. I shall be there with pro-Ukraine T-shirts, with my armbands. I hope they won't ban me for political insignia. And yeah, so if you want to look it up, it's Puigmayor. Puig is P-U-I-G, and then major, like the army rank, Puig Major. And there is a little Wikipedia article about the radar station, and it links. Does it link? I'm not certain that it does actually link to the. Anyway, you can look up the NATO air defense system, and that's where I'm going to be. It's visible from most of the island. If you can see the mountains, you just scan along until you see the the white radar dome. It's usually well lit by the sun.
So, Nick, let's delve into some exciting things here, such as, but Spain only joined NATO in 1982. Why were the Americans able to build a radar station, 27 years earlier?
Yeah, Spain was only allowed into NATO because it wasn't democratic enough in 1982. But the United States had been had various bilateral and I think other countries probably occasionally sent somebody, but the United States had various bilateral defense agreements with Franco from at least the 1950s on.
See, I think it's very interesting. It was really democraticism that was relevant here, or I thought it was that it was more of an issue that they just didn't think the Spanish could be trusted, because I don't think Portugal was particularly much more democratic in the 1950s than Spain, and yet Portugal was a founding member.
I don't know all of the history. I think it might also have been, even more politically difficult. I don't. Perhaps Salazar was seen as being less bad than Franco, but I don't know how the political correctness and all that worked at the time. But I mean, as we sometimes say, and I think this is an important point, NATO, in one sense, is enormously important, but in another sense, NATO is not exclusive. So if you're in the European Union, you can't do a trade deal with another country. Only the EU can do a trade deal with another country. And if you do a trade deal, if you're a third country and you do a trade deal with the EU will say, by the way, you're not going to give any more favorable conditions to any other country with a trade deal. NATO is almost the opposite. NATO is you agree to mutually defend each other, but NATO does not stop you entering into pretty well any military partnership with any, I mean, obviously not Russia, but with any sort of moderately friendly nation, either within NATO as a kind of subset or with non-NATO members, like we saw with the JEF, which was in place before Sweden and Finland joined NATO. So NATO is a very, very loose grouping of states. And so there was absolutely nothing. And NATO is frankly very happy to have anybody on board who doesn't like Russia. So there won't have been, I think, any major concerns about the reliability of Spain. I mean, after all, NATO has been through various incidents with France and with de Gaulle removing the French forces from NATO's military command structure, and then I think it was Sarkozy took them back. So I think, Franco was let, well, for all his faults, he was pretty solid on the Soviet question. Let's put it that way.
As I think is pretty clear with Salazar. You can ask a little bit about the network of these, because it's far from just the one, right? There's a large network of these radar systems. For example, there's one on Madeira, for example, that's plugged into this and controls much of the area. I think there's one on Azores as well. There's
about 13. There's about 13 in Spain.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just looking at kind of the real extremities.
Yeah, no, I mean you have one every 200 or 300. You have one every 200 or 300 kilometers.
Because you can only see that far.
I don't know. I presume that they, because there's that, and then there's also if you like some of them to be working, even if some of them get taken out. So from Mallorca over to Sardinia, there's one on the west coast of Sardinia. I guess that's about 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers away, and then you go over to the Italian mainland. It reminds me a little bit of the old Chape telegraphs in France, where they were all within line of sight of each other, and they used semaphore to send signals from, let's say, Brest to Paris. And there were about 30 stations, and it would take about 2 minutes per station to retransmit the message. So you could get a message to Paris in about an hour or something from Brittany. Obviously, this isn't the way it works in terms of transmitting it. There are 4 on Iceland. Because, of course, the Russians are coming down from the north. Yeah, it's quite a network.
It's more funny when they can find a sufficiently high up point, right? And for example, if you go to the northern tip of Denmark, there's one there, but it's basically at 2 meters above sea level or whatever it is, because there's no mountains, unlike Mallorca.
Yeah, so this is the highest point on Mallorca. They could have probably put it on the second highest point, but Spain has an interesting law, which is that foreigners, and these days that means non-EU citizens, are not allowed to buy property in non-urban areas that are considered to be close to military land. Now, there's not a lot of military land in Mallorca, but there's a naval facility in the harbour in Palma. There's a small army barracks just on the edge of Palma, and there's this radar station. But nevertheless, the whole of the island, which is the size of the English county of Essex, or about twice the size of the state of Rhode Island, is considered military land under this law. And so if you want to buy land, which means comes with a house, obviously, anywhere in Mallorca, and you are not an EU citizen, you have to get permission from the Spanish Ministry of Defense. Now, this was a law brought in by Franco, who was a bit paranoid about opposition. They don't really need it anymore, and they could easily have abolished it, because the European Union came along and said, well, fine, you can have that law if you want, but you can't discriminate between EU and non-EU citizens. So, I guess a Hungarian could come along and buy a piece of land within mortar range of the barracks in Palma. But of course, now this affects the Brits. And so if you're British post-Brexit and you want to buy a house in Mallorca or some other bits of Spain, you have to apply to the Ministry of Defence to get a thing saying they don't object to the sale. And that takes about 6 months, during which time your potential seller may well have sold to another buyer. So yeah, just interesting bit of trivia. The whole of Mallorca is considered a military area by the Spanish government, although you'll very, very rarely see any soldiers. What I'm interested to find out, the one question that I haven't been able to get answered so far, is whether the base is still run by US personnel or whether it's entirely Spanish personnel. I will find that out tomorrow. So yeah, send me any questions that you're in. Don't ask me for the sort of height of the fence around the perimeter or the exact location of the guard towers. I won't be answering those.
I mean, you can see those. There's pictures of the place.
Well, it's blurred out on Google Maps.
Yeah, but I'm sure. Okay, I'm gonna go look for a picture of the radar installation. I bet I'll be able to figure out how tall the fence is from that picture. Not for nefarious purpose, just because they
of course
don't actually
not
mind you
of
knowing
course.
how tall the fence is.
Of course not. I'll testify at your trial, Damon.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
On the point
I'm sure your
of
browsing. I'm sure your browsing won't set off any alarms in Langley.
On the point of the size of Mallorca, you know how it's often said that Mallorca might well become a German federal state.
Yes.
And can you guess which, in terms of size of German federal states, it would be?
It would be smallest but one. Oh, well, hold on. Wait. No, it wouldn't be smallest but one, because then there's also Bremen and Hamburg. So it would be smallest but 3. I think it's... Ooh, is it bigger or smaller than Berlin? It's bigger than Saarland. It's bigger than Berlin. And I think it's bigger than Bremen. And I think it's bigger than Hamburg. So there are 16 right now. I think it would be 14th of 17, if not 13th. Probably 14th of 17.
13th.
13th. Is it bigger than Berlin?
It's bigger than all 3 city-states and bigger
Okay.
than Ireland, yeah.
Yeah.
You were there. You got all the tricky bits.
I'll tell you why, and I sort of knew that, and that is because I help a lot of people with tourist information, and sometimes the question of how big, roughly how, giving people an idea of how big it is, because a lot of people have only looked at like one map on the screen and didn't look at the scale. And so I can say to people, well, it's about 30% bigger than Luxembourg. It's about the size of a small French département like the Haut-Rhin. It is almost exactly the same size as the English county of Essex. It's very close to the size of the Dutch province of Gelderland, and so on, just so people can get an idea. It's actually quite a lot like Essex, because Parma would then be Romford and Alcudia would then be Colchester, and it even works with the shape and the bus lines and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, because it's mostly around the southern coast, right?
No, the southern coast is actually very, very quiet. The south, well, the first thing is it's diamond shaped. I wish it was. I wish they'd turn it through 45 degrees, and it would be a lot simpler. It'd be a rectangle. But basically, the tourists are in the north/east, in the far east, in the southeast, and then in the southwest, to the west of Palma, where Magaluf is. But the south of the island has, because it's mostly rocks, not a whole lot of sandy beaches, apart from one or two, and they've forbidden development there. The south of the island is quite quiet. It's where the locals go out for the beach at a weekend. I mean, obviously, with 10 million visitors a year, there's still plenty of tourists there, but it's not where the action is. So the Germans are all the German tourists are either in Arenal, just east of Palma, or in Calaratiada, which is on the far east of the island, and then the Brits are in Alcudia in the north, and then in the resorts of the southwest, Magaluf, Palma Nova, places like that. But the south coast is relatively underdeveloped. You'll have to come and see it.
Palma Nova's in Italy.
Palma Space Nova, as opposed to Palmanova. Yes, I can see from my window a suburb of Palma called Genova. So there's only so many Mediterranean words, aren't there?
Nice.
Just another, I'm looking at my DMs to see if anyone's contacted me about that, and I've got a message from someone saying, so those who were around the other night, I don't know if you were here, Doman, but Lunchtime was complaining about what people aren't writing, people aren't writing the right pieces about the situation. And I said, well, why don't you write one yourself? And now I'm getting people offering to help with that. Somebody just sent me saying, can you give me an email so I can give you access to a draft discussion? So it maybe something's going to happen on that for those who are listening, who were around at that time. That was quite a strong moment actually on the space. I guess we may be coming towards some kind of project on that.
Excellent. Chris?
Doman, if you've got a little break, I wanted to just tell you about some things that are going on in June, sort of cyber and tech-wise in the UK, if that's okay.
Go for it, and I will give Nick and I an opportunity to read up on the Venice Commission.
Okay, so the first thing to say is that I've got like a Substack summary of all of this, but the reason I'm talking about it now is because basically it all kicks off from the 12th of June, right? So the 12th.
That's Monday for anybody who doesn't know.
Yes, indeed, yeah, right. So the 12th to the 16th of June is London Tech Week. And I know that attending London Tech Week, there will be 3 or 4 Ukrainian delegations, shall we call it, right? Different parts of Ukrainian government, cyber and tech industry attending London Tech Week. I don't think they've actually got a stand, but I think they will be speaking, and there may be some sort of side event, if you like, going on, right? But certainly there will be a lot of Ukrainian cyber and tech people wandering around London Tech Week. Yeah, and I think the main part of it is 12th, 13th and 14th, and then 15th, 16th, there are some ongoing events, if you like, of the week. So that's that one. More detail on that in my Substack. 14th of June, I just thought I'd throw this in, is the premiere of John Sweeney's film in London. I've got the name of that again in my Substack for if anybody needs to desperately know that. But that should be interesting. I see John Sweeney promoting that, so you could go to John Sweeney's Twitter and you can see that. I don't know if you can still get tickets to that premiere, but I'm sure you can inquire. So that's on the 14th of June. 15th of June is a virtual conference, the Future of Cybersecurity Conference. And for that, the organisers kindly allowed me to put forward 3 Ukrainian cyber security companies. Again, details of which in my Substack. One of them is a company called Under Defense, which is a Ukrainian cybersecurity company actually headquartered in New York. And they are doing a lot of work with SMEs, but via insurance companies, which is quite interesting for those that are sort of interested in this area. So basically, cyber insurance companies in general over the pandemic years probably doubled their insurance premiums as a result of the increasing numbers of attacks. And if they didn't double their premiums, then they pulled out of the market, right? Judging it to be way too risky. And judging that there would be a likelihood of them having to pay out because people had been hacked and were insured, right? So, however, another approach that some insurance companies have taken, which is an approach that you might think sensible, is that they have basically said, well, we're not going to insure you unless you provide us with some evidence that you've taken appropriate cybersecurity precautions and you've put in place good cybersecurity defenses, right? So an example here is Swiss Re, and basically Swiss Re is offering its brokers and via its brokers SMEs the opportunity to get cyber insured comprehensively, but you have to go through a cybersecurity assessment and you have to put in place some sort of continuous monitoring solution. So that's quite interesting. And Under Defense is the provider to Swiss Re of said continuous monitoring solution. So that's quite interesting, at least to me anyway. And then the final thing that I know about in the UK in June is the 21st and 22nd of June is the International Ukraine Recovery Conference, which I happen to know, Doman, that Oxford University is involved in. I don't know to what extent, but I know that they're involved in it, which may be of interest to you. and one imagines that the scope of the recovery conference will have been expanded because of recent events. So that's my little summary of June events. It is, as far as I know, the busiest month for Ukrainian cyber and tech in the UK, of recent months and of upcoming months. As far as I know, the next big month will be September, when we have the Ukraine Pavilion. So thank you for giving me the time on that, Doman, and I hope
Excellent.
that's vaguely interesting.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's really good. It's almost as though something is not happening in July and August. Shocking, isn't it? Who would have thought? I do want to highlight on that last one, Chris, the Ukraine Recovery Conference. This is, of course, the follow-up to the conference in Lugano last year, and I forget if it was June or July, and this actually stems from a previously existing organization called the Ukraine Reform Conference, which was dealing on somewhat different things, or dealing with somewhat different things than this recovery conference now is. And this is, perhaps something of an illustration of how much the invasion has really harmed Ukraine, right? Because it was able to, despite having some of its territory occupied, make quite significant advances since 2014 in a number of fields, including, of course, being supported in that from the outside. And yet, it was now kind of set back, and some of these things aren't being highlighted by the international community nearly as much, or helped with by the international community nearly as much, because there are some other more pressing issues, which are frankly stealing time from the good advances that Ukraine has been making. However, on the positive, what can be said is, despite the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or perhaps because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, certain legal efforts have been accelerated since February last year, and despite the recovery having to be, let's call it, undergone. Now, nobody wanted to have to go through this. Everybody would much rather have not had half of the country destroyed by Russians. It's nevertheless continuing, and at least there was already a format in place for these reform conferences already, that then made it easier to reform it into something like this. I do wonder what will come out of it. Last year we had this sort of framework proposed, but then not quite adopted, but kind of adopted, whereby different countries would be kind of footing the bill for the renovation, recuperation of cities and regions, and then of course that also dripping down to let's say local authorities for especially smaller places, medium-sized towns as opposed to large cities. It might end up being very interesting indeed, and all depends on how this will come out, on what exactly is going to be coming out of this recovery conference. But very good of you, Chris, to have highlighted this event coming forward as well. Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Doman. And actually, with people on the space here, one of the things that I've mentioned before that we've been working on is sort of the demining project in Ukraine, and one of the aspects of that, of course, was where will we get the money from? There are a number of aspects of it, right? But other aspects include what shall we focus on? Shall we focus on autonomous or semi-autonomous tractors, that are done up in a particularly Ukrainian way, or shall we focus on some other technology? What is likely to be something that can be done, that will be effective and can be done at scale, right? And indeed, thinking ahead, the point has been made that would not only apply to Ukraine, but would, push forward demining globally. right? And then so the point comes, okay, where does the money come from for these demining projects? And the thought is that countries and funds that would not necessarily provide money for weapons would provide money for demining or for taking it back to the recovery conference and that for reconstruction or whatever, right? And various funds, sovereign funds and that have been mentioned on the space before, so I don't know what you think about that, but
I think that there will have to be a number of approaches that will have to be employed in parallel. I don't think there will be any one. And I think that too often, looking at it from the outside, there can be a tendency, and also looking at it from a political perspective, can be a tendency. Oh, but what is the best? And often it's not about what is the best, but what all in combination can be delivered in sufficient quantities in order to actually get stuff moving. Often the only way to get sufficient quantity is like you see right now with look at tanks, look at the IAVs in Ukraine. A patchwork of different types. Same will go for approaches to demining, I think, Chris. Rauf, good afternoon.
Good evening, Damon, and have a good day, everyone. I want to start talking about in Kakhovka Dam, and I several times before war traveling so many Ukrainian cities. I have many friends there in Lviv, Kharkiv, Kiev, and I'm especially a lot of traveling in Odessa as one of the miracle fairy tale places in the Black Sea region. And my friends from Kiev and Odessa sent me so many pictures, and its video is very pain hard. After Russian blowing up Kakhovka water dam is a serious influence for Odessa too, because Kherson and Odessa is a salt region of Ukraine, and before war started, Ukrainian authority is a mining of Black Sea region, and people is a forbidden for swimming, but some place people swimming. It's after blowing up of Kakhovka Dam is a ecological problem influence Odessa region too, because so many dead body of animals and dead body of people, humans, spread of the Odessa region, and Ukraine now is really facing of Russian terror and facing of real ecological catastrophe, and also is a human catastrophe, and also is an animal is a life facing threat, and also people facing life threat. It's one of the very biggest humanitarian and environmental ecological catastrophes, not only for Europe and also for in the world too. And unfortunately, international organization also very late react this. And I saw that Zelensky's last interview, he's a Bild German newspaper. He said that Red Cross and United Nations very late react, and I saw that United Nations, it's not and Security Council, not any reaction, is a celebrating of the Russian language day. Are you joke? Are you serious? And so many of my Ukrainian friends tell me that please tell everyone help us for prevent Russian terrorism, ecological terrorism, and also help us for solving restore for Ukrainian environmental and the ecology. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Rauf. And may I agree with you very vociferously. No, and this is something we've been going on about here for over 4 days now, ever since the dam has been blown up. Indeed, we're in day 5 of this. And at the end of the day, it comes down to 4 separate things, each with its own timeline, effectively, right? Number 1, mitigation immediately, conducting evacuations, supplying clean water, maintaining a disease-free environment as much as possible, and fixing that where it's not possible. And of course, Russians here have really shown themselves for what they are, who they are, and how they behave in both shelling the evacuation efforts on the right bank of the Dnieper, shooting with machine guns on people who were trying to evacuate themselves on the left bank of the Dnieper, where the waters were, rising particularly quickly because it's a lower lying land than the right bank, which starts with a sort of big steep bank initially, at least, and especially around most of the areas in the city of Kherson, around the city of Kherson. And they've really shown themselves for just the barbarian approaches that they are not just willing but wanting to take. So that's the first one, mitigation, right? The second one, the military component, I'll leave that to Zaluzhny, General Staff of Ukraine. I'm sure they figure it out well and quickly, and have been planning for this. What if the Russians blow up the dam? What to do, how to take the greatest advantage for this, deny any advantage to the Russians as best possible. Then the third one, as you noted, I think is probably the most important one, and that is help Ukrainians liberate more territories faster. You said stop the Russians from causing more such disasters, catastrophes, from continuing to conduct their scorched earth policies, and that can only be done one way, and that is by accelerating the liberation of Ukrainian territories by the Ukrainian military. And the only way that can be achieved is to continue supplying Ukraine and stepping up the supplies to Ukraine of necessary war materials, expanding their capabilities as well as capacities in parallel. And then last, as you say, is reconstruction. But as Ukrainians keep highlighting, that can only happen. The cleanup, the proper cleanup, the reconstruction of all of this can only really happen once these territories have been liberated. And this is why it's so important to focus not just on point 1, which is absolutely imperative, but also on point 3. Sadly, thus far, what has been public facing has not been anything like sufficient with regards to point 1 or 3 from the international community. The Ukrainians have done as best as they could have thus far on point 1. We here on the MriyaReport have also had a number of Ukrainians join us, including on the day of the dam being destroyed, of course, but also a few days after that, we've had the secretary of the city council of Kherson, the former acting mayor of Kherson, Halina Lukhova, here joining us as well, and highlighting this desperate need for particular resources to them. And they're also working well with the MriyaReport 501c3 to gather donations and provide some of these resources that they need, some subset quantity of these resources that they need through this as well. So I can nothing but vociferously agree with you, Rauf. And also,
I have 1 minute. Sorry.
I'll just finish the sentence, Rauf, and I'll just say all of these things that you highlighted, the impact wider on Odessa and elsewhere in the Black Sea, right? Whole roofs are being pushed by the torrential flood current all the way to Odessa. This isn't little bits and pieces. No, these are huge quantities of stuff, and who knows what all is intermixed there, be it pollutants, be it war material, everything else. Couldn't agree more, Rauf. Please go ahead.
Just 1 minute. We know that is a very bad for Ukrainian agriculture, and one of the dangerous that Ukrainian authorities say that people not make fish in the Odessa because of ecological catastrophe by Russian blowing of Kakhovka Dam. He said that Ukrainian authorities warning of people that not make fish from Odessa Black Sea, because if you make fish and eating and cooking and eat, he's a dangerous for you. He's a dangerous for your children. It's a really ecological catastrophe. Is a facing challenges is solving for restore this environmental of the decade. Is a really of terror. I agree with you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rauf. Laughing Tommy.
So, Dolan, you know how Russia has infinite amounts of ammunition and infinite amounts of equipment, and they would never do something desperate like put a 25mm naval cannon from a ship on an MTOB. You know that, right?
Yes, Russians have, and they have made it very clear to us, as for many of their proxies, that they have literally infinite resources of everything. Infinite tanks, infinite artillery, infinite shells, infinite personnel, infinite everything. That's why Russia cannot ever be defeated, right? That's what they told us.
Yes. So since they have infinite MLRSs as well, now Oryx has posted a picture of a MTLB that has been equipped with a naval short-range MLRS, and by short-range I mean 4.5 or 9 kilometers, depending on the munition. So things are again going very well and as per plan for the Russian army.
Indeed, and they've these are Agon or fire MRL systems. It's amazing, isn't it? What's the range on these things? Do you have a good grasp of that? I don't know what it is. I know it's not very far, but I don't know what the range is. Maybe like 5-6 kilometers.
I went to the Rosoboronexport website, and the stated range, as much as that can be trusted, is using the ordinary fragmentation rocket. It's a maximum of 4,500 meters, so 4.5 kilometers, and 800 meters is a minimum. It is the same range with the incendiary version of the rocket. The flame mixture within that is 4.8 kilos, while for the extended range version, it's 9.5 kilometers, and there's no minimum range listed, but I would assume since it's the extended version of the original fragmentation mission, it should be about 800 meters as well. So yeah, just wanted to point out that things are going great. They keep sticking out ship armaments on armored vehicles that aren't exactly meant to support them, given that the 25mm was meant to be reloaded from the outside, so you'd have to exit the MTOB, get on, reload. And I'm guessing this isn't exactly meant to be used from within the MTOB as well, given it was on a Navy vessel's deck. So yeah, things are going awesome.
And that's because they have infinite resources. That's why they have all of this, free time to experiment and be excited about alternatives. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Vojta.
Hi guys, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay, I have let's see, two questions. One, let's continue on Laughing Tommy, which is a beautiful name. I love it. And it is in the beginning of the war. Michael Kaufman, he had like bright moment for me when he was describing the Russian army that they are using the infantry fighting vehicles, which are meant for fire support and also for the carrying of the troops. And Russians were using the infantry fighting vehicles just for the, let's say, the firing role, and they were not using it in combination with the troops. and yeah, basically that was one of the like key reasons why it was so easy for Ukrainians to take them down. So like joining to this infinite amount of the vehicles. Have anybody checked what infantry vehicles are doing for Russia and the tanks? We know that the tanks, that those are like P-55s are took out from the storage. But does anybody have like some overview about the, let's say, the capabilities of the Russian army at this moment?
I think that the best thing to remember here is think of inhomogeneity. Different bits are going to have different capabilities afforded to them. Different bits will have very different levels of training and quality of command. The key thing for Ukrainians to identify, in my opinion, or one of the key things, isn't just what can be seen in terms of in terms of defenses, how strong they are where, but in terms of who is where, in terms of what, not just what equipment, but what quality of force is where. And that's less easy to identify visually and requires other types of intelligence. Tommy, have we seen any T-55s around yet? I think they're all being kept slightly back for now, right?
Well, Doman, I actually have some good news. Well, bad for the Russians, but good news for sane people. So basically, the T-62 and older tanks don't feature that carousel of shells that the Russians call autoloader that makes the turret fly. But for that matter, they need 4 crew. So the Russians were supposed to be, according to the official line, employing these as fire support. So basically you would have the driver, to drive them to a position, the loader, and the gunner to fire the indirect fire missions that they were supposed to be given by the artillery detachments in the kill chain. However, there's been a couple of reports that came out yesterday that show Russians employing also a commander for those tanks. And you wouldn't need the tank commander unless you were willing to put them in forward fighting. At least that's the interpretation that I have seen. And I'm a lowly civilian that reads a lot, so that's as far as I understand it. But if this is true, it's not very good for the Russians. As far as how they employ equipment and in what quantities they have it, I would suggest that the use of such heterogeneous equipment and the use of it in such, let's say, not old-fashioned, but what was the word?
Outdated, outmoded?
Thank you, geez. I was looking for that. So in such outdated ways, it speaks to their lack of proper equipment for the task. So I don't think the situation is going well. I know for a fact that currently Russia should have less than 2,000 tanks in reserve that are able to be restored, because there's this covert cabal YouTuber, and what he does is he basically purchases high quality footage of all the high quality satellite imagery of all the tank storage facilities within Russia and their military bases, and then counts up the tanks that don't look like they've been stored without the turrets on, so they would be rusted through and stuff like that. And he says it's basically quote unquote good tanks in Russia. If you count them up, it's less than 2,000 at this point. And that was a month ago, so it's not looking good for them at all. And by the way, I'm not saying like 2,000 T-72s. I'm talking total T-72s, T-55, T-54s, everything. So it's not good for the Russians. I mean, currently, the front is being protected by units. Some of them are the current Zaporizhia front. If you look at the unit disposition map, one of the units is the 177th Marine Regiment. They're fighting south of Hulaypole. And They are part and subordinate of the Caspian flotilla of the 58th Army. Now, the Caspian Sea is not the sea where Russians are conducting major operations or where these people would have been veterans and so on. And the Russian army is not in a good state, as we have repeatedly pointed out for a while now, and it's getting worse by the day. If you look for the units that are currently defending in Zaporizhia, a lot of them are units that have already withdrawn from Kherson, and no matter what the Russians tell us, they were getting hammered by accurate rocket artillery, and the videos that were coming out from Ukrainian drones suggested that they had destroyed so many accumulations of munitions and so on that they got down to targeting simple units of forces deployed in the battlefield, which speaks to the fact that high-grade targets within the Kherson area were already eliminated. So whatever came out of Kherson in the form of units and had to reconstitute would have been very degraded and would have had to reconstitute using freshly mobilized troops with minimal training that were part of the MOBICs that came in late last year. So I'm actually, when I look at the unit disposition map, I'm very heartened by what's happening and by reports on Russian Telegram, because they are getting more and more panicked, and they have been filming one destroyed Ukrainian company from 4 different angles just to have stuff to put out so that they can publicize positively their glorious forward retreat. So yeah, that's my assessment of the situation. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be casualties, but the Russians are, first of all, by no means invincible, which I think at this point nobody thinks, and second of all, not in very good shape to begin with, because I don't know if anybody's looked it up, but apart from the frontline units, a lot of the reserves to the south seem to be composed of BARS units, which are MOBICs, PMC units, which are, well, of various qualities. Since the only one that was established more than a year ago is the Wagner ones, and their quality is questionable at this point. And they're not in the south, they're east of Bakhmut currently, while the rest of the PMCs are the ones ran by Gazprom, by the Russian Ministry of Defense, or Shoigu and stuff. So none of it looks hopeful for the Russians. By the way, I can put up the unit disposition map into space if somebody wants to see it.
I don't think we need that level of detail, frankly. The critical thing is, because also, as you know, it's, you know, who knows how long they exist. But the critical thing here is to remember the following. Nobody's seeing the Ukrainians' reports because they're not making reports, because they're keeping things nice and quiet and back, and just keeping on, you know, working at cracking this nut. And that's a good thing. What I will highlight for everyone is one particular element. You will be seeing videos of Leopard tanks getting hit by various things. If you see lots of white smoke coming out, and Russians saying this is now a destroyed Leopard tank, that's the fire suppression system. That's why it's white, because it's steam or carbon dioxide, whatever. It means that everything has worked as intended, and the crew is probably perfectly fine, and the tank can probably be dragged back and you know, repaired within a few days. So that's not what destroyed looks like. I want to jump back. I want to jump to Irvin real quick because he's been waiting for a little bit, and then we can go back to Vojta and Tommy. Irvin?
Yeah, good afternoon. I have done some reading. The reservoir upstream of the Kokoda Dam in the Soviet area, there was a lot of mining industry in that area and also metallurgy industry. And they used the reservoir to dump problem waste, toxic waste. Such a lake as it is, or was, before they blow the dam, have not current in the bottom. The movement of the water is in the top. So what's in the bottom, where they dump the toxic, is stable. But when the water level lowered, it will not be stable any longer. There will be a point in time, maybe if, next week or whatever, when these things start washing out into the river, downstream and into the Black Sea. It's mercury, it's a lot of other stuff I can't name. I don't know all the name on it, but they are very toxic, and the fish will be toxic. People will avoid eating fish from the Black Sea. All the countries around the Black Sea who do fishery will be hurt. So this is this ecological disaster. Actually, it's an ecological war against every state around the Black Sea. That was what I wanted to say.
Hey, Irvin, can you send me that reading material? I would love to read up on it myself, and if you can just send it to me, that'd be great, so I don't have to go search for it. You're right, definitely, about the top levels being the ones that are the only levels of water moving an awful lot. But I'd love to read more about the details of the stuff lower down. I won't, comment on it either way, because I just don't know enough. But we have. Let me highlight this one. Ukrainians around the city of Zaporizhia, what have they been doing the last day or so as the waters have receded? They've gone out and been cleaning out the riverbed of all manner of, just like glass bottles and bits of metal and other stuff that's been dumped into the reservoir over the decades. So talk about making lemonade out of lemons, right? In the worst case here, at the very least, they're taking advantage and cleaning it up. But do send me that stuff, even if you can, please.
I will try to find it. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Wojta, back to you.
Body microphone. Yeah, I have another question, different topic. I was wondering, what is Russian Telegram doing? Because last time there was no panic in how was it called, the town where the Kharkiv offensive has started. So I'm wondering, is there like a victory dance over the Russian Telegram, or is there like no panic, everything is fine like before?
So the principal stuff that they're kind of celebrating about is the destruction of various pieces of Western equipment, and they, let's say, somewhat overstate the magnitude of that often. They also keep focusing on like 2 or 3 bits, which means that they probably don't have an awful lot more, which is good. There have been some other reports of Russian Telegram rather celebrating defensive successes, further into the Russian side of the front lines than would have been expected. I'll kind of leave it at that. But maybe, the other thing that they're actually complaining about a lot is not having enough artillery, and the Ukrainian fires vastly outclassing in terms of volume, as well as accuracy, of course, but crucially in terms of volume, Russian fires in the area, especially in the south of Ukraine. And if that persists, the Russian artillery army will not be able to cope with that, which is a good thing. Tommy, do you have I bet that you have more on this.
Yeah, so first of all, regarding the Ukraine not releasing a lot of info. They have, that's of course due to OPSEC, but they have a beautiful picture of Hannah Malyar and a couple of other military officials that, Mrs. Malyar has described it in her tweet. We are reading the latest information from the battlefield. The mood is good. Everything will be Ukraine, and they're all smiling. So I'm guessing that, how should I say, this would be very bad PR if things weren't going well currently. So that's on the Ukrainian side. On the Russian side, we have the typical 3 stages. The first one is that we are conducting a very competent defense, inflicting huge damages to the enemy. Then there's the fighting is hard, no panic. And then there's the heroic defense of a given spot has concluded. And after inflicting massive casualties to the enemy, the Russians have retreated rapidly to more favorable positions in an extremely competent manner. So currently, in most places, we're in stage 1, and in some places, we're in stage 2. Now, if they were inflicting such casualties, they have drones, they film, just like the Ukrainians film, and if they wanted to help their propaganda, they would have posted a lot more than destroying a single company that ran into a minefield and got zeroed in by artillery. And they didn't destroy the whole company, by the way, and they only got the vehicles. So that's about how much credible defense stuff has come out of the Russians currently. And the whole of Telegram is increasingly warning of how intense the fight is and how heroic it is, which I take is a very good sign for the Ukrainians because, how should I say, there was this panelist on a Russian propaganda show who, no, actually it was a guest musician who said that no other country has people that are so ready to sacrifice as the Russians, which I thought was a very, very weird flex when it comes to military capability of how willing their soldiers are to die. Because in the words of Patton, the purpose is usually to force the other poor bloke, let's say, to do it for theirs.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Yeah, this gives you quite a bit of an idea of what's going on here, right? When they start bragging about, oh, but our people are more willing to sacrifice themselves, you know that they're not doing very well anymore at all, right? Wojta, go ahead, and then I wanna transition to something a little bit less military and much more civilian. Wojta?
All right, I just wanted to thank to Laughing Tommy for the description of the Telegram state. So Domel, you would like to go to another topic, or may I have another question?
If you have another question, go for it, and then Nick and I will talk about some. Yeah.
I hope this will be quick. I'm wondering, since that the Vakhavka dam is so large, is there some estimation, how long it will be flooding, the areas below the dam? Is there some estimation when it will be like emptied to the level of, let's say, normal Dnipro flow?
Yes, so it depends on how far down the dam has been destroyed, and obviously you can't really see that until enough water has left. As of this morning, the Ukrainian Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources, Ruslan Strilets, said that 62% of the water contained in the reservoir has drained out, and also as of this morning, the water level of the Dnipro at Kherson, at the city of Kherson, has dropped by 31 centimeters compared to the highest point achieved. So the floods have slowly started to recede at the point of the city of Kherson. Now, flooding is going to persist longer, because obviously it takes more time for water to drain than it did to get there, but at least it's receding starting to recede at the point of the most populated areas. So if you want sources for that, you can check the thread up at the start of the nest. I think tweets 4 and 6 have the links to the sources. You can also look at number 7 for a map of the spread of the flooding by the Finnish ICEYE, with their synthetic aperture radar mounted on satellites. They have some wonderful imagery there, so they'll give you more of a clue.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Roman. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Maita. Tommy, do you have something to add to this?
Yes. So, sorry, I think it's not. I saw a report that water level in Kherson has now dropped by 1.5 meters, but it may have been misconstrued a bit from a previous report. But the video seems legitimate, so maybe Kherson is already down by 1.5 meters. We'll see. Maybe it's a different area.
I think that they might have said that they might have not have been looking at the vertical. So 31 centimeters is a vertical as of this morning, but they might have said that water has moved 1.5 meters away from where we are, and we are on a slope. If that makes sense. I don't know. Could be. It's difficult to say these things, but the critical thing is the trend is going the correct way, and that's by far the most important component here. All right. Thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you, Vojta. This was very, very informative for many of us, I think, and I think we all learned at least a little bit. Right, Nick. There is something that was brought to my attention this morning, and a couple of people have actually reached out to ask me about this, and I thought that this deserves some proper treatment, especially because it's something that was mentioned yesterday. Last night we were talking to Aliona specifically, and not the content of this, but a bit of this was mentioned. Apparently, there's some reports saying that the Venice Commission recommended that Ukraine postpone the implementation of the de-oligarchization legislation, which is quite interesting. But maybe let's start with this. Who's this Venice Commission, and what does Ukraine have to do with Venice, and why are Venetians opining on oligarch law, on anti-oligarch law? Is there some doges in here who wish to comment?
Well, the Venice Commission is a partial agreement, but a fairly substantial partial agreement of the Council of Europe, and it was started right when the Berlin Wall fell, and it was designed as a project to say, how do you get from a communist Warsaw Pact country, not all of the countries of Eastern Europe in the Warsaw Pact, but you get the idea, to a functioning liberal democracy. And it's essentially about the more fundamental principles of law, of the relationship between your laws and your constitution, making sure that your constitution is fit for purpose, and it's part of the way in which the membership of the Council of Europe is the gymnasium in which you get fit to become a member of the European Union, where you're expected to be able to run from 0 to 100 meters in less than 13 seconds. So it's fairly low level, but its decisions are taken very seriously. It has many of Europe's absolutely leading specialists in constitutional law. It gives recommendations, but the European Union listens to what it says. The member state governments listen to what it says. And if the Venice Commission recommends that the best way to improve democracy in your country is to do X, and you want to argue with them, well, you can, but you're going to be, you better come well armed with arguments. So it has many projects ongoing. They've just had their plenary meeting. And so on the agenda of the plenary meeting were all kinds of interesting things. For example, you may have, the people who've been following what's been going on in France with the reform of the pension laws, may have seen that at some point the government used a constitutional article called 49.3, which allows them to basically preempt a vote on various matters. And if it's on the budget, then some conditions apply. And if it's on another topic, then some other conditions apply. But broadly, it enables the government to say, we are going to pass this legislation, and the only thing that Parliament can do is bring a motion of no confidence in the government. So if there is a huge majority against it, they will do that. They will bring down the government. But it's a way of calming. It's a way of calming moderate dissent on the government benches in Parliament. It's quite a controversial bit of law, but it's used reasonably often. So the Venice Commission was at this plenary session was considering that. So it's not just looking at Central Eastern Europe. It looks at the conditions of democratic governance in many countries. It has a lot of reports out on Germany, I think, at the moment, on avoiding corruption in Germany. Ukraine has brought in this, or is going to bring in this, well, you said de-oligarchization. I'm not sure exactly what's in it, but from what I've read, it basically says if you are a government official and you have any contact with an oligarch, and there's a definition of an oligarch, you are required to declare it. And that not declaring such contact would be considered a problem in itself. I understand that that's pretty much the nature of the law.
It also says, if you're an oligarch, you can't finance political parties, and also it limits your access to take part in the privatization of state-owned enterprises.
Yeah,
to prevent further build out of empire.
So my understanding is that Zelensky signed this into law, and it's due to come into force, or it was due to come into force like a week ago, because it comes into force 6 months after he signed it. But they're a bit busy right now in Ukraine. So the story is that the Venice Commission has recommended or accepted or stated that Ukraine doesn't have to put this law into force, that it can continue to suspend it. Now, I will say that I haven't seen either the draft report, because I don't have access to it, and I haven't seen a press release because it hasn't come out yet. The Venice Commission plenary meeting was yesterday and this morning. So what we're getting, I presume, is various interested people in Ukraine reporting what they interpret the statements as being, but we haven't seen the actual text. And I presume that they will have adopted the draft text, but I haven't seen the draft text either. So for the moment, we have to interpret what the people, some of whom are Ukrainian government officials, are saying. So that's kind of the caveat. And the article that I saw has somebody saying, well, maybe we won't need to implement this because, the oligarchs are on the way out, man. And at the end of the war, there aren't even going to be any oligarchs left. So I don't know. I mean, the law in itself sounds like a law you might want people to have, because these are billionaires. The definition of an oligarch, you have to meet 3 of 4 criteria, but one of the criteria is that your net wealth and all the wealth you control is more than 1 million basic social minimum incomes. So if you think what would the social minimum income be in Ukraine? Probably 2,000, 3,000 US per year. Absolute basic, subsistence, terrible level of living, but nonetheless. So you've got to be a billionaire to even qualify for this. So it's not an enormous number of them. So on the one hand, you might think this is quite a good idea. On the other hand, the European Union does not have any ideological objections to people having a lot of money. And I guess that any law that restricts people's political freedom based on the fact that they are very, very rich would potentially be a human rights issue, because the European Convention on Human Rights guarantees people the peaceable enjoyment of their property, no matter how much they've got. So I suppose from a human rights point of view, try not to have too many of these laws. On the other hand, Ukraine has to show that it's combating the corruption that oligarchization brings, which is why they brought the law in. So I imagine the Venice Commission was basically in favor of the principle, but they've apparently now said that Ukraine, they've recommended that Ukraine postpones the implementation of it. But I would absolutely like to see. So you sent me a link, Dome, and that took me to a Ukrainian page. So I'm reading the translation. Minister of Justice Denis Malyuska announced on Facebook that the key decision made by the Venice Commission is to recommend Ukraine to postpone the implementation of the law of oligarchs. The war significantly changes the balance of power, significantly reduces the influence of oligarchs, both due to the destruction of their enterprises and the functioning of state authorities. Therefore, it is difficult to properly assess the impact of the law on oligarchs. Therefore, the Venice Commission recommends to wait to see how after the war ends, after our victory, and then decide on the legislation of oligarchs, implement it, change it, or maybe there will be no oligarchs at all and there will be no need for a law and it will be like a translation problem and it will get cancelled. Now, this may or may not be Minister Malyuska's interpretation of what was said, or it may be exactly what was in the text, and I would like to see the text first.
I'm now looking for a text because I think I saw
the Venice Commission website doesn't seem to have it, and it had a link to the draft text, and that required you to log in. And I do have, as a pensioner, a login to the Council of Europe's internal systems, but only access to certain things of interest to pensioners. I don't have access to drafts of political documents, unfortunately. But I imagine they will have adopted the draft without a whole lot of controversy. So if a draft was published, that would already be quite interesting. But we could also just wait a day or two, and the full adopted text will be on the website. I suspect they may not. The webmasters may not be working weekends, but by Monday or Tuesday of next week, that will be available. So it's interesting. It is interesting.
What do they imagine pensioners of the Council of Europe to do, if not to follow the legislative processes? Surely it is of interest to pensioners.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I've heard some people even go to like the beach and stuff and have lunch out and all that kind of stuff. But I imagine I'm going to be in trouble on Monday morning, by the way, when the Commissioner for Human Rights wakes up and finds about 500 emails about the Ukrainian prisoners of war being transferred to Hungary, and they will look and see who the first one came from, and then they will see that I tagged the Commissioner in on my tweet suggesting that people send a message themselves. But it's about, welcome to the 21st century, Commissioner for Human Rights. Activism is here. I hope everyone sent polite messages, because it's not the Commissioner's fault that this is happening. We're merely asking them to investigate. So I hope everyone was polite and restrained. So yeah, this is interesting. For example. If you're seeing EU leaders, if von der Leyen and Borrell having a conversation or maybe giving a press conference, they will use the term the Venice Commission without explaining it. It's an absolute key part of the reform process of, again, democratic reform of all countries, but particularly Central Eastern Europe. No Central Eastern European politician is unaware what the Venice Commission is, what it does, and what its influence has been over their country's recovery from communism. So it's very little known outside the world of politics, because its pronouncements are of interest principally to politicians and constitutional lawyers. It's very low key. It's got a very small secretariat, and it is quietly working away in the background to make Europe a better place. And that's the Council of Europe in microcosm, quietly working away in the background, no drama. Occasionally, pops up to the point where you and I have to have a conversation about some aspect of it, Doman. But the European institution that you never knew was there working for you.
Actually, this is funny, Nick, right? Because so would you say, you've lived in you've lived in Britain for a long time, almost entirely, I think entirely before the Venice Commission came into form. Then in what was it, France, Netherlands, Spain,
Yeah.
right? That's more or less it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's call them all Western European countries, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
All the time west of the Rhine, and the Netherlands is kind of optional, the delta there, right? How many times, I presume you've watched the evening news in these countries, or at least read the papers locally in all these countries occasionally, how often did you see the mention of the Venice Commission?
Oh, zero. Unless it's a story that gets to the top of it, and then in paragraph 5, it'll say, this decision by the government follows a report from the Venice Commission. That's it. So it's most people have never heard of it because most people don't need to worry about it. But it is, as I say, it's working away on that. It's quite interesting to look at if you just look at the agenda for the meeting. Let's have a look. The Venice Commission, the agenda for this plenary meeting. They are talking. So Ukraine was also on it for completely different reasons. So they were talking about oligarch laws of Georgia and Moldova, as well as Ukraine. 2 articles of the French Constitution, so the 49.3 that I mentioned and 65. I don't know what that does. 2 joint opinion. Okay, so yes, a registry and publicity of work of non-profit organizations in Republika Srpska within Bosnia-Herzegovina, where I think we're familiar with the ways in which Hungary, Russia, Serbs like to portray non-governmental organizations as agents of Western decadence and limit their operation. Amendments of the German Federal Election Act. So apparently Germany is amending its Federal Election Act, and constitutional lawyers from across Europe are having a little scrutinize of that and saying, I don't know what's going on there. And then for Ukraine, we had a discussion with the Venice Commission a few months ago because Ukraine, they had a report on progress that were being made, and they'd made progress in quite a few areas. And many of the areas where the progress was required was to do with the judicial system, how judges are selected, how judges are evaluated, how they are disciplined in the case of corruption. And so there were 2 opinions to be given on the procedure for selecting candidate judges of the Constitutional Court and on the law on national minorities. Now, these are all really, in one sense, very dull things, but you've got to get all of these ducks in a row before you can join the European Union. And the Venice Commission only gives opinions. It doesn't have a stick of any kind. But again, as I said, if the Venice Commission says we don't like this, and Ukraine turns up at EU membership negotiations, von der Leyen or one of her assistants is going to be sitting in the corner going, Venice Commission doesn't like this, and you better bring your best game if you want to overwrite that. So it has quiet authority in the matter of what is the level of democracy and transparency that you need to be at the top table.
So, Nick, let me give you a actually on something you said earlier. The Venice Commission in media in Western Europe, as you said, almost never seen heard of. In the countries it was kind of founded to work with and work on, at least, I can say this, I think safely, at least once a week on the evening news in Slovenia, you'll hear the words Venice Commission,
Wow.
something.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Really? Okay. So like
They do not explain what it is. It is it's a thing, and everybody's expected to know what it is. They would use the words, Council of Europe. They would use the words Venice Commission. The same they would use the words OSCE. The same they would use the words the United Nations.
Okay. So that's remarkable, and that's Slovenia, which is a country that I imagine is not as high on the Venice Commission radar these days as one or two others. So yeah, well, I mean, of course, with the disintegration of Yugoslavia, a lot of countries had to write constitutions in quite a hurry. I don't know whether Slovenia had a historical constitution that they were able to kind of wheel out and dust
Slovenia
off.
basically looked at Germany and saw how much can be copied.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. I didn't realize that. That's really, really interesting. I did not know that. It was a really interesting creation of the post-Cold War period, and it's fascinating. Firstly, that it's still around, and secondly, that it's also in the business of overseeing the constitutions of, or the constitutional reform, or the lack of in Western countries too. So they will. I'm interested to see. Did I see what was the thing for 49.3 is a well-known. When you first hear about 49.3 as someone from a democratic country, you go, whoa, whoa. Okay, 65 is something to do with nominations of judges again, and they pay a lot of attention to that. When you first hear about the French Constitution, Article 49,
it's an enabling act.
It's an enabling act, and the only thing, the thing that makes it not totally undemocratic is that Parliament can say, "Hey, basically it says that the government says like back us or sack us." So there is the Parliament has the option of voting a motion of no confidence, and it's a way of saying, look, we've had an election, we've won a parliamentary majority. That kind of gives you more or less, the right at some point to do things. The UK, in effect, has something quite similar. So the UK lower house, House of Commons, has the power to override the upper house. It's just politically expensive to do so. And it's on the basis, it's also, for example, it's a constitutional convention or parliamentary convention in the UK that the upper house will not vote against a law or a measure that was in the manifesto, in the election program of the governing party, because, democracy spoke. It gets more complicated because in the course of a parliament, obviously, there's a need to bring in laws on other matters. So various countries have something like this, at least the UK certainly does. But it's not the enabling act in the sense of, we're going to do this and you have no comeback. So but yes, it's quite a controversial thing. Every French opposition party says they're going to abolish it, then they get into power and they don't. Every incoming president promises to use it more than their predecessors and doesn't. It's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. It's not it just raises an eyebrow. It's a kind of having to tear open your emergency envelope thing. You can do it once or twice. In fact, they do it a lot with the budget. It's pretty much daily on the budget, because mostly just so the discussions in Parliament don't take a month. But on non-budgetary questions, it's on non-budgetary questions, it's on the evening news when they do it. Yeah.
The thing is, it's not a million miles from how it works in the UK, right? Because at the end of the day, a vote against the budget in the UK would be a no confidence vote for the government, or would precipitate one.
It would be a de facto one, yes. Yes, I don't actually know if it isn't formally a vote of no confidence.
No, but de facto it is.
But in practice, it would be followed by, yeah, the government would either resign or it would be followed by an actual vote. If there was enough, momentum to vote, if I may be permitted that word, to vote down the government on the budget by, which presumably would require, a large part, decent number of its own MPs to rebel, then yes, there must pretty much by definition also be enough energy to have a motion of no confidence, and that very rarely happens in the UK unless a government has been elected with a very small majority and it's been eroded over time. I'm trying to think the last time that a UK government lost a motion of confidence. It might have been 1979.
No, but so all I'm trying to say with this is it's not that different France and Britain. It's just that in France there's a number that goes with this rule, whereas in Britain it doesn't.
And there may be people who are listening who know their country's constitutions. There may be something like this in other countries. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there isn't something like this in countries that have had a period of non-democratic government and have maybe kept this on the statute book, subject to a degree of democratic supervision.
See, I don't think Slovenia has it, just because there isn't the recourse of a destructive vote of no confidence in the same way as there isn't one in Germany.
Oh, really?
Well, because you need a constructive vote of no confidence, right? You can only get rid of a government by proposing a new one. That's what I mean. Slovenia copied the German constitution as much as it could, as much as it was practicable, because they had about 3 weeks to do it. So it's one of those very short written constitutions. Very short, very, very to the point, except in some bits that they go into silly details because they kept some, established stuff. Doesn't really matter. All I wanted to say is, indeed, anybody tracking the Ukrainian progress towards membership of the European Union will be hearing the words Venice Commission a lot, and that's why I wanted to bring this up with Nick, because I knew that Nick would be able to explain this quite well, in a concise yet comprehensive fashion.
Well, not so about concise.
Yes, it's pretty concise. For a complicated subject that requires some nuance, I think it was pretty concise. Concise enough, certainly. And recommendations like this will be coming in all of the time. This will be at some point, very much monthly news in Ukraine, if not weekly news in Ukraine, as well as places like Moldova, on their way to EU accession. And this is important because the problem is, what you're having to do is to harmonize a country's legal setup with that of the acquis communautaire. The problem is that every country has slightly different legal traditions, so you can't just superimpose a whole new constitution. And this is where the Venice Commission comes in and figures out how do you make the setup that is already in a country step by step compatible, and also do what is necessary to make it compatible relative to what is the state on the ground in practice in a country, to then make it compatible with EU rules to make it compatible as a member state.
Well, it's the ostensible purpose of the Venice Commission isn't really to do with EU membership. It just is in practice. So they will certainly mention to people that something would be in great conflict with the EU, but the EU's rules are designed to accommodate already a wide range of democracies. So if you can't make your national law compatible with the EU law, some tradition had better be pretty bonkers. But there's always some kind of very often sort of ethnically based history. If you imagine if, for example, if Bosnia applied to join the EU, how do we fit the Republic of Srpska into that, for example? That would be quite a challenge. Anyway, thank you for your kind words, Doman. I this morning, a friend of mine whose book I appear in tweeted about me and described me as someone who has a tenacious fixation on detail, which is a nice way of putting it.
An understatement, you word. No, Doman, thank you very much for bringing this up. I think it's a very important topic. And as you just rightly said, in the coming months and years, the continuous process will spin off regular news in Ukraine and in the EU amongst the Council and the likes, because that is how it goes. This is the process of
synchronizing and harmonizing what is essentially a loose federation with a strict basic core set at the foundation.
Chris?
Hi, Damon. I was just going to say to Nick that he sort of like incentivized me to spend some time today looking at the Natinads systems, which is a bit of a blast from the past for me. So I'm just like curious, Nick. This is I was just looking at the Wikipedia entry for the NATO integrated air defense system and that. Who is all this money spent on? I mean, what's it there for? Who are we defending against? I wonder.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Right, and then what I did notice, right, was so when I left the Navy, most of my fellow naval officers either went to IBM, Ferranti, or Marconi for jobs. And I noticed that the radar that's installed in, how do you say it? How do you say it? Puig?
Puigmayor.
Puigmayor. Yeah, the is a Lanza 3D. And the origins of that is
It's a Lancia?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's an Italian car. It's an Italian car with dodgy electrics.
I hope not. I hope not. But it's the origin of that was indeed a collaboration between Marconi and the company that was that existed before Indra, the Spanish company called Cecelsa, I think you pronounce it. Right?
Cecelsa.
You know them, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So
we all use them.
When you say we all use them, who do you mean, Axel?
European weapon system manufacturers and users, including the German Air Force.
Okay, well, that brings me on to a point, actually, right? Because what I was going to say is that when you look, and I'm taking the Wikipedia NATO Integrated Air Defense System article here as the basis of this, but when you look across that to see what radar systems they're using, there is sort of predictably a whole plethora of different radar systems from what I can see. So certainly, in other words, certainly the Lanza system is not apparently used widely across the NATO integrated air defense system.
Well, we've had them. I can definitely attest to it. And everyone at that point in time had to learn the various produced systems because you had to deal with them. And our ground staff typically had to train on whatever various NATO air forces and armies had in use. Don't forget, the air defense setup was mixed between various nations, between what is ground forces and air force.
Indeed, yes. And by the way, Nick, just to confirm that again, according to the article, that it's run by the Spanish 7th Air Surveillance Squadron, called EVA 7. That station now, apparently, but you can obviously check that.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if it's like when you go to an RAF base in the UK, and it's actually not very much of the RAF there. So I'll find out. It's interesting, interesting trip because I learned about it from an Irish, very left-wing Irish friend of mine who lives nearby, who is, I mean, he's part of Podemos, which is the tanky party. He stood for election recently, but he's very pro-Ukraine and very pro-NATO. He's rather lonely within his party on that matter. But Podemos is nicely self-destructing at the moment, and I hope that the Spanish far-ish left will reorganize itself into something a little bit more decent on that matter. I mean, it's going to be far left, but there's different shades of tanky, and Spain's next government will probably be centre right / far right. But the nice thing, or the mitigating thing, is that the far right party in Spain, Vox, is pro-Ukraine, unlike some European far right parties. So
they're heavy pro-NATO.
Yeah. So and they're also, for example, they're anti-secessionists. They're very unionist, single unitary Spain. So I disagree with them on many things, including their rather apologist position vis-a-vis Franco himself. But unlike sometimes, I mentioned the other day, I'm kind of tired of having to look at election results and with hiding behind my fingers in case the pro-Putin party gets in. The Spanish general election on July the 23rd will not change anything in Spain's support from Ukraine. It may even slightly increase it. I don't think it'll make that much difference, but it will certainly. It's not one of those elections that we have to grit our teeth about. So yeah.
So Nick, I was just going to say that when I was going through this, what it made me think of, right, was that so basically when I came out of the Navy, I went to Ferranti, and I was working in the weapons simulation system division of Ferranti, and then eventually I went into an IBM competitor, right, and I was the national account manager for Barclays Bank, based up in Cheshire at the time, and the headquarters of Barclays Bank, well, certainly the IT headquarters was at Radbrook Hall, up there. And I used to go round all of the data centers, Nick, right? Now, so that would have been something like 1990 to 1993, somewhere around there. When I started as the Barclays National Account Manager, all of the data centers were ram-packed full of stuff. And when I finished, you could walk into one of the warehouses, one that was a data center, and it was completely empty apart from like a couple of little boxes in the middle. So I was just like thinking about these stations going through that, process of miniaturization, shall we call it, and advancement in technology. And indeed, it does talk about the computers and the systems being upgraded regularly in that place. So I wonder if they've got some of the pictures of the old stuff in there.
I'll have a look. I'm sure the history of the place will be a major part of the open day, as opposed to, for example, allowing us to film the current contents of the screens. So I'll see what I can take pictures of, if anything. But as I say, it's the second open day that they've ever had. The last one was about 5 years ago. Kind of cool that they're doing it now, when I presume that they're quite busy. Yeah, no, it's I'm extremely looking forward to it.
See if you can establish a little bit of a rapport, and then ask them a little bit about what it is that they can see and they can't see, and why nobody responded to that Striž Tu-141 drone flying into Croatia last year after it was traveling through,
I'm sure.
Shame you're going to push Mayor instead of Telecom.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be delighted to. You kind of understand the kind of the subtle constraints on between what I want to ask and what I can ask, and what they're going to answer, and what is going to get them a sideways glance over towards the big man with a stick. So yeah.
Regular stick or fire stick?
It's going to be, yeah. So, yeah, I shall be, yeah, my wife is already slightly nervous about the prospect.
Oh my, Clyde, good morning.
But I'm co-hosting tomorrow at 6 o'clock Kiev time. So if I'm late,
That means you're co-hosting from the Puig Mayor?
no, I'll be back. I'll be back down by then. But
from the
if-
break,
Can you dial in from there? At least give us 5 to 10 minutes of your time there.
Well, if I'm late, it's because they confiscated all my devices, and they're currently going through my browser history.
Just a brief question for Nick.
Go ahead, Clyde.
Brief question for Nick. Should we think of the Spanish election as potentially parallel to the Italian election? I mean, people on the space view were all worried about the Italian election and that it was going to be Putin's stooge, and it turns out that it was a huge plus for Ukraine. Is the Spanish election potentially similar to that? Is that how we should think of that? Those of us who don't know European politics.
No, I would say it's less. If you remember, before the Italian election, we were quite concerned because it was, you know, Meloni we hadn't heard of. We knew about Salvini, we knew about Berlusconi. It was like, oh my God, what are they going to do? And then Meloni appeared, and it was like, wow, okay, that was pretty good. So I think we can say right now that whatever the result of the election, it might be very tight. There's always room for things to fall over. The leader of the centre-right party does not cut a very impressive figure. He's a bit of a technocrat. He doesn't speak a word of English, and famously, he was on TV the other day saying, "I'm getting English lessons," because the opposition did an attack ad on him, going, "Look, the guy doesn't speak English. How's he going to get anything done in the corridors in Brussels?" That said, Felipe González didn't speak English, and he was a quite effective prime minister. But it's more like Finland. If you remember the Finnish election, you know, some of us were sad to see Sanna Marin going, and we thought that was a possibility from the polls, and indeed she lost. But nobody here was going, "Oh, Sanna Marin might lose. Will that change anything?" So Ukraine was not a factor in the Finnish election, and as far as I can tell, it's not a factor in the Spanish election either. Spain has been, in the person of Pedro Sanchez, has been very positive towards Ukraine. It just hasn't had a lot to give. I think there are some areas where they've had some quite good specialist stuff. But my impression is that it's not going to be an issue, and that there are no serious candidates who are going to be saying, as part of their election program, you know, we need to question what we're doing for Ukraine. Putin's not such a bad guy after all. So that I would say it's more like the Finnish situation. None of us needs to worry about the Spanish election with regard to Ukraine, whereas I don't think we were entirely unjustified in having concerns about what was going to happen in Italy. And when Meloni turned up to be 100% pro-Ukraine, we were kind of, oh, okay, that was a bonus. So I think it's just you don't need to worry about it. It's fairly solid, which is nice to have. Nice to have.
Yeah.
One less thing to be concerned about.
Yeah, I wasn't worried. I was wondering if there was a potential plus, like maybe Spain could end up being more, you know.
Not a huge amount, I think. I don't think that the current government has been holding anything back out of any kind of political concern. They will have talked with the military and said, what can you spare? So I think it's pretty much neutral.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks.
Yeah, and to be clear, right, with Italy, we're just happy it didn't go down. With Spain, we're expecting it to stay more or less exactly the same.
Yeah,
the expectation for Italy was.
And Spain's contributed. Well, they've got like 100 Leopards that they could wheel out of storage, and there's been a whole discussion as to exactly how bad condition they're in. And maybe more of those can go, but it's going to be normal Ramstein horse trading and normal, internal between, and we've seen this with all the Western countries. How much can the army afford to spend? How much are the generals prepared to let go of their own stocks and their own readiness? So it's going to be aid to Ukraine as usual, which is not great. Not as good as it could be, but basically I would just say don't worry about it. Worry about perhaps other elections that are coming up, or yeah, it's just you know, as I say, that for people who watch these kind of things, and I personally, every time I hear an election coming up, I go, oh God, are the tankies going to get in, or are the fascists going to, you know, the neo whatever going to get in? It's not a problem for Spain.
Exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Nick. I'm going to say, Chris, go ahead. And I'm also going to say, I sadly need to leave you all, but I think you will be in very safe hands, several pairs off. Nick, Chris.
Thanks, Doman, and cheerio. And yeah, well, Axel, if Axel's still around and that, so this
I am, Chris. I am. I'm just standing at the DIY for another 10 minutes, but I can address questions.
So, well, what I was going to say was this appears to be primarily long-range air defense type radar, yeah, but actually it looks like it can be used in various roles. So, what would you have said it was? Is he gone again?
I just can't get to the mic a sec. Either that or he's talking into a closed mic.
I was doing 3 things at the same time. I sincerely apologize, Chris.
Fair
you were
enough.
asking about the radar and whether that was long-range radar or long-range.
Well, yes,
defense?
it seems to be. It seems to be long-range air defense. Yeah.
Yes, it's an overlapping at that point in time. Say long-range coastal and overall air defense, and I think the Spaniards and pretty much all the littoral states of the Mediterranean had it at that time when integrated in NATO. I mean, this goes all the way across to Sardinia, Aviano, and the likes, and then continues over Sicily and to Greece.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so maybe what happened, Axel, was that in your day they had those radars in, and then more recently they've changed them out for different manufacturers or something.
Of course, the radar technology has improved so much. It's a completely different game now.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool.
So while Axel sorts out his DIY, I've got a few booms, a few things on fire to talk about. Kubyshev Railway in Russia appears to be on fire. There's what looks to be a large fire there, and I don't know exactly where this place is. I can probably find out, but it would appear that railway is not going very far. Now it's Samara in Russia, which is I think it's quite far east, isn't it? Let's have a little look. There's been quite a few things happen in this area as well. Oh no, it's actually near to Kazakhstan, near to the border of Kazakhstan. So it is actually, it could well be very much a route that is used for supplying the front line. So quite pleased about that. Ufa, Russia, UFA, Russia. There was an oil depot on fire on the 9th of June. This oil depot was right next to the train station there. According to an update, a criminal case was opened due to non-compliance by an unidentified person. Basically, they don't know who did it, but they know that flammable substances were set on fire. Maybe they need to re-enhance the rules about smoking in the workplace. That might be helpful for them. Now, with regards to what's going on the front, in the Zaporizhia region, there are things happening. In addition to Lubkove, which has been confirmed to have been taken by Ukrainian forces. They did indeed confirm that themselves, that they were in that area. Well, it's saying here, other settlements are confirmed by the words of the participants, but we will not detail them here. So it does sound as though there is some good news in that area. And we have had a little update from Hannah Mylar this morning to confirm that she's happy with the results of the evening. In fact, there are suggestions that Ukrainian forces seem to be really doing very well at night. I can't imagine why that might be, but yeah, it would seem that the additional night vision that they have is playing a great role there. Now, I'm receiving information here about the CAI ICJ. There's a case here where Ukraine have taken Russia to the International Court of Justice and accused them of violating the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So 32 countries can submit written opinions and submit those to the ICJ. A legal assessment provided by the court will play a key role in ensuring the international legal order. So this is a step that wants to be, needs to be performed before further prosecutions can take place. That's the word. And so it's important that these steps are taken place. What do you call it? In the right way. That'll do. That'll do. Some days my brain just loves to hide words from me. So, hello? Okay, I'll carry on. So,
I hope I didn't press the wrong button while I was throwing rose, must mult, as we call it, black earth, here into the thing. Mockers, do we have anything as to the information along the front line? Because what we're getting thus far, if I'm not quite mistaken, is predominantly Russian video, Russian telegram, Russian photography, and Russian speculation, and a few people who try to picture together from that speculation what could possibly be happening. But we have, fortunately, very little, if anything, from the Ukrainian side, correct?
correct. All we hear from Hannah Mylar is that she's been listening to good news. So that's very descriptive there.
I like that woman. Every day a little bit better.
Yeah, she's pretty amazing. Chris, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mockers, that me personally, I am just watching Top Mac on Twitter. I've not looked at Telegram at all, but there's everything there from, looks like they're heading in the Top Mac direction to they'll be there soon. And I'm not necessarily believing any of it, but it's just interesting, and that's what I'm watching anyway.
Are you watching TikTok from Tokmak?
As long as he's not watching Top Gear from Tokmak, all is good.
Or you could watch TikTok from Tokmak while eating Tic Tacs.
Oh, okay, so Top Gear, TikTok, Tokmak with TikTok. Nice. Is that, what kind of, it's Dadaism, isn't it?
It's certainly something-ism. But
Well, I have no idea. But what I can tell you is that, that there is a video that's been released, a piece of drone video, and it's just a Ukrainian forces driving down a road. But the location is quite interesting. And Blahodatne? Blahodatne? Does that mean anything to you, Axel?
Blahodatne means a lot to us, yes.
Well, it appears to be not too far from there, according to sources. So, confirmed to be the east of this area, on a high ground. And, well, they appear to be moving along that area. That's all. And it's just, it's worth noting that there does appear to be good news. Talking of good news, Henichensk this morning was hit. Well, it was hit last night, and it was hit again this morning. And it would appear that this morning they hit exactly what they were after. They hit the building that the main building that had been used as a base. There is a suggestion that Saldo was in the building, and well, people are crossing their fingers that he was. According to some sources, he was taken to hospital. According to others, he's perfectly fine, but we'll see. We do like these sort of Schrodinger's mysteries, don't we? Yeah, Lukashenko, for example. According to a Belarusian gentleman this morning, there's still some concern that he's not turned up in public yet. So maybe still Schrodinger's Lukashenko there. I'm just going to retweet a video that I've seen here of an assault taking place on a trench. And I'm going to send it to my friend David Brookfield, and perhaps he can come up and tell me what he thinks of it, if he's got any ideas. Sorry, hands, for some reason, have disappeared for me. G-Man, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Mic check.
G-Man and Meta have their hands up right now.
Thank you. Go ahead, G-Man.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Just come up. Just been listening a little while to Nick's dulcet tones, and just come up to say that this is the MriyaReport. We're here 24/7 to advocate for Ukraine, and please retweet this space, share this space, and even consider donating. And there's lots of reasons why you should donate if you've got the funds, but primarily because of the eco side has been committed by Russia with the blowing up of the dam, the destruction of the dam, or the whatever you want to call it, demolition. All correct, descriptions for what happened, and the number of people, especially on the left side of the left bank of the Dnipro, are now inundated with water, sitting on the roofs, trying to, and being shelled if they try and escape. So that's as good a reason for any to want to help them. So that's all I'll say for now. I'm sitting in the car here and baking in the heat that we're having. So I'll shut up for now. Good day. Slava Gini.
Thank you very much. Mete.
Yeah, so sorry, this is of course only something I've heard, but I heard because I love the TikTok chat. from Tokmok and so on. But I heard rumors that 90 of them, the TikTok soldiers, were eliminated yesterday. But that's, of course, I can't tell you where, but somehow they joined the choir. Yeah, so that's what I had. TikToks are less now, hopefully. Thank you.
Well, we always know that when guys are really good at taking videos of them shooting at trees, they're probably not going to be the best at fighting trained forces. So, yeah, I can understand how they may have come a slight cropper. I believe they were at Makivka. I think that's the area. I recall seeing a video of one artillery round hitting relatively close by to them, and an awful lot of very fast runners. Did notice that. So, you know, maybe they are just thugs and, you know, mafiosa type, and not really cut out for what they've been sent into there. That's an awful shame for them, but at least they're, you know, receiving an education of kind. So we do have a little bit of info here, which is pretty much up to date. Was published this morning. So the Ukrainian army has begun to re-enter Bakhmut, and it is proving difficult for the Russians to continue to hold some of their positions. So that's something to keep an eye on, because I have heard inklings from Bakhmut that things are hard going, but they are moving in the correct direction. A new offensive wave appears to have been launched towards Tokmak. Well, we pretty much said that we were expecting that, considering the absolute hammering that Tokmak has taken as well over the last few days with regards to missile strikes. There was Leopards and Bradleys lost, but the crew survived. So that's the whole point of those vehicles.
And the vehicles, most of them, to the extent that we know that they actually have been hit, and we do not actually know that very well, but we do know that at least 2 Bradleys and 1 Leopard have been repaired in the field.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, it's something that even if they're made immobile, they can be collected later and repaired. So it's not, you know, it's not the disaster that it was made out to be, for sure.
Well, individually, let me just highlight one thing. We've had this discussion with Gunny and others. Individually, if there will be losses, there will have to be losses in a force-on-force conflict. Nobody expects that not to be the case. However, what we were led to believe by one of the videos may or may not have actually been the way it was portrayed. There is significant contest as to the content of one of the videos, and it being manipulated, or at least partially amended, let's put it this way. Not quite clear. It doesn't really matter, because it is still a Russian video from a Russian drone, then post-processed in Russia by Russians for the purpose of dissemination by Russians to then influence non-Russians. So let's just keep it cool for the moment. We do not know necessarily which version of what armor that was. There were indications, and yes, we've dissected this ourselves, and one of those tanks was made to look like a 2A5 Leopard. Whether that was the case, we do not know. Yes, we can see Bradleys on this. However, Bradleys in position but didn't look as if they were really firing. which led some of us to believe that the troops there, if they were involved, literally froze, which would make sense given the fact of which troop element that was supposed to be, meaning one which had been recently constituted. But we do not know, and we won't for a long time, I'd say.
Well, there's one thing that you can say is that no plan survives first contact, does it? So, you know, you can go in with as many plans and contingencies as you like, but what happens in the battlefield, maybe, you know, so some of those plans and contingencies get thrown out the window because of just how it happens. So it sounds to me as though the crew safely got out, and that's the main point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was information as well that over the last 2 days, over 30 Russian tanks, 50 artillery systems, it says here /1 battery. I don't know if there was a radar involved in the battery. 2 TOS-1A thermobaric MLSR have been destroyed. There are reports regarding only the 47th Mechanised Brigade, but there are 23 similar brigades ready to join in the action. So be aware that, you know, seeing one brigade having a bad day, you've got to remember that there's a lot more guys behind them. Aaron, you've got your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Arcus. Like Axel said, it's very hard to know what to believe from what you're seeing. You know, we had a deep fake of Putin saying if we're going to retreat this far and we have full mobilization. So whatever from some grainy footage that the Russians portray from a Orlane drone or whatever it is, and they can very easily, you know, manipulate that. And there may be some losses here and some gains there. The way I see how it's going to go is that, you know, there may be a miraculous, incredible Ukrainian advance that just beats Russia now, right? And that is actually a possibility. But the way I see it is that Europe, Australia, America, all the free nations are going to have to dig pretty deep, because they have a level of strength. Once it's broken forever, right? But there's going to be another depth that we have to go to. So this level we're going to get to now is good, and it's great, but there's another level that's going to have to come. That's like, you know, and
Yeah, you're right, Aaron. It requires more equipment, absolutely.
Yeah.
It definitely requires more equipment, more components. I'd still like to see your home country almost falling those bloody F-18s. I would like to see pretty much all the
it'll come. It'll
old
come.
tanks and APCs you can spare us, mate.
Look, like I was talking to Doman before. I was talking about how the Hawkeye have the NASAMS, and I've put on my I just retweeted. They've got their own radar systems, so that NASAM systems, they can carry 6 NASAM missiles, and they've got their own radar systems, which are pretty unique to the Australians have developed. They've developed them for on the water, but also for the Hawkeye. And because I was a bit confused. How can this Hawkeye have a radar? But they do have. There's pictures of it. If you want to have a look at my Twitter thread that I've put up, they've got their own. So having a couple of those Hawkeyes running behind those columns that we saw would have taken out that helicopter really easily. You know what I mean?
we haven't given our best technology. None of the countries have. You know what I mean? We've sort of held back a bit, and in a way, I see that what Russia's done with this dam breach, they thought that's going to stop an advance on one side, and they thought they've been a bit smart, but they're so stupid. I said earlier, a few days ago, how there was an American general that said the most tactical, strategic, worst mistake we made was Abu Ghraib. And so far, Ukraine has the higher ground and has held the higher ground, and Russia has now seceded the higher ground. Well, they never had the higher ground, but they have gone lower and lower and lower now to where Europe and America and Australia, all the free countries will not allow them to win, right? So, but it really requires the next supply, and whether that's another 100 Abrams, another 41 M1 Abrams from Australia, another 100 what they call I've noticed that the Germans have sent their martyrs. I've noticed that a lot of European countries have put in orders so to get the production lines going of RC90s or the Swedish units. So it's
CB90s.
CB90s. Notice a lot of countries have put in their orders for those, and so I really feel like it's the next year. You know what I mean? I don't see it as this push right now, because it's probably going to be a year or two war. Unless, and then, like I said, there is a chance we just
Well,
knock
Aaron,
it out. Yeah,
Aaron,
okay.
yeah, Aaron. I don't think the Ukrainians are going to be waiting that long, to be fair. In fact, right now, where was that place that you said to advise you if there was any booms there, Axel? Did it begin with an M by any chance?
Yes,
Was it Molochansk?
it's one of the two. Yes.
Tokmak, Molochansk, and the area of land between them, there has been 6 explosions. Would that mean anything to you at all? He's obviously
I'm
having to
sending
think
you a
about that.
photo. One second.
Oh, I'm excited. Hopefully it's a photo of a map. That's what I'm expecting anyway. But Tokmak again, eh? Funny, that's just coming up there. Oh, okay.
That is how important it is.
Well, in that case,
That is the first indication of a potential breach.
well, in that case, I'm very happy to confirm that Molochansk has popped up on the boom report today, and I thought that was one of the places that you mentioned previously. So yeah, that's just happened quite recently, and it does look as though there has been some movement towards Tokmak, perhaps. I think it's safe to say that your spidey senses may have been correct on that one, Axel.
The only thing I'd say to that is that's fantastic, and they may get all the way to Mariupol or wherever they've got to go, but even the Ukrainians said that it's not how far they go and where they go, but the constant supply
that they need to rid the Russians of where they are. So it's going to be a it's going to be a constant effort by all of us and all the nations to keep this going. It won't be the gear they got now. It'll be the gear they're resupplied with over a period of time, and the constant effort to make that happen.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't be going ahead with this offensive if they didn't believe that that was all in place, Aaron. You know, it's something that we've all been waiting for things like this to start happening, and during all that waiting, guess what's been happening? All that stuff that you're talking about there, that's been being put in place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the position to take the steps that they are now. Wouldn't you agree, Axel?
Absolutely. I think there's also a lot more which has been delivered than we've been told. And I'd like to see more and more images and more delivery notices of mobile anti-air defense systems such as the Gepard. And I also like to see more and more Hawk systems coming in place, because they can then replace the Gepard from where it is currently also being used to a large extent, and that is defending Ukrainian cities. And because whilst it is extremely effective, it is significantly more important and urgently needed as part of mobile air defense whilst in mixed formation going forward. You cannot advance with your tanks and your IFVs if you don't also have mobile air defense against helicopters and close air support. The Russians can fly unopposed otherwise. And that needs to occur. And fortunately, it seems that a lot of kit has been deployed in recent weeks and months. And it seems that a lot more Gepards are coming than we could have imagined. That's even better.
Yeah, I have a feeling something like that's going to make a real difference. Chris?
Sorry, Marcus, just to unlock the phone. Yeah, so I was just looking at your videos, Mockers, and were you talking about the one, the Andrew Perpetua one? Is that the one you were talking about, or the Humvee Squad one?
The three, I believe, Humvees that go flying in, and everybody
That one,
jumps
yeah.
out and clears the trench. Yeah.
Which looks very like, I don't know if you remember it, Mockers, you probably do, because you've got that a good memory, but there was I was thinking, oh, I've seen that before, because it looked very much like a video from last year. In fact, it looked very much like two videos from last year. One where the Ukrainians flew in with IFVs and did what they've done with the Humvees there, and another one where they basically went in with a tank and basically blew up the trenches and that, and then went in with the troops on foot and that. It looks very like that. It's just it's the same tactics, if you like. So you just picking up on what Axel said there, you can imagine here that they've probably sent a drone over to see what's there, and then they've said, yeah, we can take that with a couple of Humvees and and a couple of squads. I feel like looks like about 8 of them, doesn't it? There, yeah. It's interesting. It's fascinating how these videos come out.
I think they are released rather than being slipped out, as it were. I think some of them are approved for release, shall we say?
No, I'm sure that's the case. Yeah.
And yes, it is very interesting to see. I mean, I saw sorry, I saw a few maneuvers that I would say, were not what I expected, but I've also seen some really fantastic work clearing trenches. So yeah, I think, you know, as these videos come out, we'll have a lot more interesting stuff to talk about. Unfortunately, this morning we're well aware of these things happening, aren't we? In Kherson, the Russians fired artillery onto the central collection facility for hundreds of the rescued animals in the area. Now, I don't know about you, but anybody who wants to contact somebody, you know, and appeal to them on behalf of the animals, if you think that works better than appealing to them on behalf of humans, you get that done, because today they have committed yet another horrific crime. And yeah, just bringing that to light. Very nice. So as Axel heads out to his garden, so we can look at the tweeting of birds with him.
I am already here, so ready to rock and roll.
So I'm still seeing some rescue operations going ahead in Kherson, despite the fact that they've had shelling this morning. I can only say that there's an awful lot of very brave people there. Now, the Free Russia Legion have been spreading some of their own propaganda today, and this is what they're up to. I think they've been stirring this pot quite a bit. So they're talking about Prigozhin, and they're saying that Prigozhin is getting ready to take Putin's place. There are reports that some of his battalions returned from Africa, and that he stated he took Bakhmut, not Putin, and that he wants to save Belgorod, but he gets no support. So he's basically accused Putin of allowing the people in Belgorod to die. Now, I don't know what his actual, aspirations are, but I think stirring this pot is quite fun. Chris?
Yes, Mock as well. Obviously, you've upset me again for the day now, but not you, the Russians, by them firing into the animal collection point. That's just typical, isn't it? The one thing you can guarantee with the Russians, they'll always go lower than the lowest that you can imagine. And the only good news on that type of front that I heard yesterday, Mockers, was that the counter battery took their artillery out. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know, something like that. So hopefully that will happen again, and their artillery will get destroyed again.
I think that probably took place, Chris, because shortly after the artillery fire was received, a number of the people who were involved in rescuing said, okay, we've been asked to leave the area because of redacted. And so I have a feeling that was indeed a possibility of counter battery coming in. So hopefully them horrible people receive their comeuppance. That's all I can hope at this moment, because you know me, I'm a big softie for animals, and they've been through enough, and the people have been through enough. Really flipping ridiculous.
What do we know about what happened exactly at the collection point?
They shelled the animal collection point. It was particularly horrific. And that's all they wanted to say about it. Yeah, it makes me really mad as well. So there is something which I retweeted this morning, and I'm just going to pop it in the nest because this is something that the Defence of Ukraine have put out themselves today. That words matter, but actions matter. So now more than ever, it's time to choose words of truth, and it's time to do the right thing to help Ukraine in its fight against the terrorists and war criminals. And the video is quite striking that they've put out here of, you know, the rescues that they're currently in the process of, and the fact that people are using words like tragedy when it's an atrocity. The fact that, you know, it's almost like it's been treated as a natural disaster, and thoughts and prayers are not needed. If you want to help us win. And I think that is the correct way to deal with this. All of it is to redouble efforts, because goodness me, they certainly deserve to be given everything they need in order to win. And
Yeah,
you
the
know,
enemy deserves to die.
yeah, I have to agree with you on that.
Shedding connection points of humans and animals rescued is a war crime.
No, absolutely. You know, it goes on the list, doesn't it? Goes on the list. So I am trying not to depress everybody too much, but I've got to bring you the information. And you know, unfortunately, there are unpleasant things as well. And this is the sort of thing which makes me angry, makes me want to rage donate. So if you feel like you want to rage donate as well, we are indeed sending funds and assistance to the situation in Kherson. So feel free to donate to MriyaReport, and we'll make sure that they get the stuff that they need. Now, let me cheer us up with a little bit of something else. I've just popped that into the nest as well. That
I'm getting requests, mockers, for tales of woe.
I may have a tale of woe very shortly. But first, I've got something cheery, because one of the rarest animals, it's one of these that's in the Red Book. If you remember seeing one of these that was trapped in a trench, and they had to use a number of ways to get it out, because they were absolutely terrified it was going to eat their faces. And this is a baby polecat. I think they're called a marbled polecat. And it's ended up coming to some soldiers in a position. It appears that it doesn't have its mother with it. And well, they're looking after it, and they're going to be taking it to a rescue reserve. And things like this restore my hope and faith in humanity. So I just wanted to add something like that nice before I went on to a tale of woe. Now, there are a few things that our friend Chris Owicki has been highlighting recently, and well, it's getting very difficult for Russia to mobilize, and they're having problems. I know, it's a shame. However, they're still trying. So they've got to the point now where they're having to widen the scope of people that they accept, which is a level of desperation which I didn't believe. But you know what? Like Axel said a moment ago, when you think that they've gone lower, or maybe it was Chris actually. They found a new low. And here's one for you. So, the Russian government, parliament, and courts are removing an increasing number of exemptions, enabling more and more people to be mobilized. So, in the last month alone, the We Can Explain Telegram channel points out that State Duma members have passed a number of bills that suggest the government plans to mobilize more people, including removal of exemptions even for those who are sick, disabled, and those who are 65 years old. So now you can be recruited up to 65. Permitting the Russian army to recruit even the convicted of serious crimes. Nice. Removing exemptions for scientists and people with degrees, because they're the people you want to feed to the cannon. Yeah, let's just get rid of all the people who've got brains. Well, most of them hopefully have already fled, but crikey, that's a bit cheeky. A Russian Supreme Court ruling has also banned those eligible for mobilization from traveling abroad, of course, because it doesn't want them to escape. We Can Explain suggests that there may be signs of a forthcoming wave of second mobilization. Well, I'm not sure we need to be Sherlock Holmes to work that one out. However, it is equally, if not more likely, that the Russian government is pursuing this stealth mobilization strategy further, in which existing mobilization continues, but just continues to get broader in scope, gathering up any men that previously would have been exempted. And don't we know that in some areas there are whole communities complaining that they barely have any men left? And well, it's going to be it's just going to be villages full of women and little old dudes and children soon. I'm beginning to wonder where, at what point do they stop widening this scope? How much desperation does that show, Axel?
It's both. It's both desperation as well as a certain, eugenic approach. Very, very racist also towards their ethnic minorities, and targeted at emptying certain regions, quite literally. And don't forget, it's very costly for the Russians to keep up their minorities to a large extent in certain areas of Siberia. There's also a number of those minorities who for years have been asking to be treated differently, whilst the oligarchs were, for example, in Norilsk, were constantly creating one environmental disaster after another. The toxicity of the environment is massive. So getting rid of dissent and people who are in the way and who are part of a cultural minority who you actually really don't care for is something which is very typical to them. It's a certain form of their own specific, arbitrariness and view of the worth or the value of an individual and certain groups in society. And then, in addition to that, as you just said, widening the scope to include those who have been considered to be, say, for example, unruly. Just, if you were a scientist now and you were smart enough to stand and, so to say, living in your own immigration, but you're probably not the kind of guy who's complying quite neatly with what they want. This is a perfect way of getting rid of you. At the same time, if you're not, so to say, abiding or paying the racket, that's another thing. If you're not paying the bribes, whoever collects the bribes can now actually force you to the front. And therefore, you either pay him a bribe or you get to die. And where did we hear these things before? Age old, as always. in the Russian society. Nothing new under the sun. Using criminals to then kowtow and control the whole thuggish ways of their force, maximizing and optimizing the specific way of exploiting people economically and power-wise. That's exactly what they do. So it's a mixture of both continuation of their existing style and perpetuation of their way of ruling on the one hand, and slight desperation that they do not have enough troops and the opportunity to eradicate population. So it's like their propaganda. It is always multifaceted. It is also always full of, say, intended consequences and unintended consequences.
Indeed. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that the Russians are the scummiest scum you could ever think of. The only thing they do is get scummier.
I find nothing to disagree with there, Chris. Lexicon.
Yeah, hi Marcus. Hi Axel. Yeah, I just read, maybe you mentioned it already. Also, Putin, Moscow Center has taken fully under control any of those remaining sort of slightly autonomous governors or local authorities, all local authorities, directly under the control of Moscow. That means their budgets, their decisions, their appointments, everything. And this will be run directly by the mayor of Moscow, Putin's good friend. And I guess it's the person in charge of what's called the local admin authority or something. Anyway, so in case there ever was any doubt, there isn't anymore. Just saw it this morning.
As if there were ever any doubt. Thank you. Yeah, it's something that continues to be, you know, they say history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Well, it sure rhymes at the minute.
Yeah, and the good point about this is, of course, that the formal or slightly decentralized municipal or regional authority, which was derogated to local authorities over the when did they start doing this? Is that 1996 or so? They started devolving more authority and budgets to municipalities, and later on, Putin continued this in, I think, his first or second term of office, to showcase, you know, that there's more participation and whatnot, all that kind of jazz. But it had been hollowed out before, and what's happening now is just the continuity thereof. And it is essentially now, in times of crisis, in times of need to centralize control, it is the reassertion of that control which they once had. So it's pretty logical if you think about it. But good point, Lexicon.
Yeah, they were even electing provincial or oblast governors, and then it's 2011, I think, even mid-year or just in the spring, he took that back to appointments. I was in Russia in mid-central Siberia over that summer of 2011, and I was asking my hostess if what she thought of that, taking away the election of governors, and she said, "Well, nothing. Why?" And I said, "Well, it was a democratic control that you had, or a participation you could have." So I just wondered what you thought of it. She said, "Well, nothing to do with me. I don't think anything of it." She was a very smart businesswoman in her 30s or 40s. She ran a language school herself that was doing very well. Her husband was an entrepreneur who dealt in construction materials, imported and domestic, was building all sorts of new high multi-story buildings. Krasnoyarsk. Anyway, they didn't care one way or the other. So they do say a nation gets the government it deserves, perhaps.
Axel, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Is Der Spiegel a particularly reputable production?
What eagle? What?
Der Spiegel.
Oh, Der Spiegel is, yeah, it's a weekly. It's relatively well known even outside Germany because it has an English language page. It's founded by Rudolf Augstein. It is the stalwart of leftist journalism in Germany, but they do often still high quality work and research. They are significantly biased, always have been, but they have a very good set of decent reporters, and at least they follow a certain standard. They have the same infighting as every newspaper. I mean, left or right, it doesn't matter. But it's a weekly, and one would expect, given the fact that they've just been published, one would expect to see a lot more hype around that. What have they said today? Because I haven't seen anything yet.
Well, this is interesting, actually. They have published an article about the explosion of the Kakhovskaya hydroelectric power plant with the headline, "Hundreds of kilograms of TNT were the cause of the explosion." And this is in an extended interview, a chap called Ihar Sirota said, "The station was mined by the Russian military. Now that we can see the scale of the destruction and see the dam virtually split in half, there was an explosion in the middle and hundreds of kilograms of explosive would have been required. Station employees were still working at the HPP until the fall of 2022. Sometime in September, there was a report received that the Russian military were planting explosives in the lower rooms of the engine room. After deoccupation, the first thing required is to build a bridge, to dry it up, and to ask the military forensic experts to conduct an independent investigation of what has happened there. The power plant itself is completely destroyed and cannot be rebuilt." So that's what they've published today, and I would say that that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think U.S. Rota is the what is he? Is he the head of the division? I think he's the divisional head at Ukropomenago. So it's an interview with the guy who is actually in charge of that regional setup, including the Nova Kakhovka hydroelectric plant. So he's been well quoted during the week already in that regard. I think even on the evening of that day of the explosion, he was one of the people who was first trotted out by Ukrainian media for that matter, because he could provide significantly more detail as to the dam. And so it's good that they publish it, and it's good that they highlight it, that they do this as an interview. It makes also sense, because then they are not liable to make an say editorial statement, you know. As I said, they know what they're doing, but at least it's out there.
Yeah, I thought it was good to get those statements out there. I think, you know, it's a well-read publication.
Yeah, it is. It is. As weeklies go in Germany, it is sort of say that what we called here the red frame weeklies. So it's essentially the equivalent of Time and Newsweek in their heyday, say in the 1980s, still in Germany.
I have an update about Canada, but I'll go to Aaron first.
Just a question for Axel. Do you know the animal patch for the GRU?
Aaron, I can't understand you. Can you repeat that, please?
The animal patch for the GRU, the Russian security services, is the bat. Do you know the animal patch for the JUR, which is the Ukrainian services?
You're fading. Mokas, can you hear Aaron?
Yes, the GRU have a animal patch, which is a bat. But do the GUR have an animal patch, and what is it?
Animal patch.
A bat. No, an owl. Owl. It's an owl.
Well done.
Sorry. The bat is the Russian one, and the GRU has an owl.
Well done. And the only animal to hunt a bat is an owl.
I did not. I
okay.
did not understand what he. I did not understand what he said. Can you
So
repeat what
the
he
only
said?
animal that can hunt bats is an owl.
Yeah. How fitting, huh? As if they had something in mind.
Can't imagine why they would have chosen that animal. Amazing. Thanks, Aaron.
Owls are amongst the most ruthless killers in the world, and they are also pretty smart.
So we have a little announcement here
And
that Canada.
oh, I
Go on.
didn't say because of Canada, but and they hunt at night. Owls.
They typically do, yeah, exactly. Canada has now announced a new $400 million military aid package to Ukraine. This has been officially announced by the Canadian side during the visit of Prime Minister and I believe the Deputy Prime Minister as well. They were both there today. Which I think on its own is a statement, don't you agree, Axel?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Canada having the single largest Ukrainian diaspora from the times of the Soviet oppression ongoing, and then since the freedom and independence of Ukraine, still the largest group of Ukrainians outside Ukraine in one single nation, obviously has a significant input and import, both as to the coalition itself, but also in regard to culture and reconstruction and of Ukraine. So it matters a great deal, despite its relatively smaller size, but it has a massive function within the North American defense and is extremely well integrated with our American friends, despite the fact that, of course, the Americans always have to look very carefully at the northern border. You know, never know what happens and comes from the north, but still. And we would obviously hope that Canada, or when announcing such a package, would hopefully finally send more kit. And you will remember that our friends Bloke and Battle Moves and the likes for a long time have been highlighting that our Canadian friends can do a lot more in terms of capabilities, and we would hope that this is the case now. Let's see what's in the package. Anybody open the box?
What's in the box? I'll see if I can find out. Lexicon, go ahead.
I don't know what's in the box, and I don't mind them being cagey about it, but I must say that we always, if they would keep step by step, this size of box is good, because as we're 1/10 the size of the US, then if America just announced 2 billion, then our sending 4 million would be 20% rather than just 10%. So that sounds good. And also, Axel might have mentioned that our deputy prime minister is Chrystia Freeland, who is Ukrainian, a Ukrainian Canadian. But Battle Moose and company are quite right. Our procurement of fast jets has been absolutely appalling, and I don't suppose we can announce any more of them, but you would think we'd have more Leopards than just the 8 we heard about.
Also, I am hearing a little bit of information about this package. Apparently, part of this package will be the Russian AN-124 Ruslan aircraft that was confiscated by Canada. The plane will be handed over as part of a new package of military aid. Also, 10,000 artillery shells and 76 Rochelle Senator armoured cars. vehicles, armored vehicles, always useful.
Well, gee, our senators in person don't move very fast. I hope their namesake moves a lot faster.
I hope so too. But yeah, that's it's certainly something extra coming out of what's going on here. I don't know if this visit has been planned for a long time or what, but it would seem that they had plans about what they were going to ask for, and well, more armored vehicles is something that Ukraine definitely needs. Now, I've got somebody asking to come up, but I can't see their request. Axel, can you check requests for me? Oh, hello. I have a little bit more information as well. Includes 287 additional missiles and 10,000 shells, as well as the transfer of the Russian aircraft. In addition, Canada will join the coalition of F-16 fighter jets for Ukraine. I'm not sure in what way, but what would that bring to the table, Axel? Do you know? I love it when he runs away when I'm talking to him.
Boy, I'd think training.
I just had to charge the phone. Sorry, the phone was empty. I had to stick it in a charger. I apologize. So, yeah, Canada obviously can support the coalition significantly by means of weapon system training, and there's a lot the Canadians can do in terms of, say, ammunition. I think we'll be, and don't forget they can also fund it. So this is not bad at all. A lot of capability is vested there. Would of course be nicer if they could find a deal with the Americans to get rid of the remaining Canadian F-18s, but hey, I'll take it.
Well, yes, all assistance welcome. Yeah, definitely. Kerry, welcome up.
Hiya, Marcus. Sorry, I just have to get the soil off my fingers. It goes back to when we were talking earlier about bits of kit that we thought were destroyed but are not. So I picked up on Thomas Tyner's account. He was talking about an IRIS-T radar system, defense system being destroyed a couple of days ago, but then he's mentioned today that actually it is fine, it's fully operating, it's fully functioning. So that was good news, because obviously that's one of their, behind the Patriot, one of the key systems that they're going to be needing to use. Thought it was worth mentioning.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm just checking. Yeah. So Canada has CF-18 jets, not any F-16s themselves, but still, it's something that they appear to be wanting to get on board with. So I can imagine it must be training. Now I have people messaging me, so I'm just going to see if I can send out an invite. Bear with me 1 second, because I have terrible trouble seeing anything. There we go. So let's try that one. You never know who might pop up now. Apparently, not just owls catch bats. Cats do too. And well, we've seen plenty of cats, and we will see plenty more on the battlefield, I'm absolutely sure. So what I will tell you is that you can come and talk to me at any time. I only bite when I'm really hungry. And, well, I'm all right because I've had half a pizza. So,
Everyone here loves cats. I hate cats. I really hate cats. And
Aaron, you are so far away.
okay, I'll try this.
Groovy. Latin, hello there.
Hey, Markers. Thanks for the invite. Sounds like Twitter is causing you some headaches this morning, but appreciate it. Maybe I can help you out with some of that Canadian announcement. So the you mentioned being part of pilot training. So this would not be this would be, I guess, one of several countries now that has announced being part of this F-16 training program, that being a country that does not operate the F-16. And clearly what we assume that's going to entail is a lot of training of ground crew, of simulator work, potentially, although we don't have F-16 simulators. But also, I think where we could probably look at would be what we call, it's the equivalent of the American Texan 2, the T-6 Texan 2. The Royal Air Force flies the Harvard 2, and that's what we call it as well. And it's similar to what other European countries fly, an aircraft called the Pilatus PC-21. These are aircraft in the same category. They're turboprop two-seat trainers of the latest generation, glass cockpits and software that allows them to simulate, at least in terms of cockpit display, simulate some of the characteristics of several modern combat aircraft. So it really is an introduction to it. Gives the trainee pilots kind of the first taste of what it would be like to fly some of those aircraft. And I think this is where some of this is going, because we see these announcements by countries that do not fly the F-16. That said, of course, we saw during the week that the possibility of Australian F-18s is there. It could happen. If that were to go through, although Canada's really not in a position to donate F-18s, we would certainly be able to provide a lot of support to that effort, training and maintenance wise. So these are things to watch for. But the other thing to consider about Canada is that we also have very large, obviously given our geography, we have some very large training areas. I'm thinking particularly, I don't know if Battle Canoe is still with us, or whatever Battle Canoe is calling himself this week. I like Battle Canoe, by the way, that's my favorite. But I'm thinking of an area in northern Alberta around CFB, Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake, where there are regular meets of allied forces and where they can do low-level training. This could be something, remember, that can be done in conjunction. Like, there's no reason the Americans might not be able to detach F-16s to Cold Lake. That would be seamless. That's extremely easy to do. They're used to doing that. To take advantage of the training facilities there. So there's a number of ways really that this could work.
What do you think about Spain with their F-18s?
Well, Spain is, I don't know if there's been any news. The last I heard, there's been nothing that I've heard of. The last thing I remember picking up was that Prime Minister Sanchez was I think it was his last visit to Ukraine. He actually mentioned aircraft, not specifically anything, but aircraft generally, as we often hear from leaders who kind of, having their press briefing with President Zelensky, and sometimes just kind of thinking out loud, essentially, right? But then the defense minister, Margarita Robles, not long after that, definitively said, we are not sending jets to Ukraine. Okay, that's the same defense minister who also said that they weren't going to send Leopards. So we've heard this before, right? We can take it with a grain of salt. But as far as their ability to send F-18s, and I know I've talked about this before with Axel, they certainly could. They could, in terms of even in their own, within the Spanish Air Force itself, There's no immediate threat. There's occasional not hostility, but tensions with Morocco, but certainly nothing that's turned into a shooting war anytime soon, or that is at any risk of turning into that.
Andorra.
Again?
Andorra.
Andorra.
Andorra is the risk.
Oh, that's what keeps the defense minister of Spain awake at night, Axel, is that Andorran threat. But no, this is not. It can't be compared at all to Finland, which is a frontline state facing Russia now. So that puts them in a very different situation. But I think Spain could. Ultimately, it would be a political decision. They have already placed a follow-up order of Eurofighters to replace, I think, most, if not all, of their legacy F-18s. They're in excellent condition. Spain has full overhaul, modernization facilities for those aircraft. They've conducted a pretty comprehensive upgrade that brings them to exactly the same level as Australian and Canadian F-18s. So if that ends up being, but again, I'm not sure if Spain had announced that. I think they did announce that they would assist with pilot training, but again, that would be looking at what's confirmed right now, F-16s. They don't fly F-16s, so we would be looking at these advanced trainers probably as places where they can get Ukrainian pilots in the cockpit to begin getting the feel of these fourth generation fighters in terms of the cockpit layout, which is digital on these trainers, which it is also on the fourth generation aircraft. In other words, what's called the glass cockpit. We've said this before. It looks very different from the cockpit that they're used to now, which is predominantly analog gauges. It's an important transition to a more modern aircraft, and they can do that. The French can do it. The Royal Air Force can do it. Every Western Air Force can do it with these advanced turboprop trainers that get the Ukrainian pilot into a cockpit that looks and feels a lot more like the Western fighters that they will be in. So it's not an often discussed and probably not one of the more dramatic things. We tend to think of getting pilots into F-16s, but there is that transition stage that these aircraft, these smaller aircraft, can play a real role in.
Yeah, that's something that F-18s, that's something that would be very helpful. And we know a few places who have them, don't we? Latin.
Yeah, and to be clear, Spain also flies this. I mean, in the United States, Canada, let's call it the English-speaking world. For some reason, they've gone more towards the Harvard/Texan 2. In Europe, you see much more of this Swiss aircraft, the Pilatus PC-21. But like I said, they're equivalent. Spain has the PC-21. So the fact that you're dealing with primarily two airframes, two types that essentially do the same thing between all of the NATO alliance, that's gonna facilitate the training of Ukrainian pilots and getting them used to these modern cockpits. I just wanted to add, if I could, Mocker, a couple of comments about Canada, kind of big picture now that with this visit of the Prime Minister. I think that given, we have to keep in mind, anybody who considers Canada's role in supporting Ukraine militarily has to remember that, I'm not proud of this as a Canadian, and it's something we've lived with for a long time. We don't tend to take our defense very seriously, and that comes from the fact that we have a very large neighbor that we get along with. So there's no immediate threat to our sovereignty. That said, our NORAD commitment is taken fairly seriously. But the fact is that when this war, when the second phase of this war, when 2022, February 24 February, when that happened, and we had already been assisting them quite a bit on the ground with training since 2014. But when it came to supplying equipment, those of us who kind of have a sense of the Canadian military knew there's not going to be a lot to give, because, I mean, we started our Cold War peace dividend in the 1960s, and that's literally the case. And we were dragging our feet ever since then. There was a slight blip during the War on Terror when some resources things got a little better, but we've fallen quickly back into our our bad habits of, nobody's going to invade us, so who really cares? That said, some of the equipment that I think that this government has done a very good job. I've heard Battle Canoe say this before, and I agree with him that the Canadian government, with the limited resources it has done quite a bit. And those Senator vehicles that you were talking about, my understanding is that they've done quite well. They're not really a frontline vehicle. They're lighter. But apparently, my understanding is that the Ukrainians have been happy with them. So if anybody else knows more about that and the operations they've been in, but that's been a significant contribution for a country with, Canada's a country with a very small defense sector industrially. So I think we've done pretty well. And the training part of it, with training Ukrainian pilots, I hope we really are able to step up, and I think we will be able to really contribute there.
Yeah, it was the elder Trudeau who, with his rather strange householding prior to Mulvaney, created the situation which you end up now enjoying.
Sorry, Axel, did you say the previous Trudeau or the current?
The elder Trudeau contributed significantly to the attrition of the Canadian posture by simply beggar thy neighbor, piggybacking on the US, to the detriment of the wonderful Canadian Armed Forces and their own manufacturing capacities associated with them.
Yeah, he essentially pulled Canada partly out of Europe in the cut our commitment to Europe in half in the 1960s. And to be quite honest, the majority of Canadians didn't care. It wasn't a big deal. But anyways, that's that. You're right, historically, and this is part of our. I have to say that covers several governments, by the way, of different parties. It's a Canadian attribute because when you don't have an immediate threat to your sovereignty, it's very easy to just say, whatever. But yeah, we have excellent people who are very professional, and I think they have shown that in the training of ground forces from 2014 on, and I hope they're able to do the same with the Ukrainian Air Force.
Absolutely. I mean, there is no question as to the quality of the Canadian Armed Forces personnel. On the contrary, everybody is extremely happy with them. But as you just said, they were pulled out of Europe, and what they served in thereafter in the expeditionary wars, they always served with great distinction. No question. Nobody would have said anything about them. It's the politics, mate. It's the politics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was in the reserves myself briefly, and it's a constant in the Canadian military. Is the when I was in the event, just always hearing from the instructors about, this radio pack is from the Korean War, but we're going to have to. That's what you got. That's what you're going to have to use. And armored vehicles that weren't quite ready for prime time. They were more internal security vehicles than actual armored fighting vehicles. But okay, enough of that. But that said, again, with I actually give this government credit for being fairly creative with doing what it can with what it has to assist Ukraine. The broader picture is, of course, that we should have been in a much better position to contribute, but it is what it is.
But if you're not shooting down balloons anytime soon again, and you're not getting rid of your Chinese invasion of your arms sector and sciences and commerce, maybe you don't need to defend yourself. You can just leave it to the F-22 Raptors from the Americans and give away the F-18s. What do you think?
Well, I take what you're saying. Yes, I
know it's a bit. It's
will
a bit
not
cheeky,
take
it's a
anything.
bit cheeky, but
It's a
but
bit
at
cheeky.
the same
Yeah.
time, you do have
No,
a
I'm not going to take.
massive People's Republic of China invasion of your university system. You know this. I know this. Your many people who fled China haven't fled China out of good faith, and they are undermining the economy. You know this. I know this. The whole country knows it. And you should be contributing more to deterrence, and I hope you will, because Canadian soldiers are fantastic, so they should be better supported. That's the whole damn thing. But in the meantime, give away those F-18s. You don't need them. The Americans can do the job for you anyway.
They but they do not take care of our
know
airspace.
that you are, but they can if you need.
No, some people
to.
might. Some people might think.
Oh no, I would never insinuate this. There is this wonderful plan for if in an emergency you wouldn't have enough, that your airspace would be completely open and the US would take it over, and that's completely fine, and that makes sense in times of war. But other than that,
in war,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and we are of course not at war with China. We are of course not at war with Russia. No, these are all benevolent nations. We're not at war with Iran. No, not at all. They don't want to explode us. No, they just want 440 million delivered in cash, and preferably on a plane.
And by the way, while we're on the subject, a slight sidebar that we'll move from quickly, but I did want to say that while we're on the subject of North American airspace defense, this conflict in Ukraine, there was a potential effect on North America that I personally have been watching for a while. And this past week, we got a slight, well, wasn't slight. I think it's an indication that something could be happening, which is going to potentially complicate things in the future. It was this announcement that came from sources in the U.S. Defense establishment that Cuba has agreed to allow China to set up a spying facility, a listening post or something like that, on Cuban territory. Now, that I think ties in closely to what I think is going to happen eventually with Russia, regardless what happens in the conflict. I mean, especially if they are eventually kicked out of Ukrainian territory, I think that a very embittered Russia will probably be in a greater mood than ever to cause trouble over North American airspace. Their long-range aircraft have been intruders here for many decades. And I would not be surprised if something were to happen with either Cuba or Venezuela in terms of having some of those aircraft based there. Now I'm speculating, but I think that this announcement this week dangerously points in that direction, and that's something that we need to be. It could be an effect of this war that we hadn't yet considered.
Yeah, I mean, Cuba needs to be dealt with at some point in time. Cuba needs to be liberated for the Cubans from the Cubans by Cubans. Absolutely, no question. But with Venezuela, we just need to find a way to change the diet there so that people don't have to eat cats anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty bad situation. But anyways, it was good to see the Prime Minister in Ukraine, Prime Minister Trudeau. My only concern domestically is that you pointed at it to it in a moment ago. We are in the middle of a scandal, really. I think scandal is not the wrong word for it, of Chinese influence in our elections. It's appearing to be similar to what Australia went through a few years ago. It's really starting to blow open. Anyways, I won't get into all the minutia of it. Anybody who's interested in reading up, just Google it. But what I'm afraid of is that his visit, which I'm sure was planned for some time, will be taken advantage of. I'm not speaking here as a supporter. I'm not partisan at all. But I'm thinking objectively that there may be those in the opposition who may say, "Oh, you see, he's trying to deflect attention away from that," which would be a very unfortunate way of framing his support and the majority of Canadian support for Ukraine. So I hope that does not get politicized too heavily. Let's take it for what it is. He's there representing the majority of Canadians who support Ukraine, and let's look at the other things separately and rationally.
Yeah, see, the funny thing is I wasn't even referring to the current scandal. I was really referring to the long-term undermining and infiltration, which is the same form as you just indicated. Iran and Venezuela, Russians and the Chinese now in in Cuba and the likes. So this will continue. This is what they do. But we can fend this off by, say, opening proper, sensible channels to convince those nations to actually work with us. Or, if need be, fund the opposition. If need be, in terms of Venezuela, help the Colombians deal with that threat appropriately. There's always a way.
If you want something enough, you'll find a way. Mette.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Axel. My question is really for Latin. You know, I guess thinking about, Canada being sort of in the same, what do you call it, level but in the world as Finland. And, we have this Arctic situation. And of course, US has Alaska and so on. And this starts to sort of is it China who is coming from the south, or is it Russia who is coming from the north, or which one is coming from which side? We don't know. So we need to sort of hold on to this good combination of nations. And but I was really thinking about F-18s. And Canada is flying them, right? But you have the same situation as in Finland. You can't give what you can't replace yet. But training-wise, Canada, you said that you have some really good simulators. Can you train like if you have 8 F-18s, the planes, and these simulators? Can you train Ukrainian pilots for both aircrafts at the same time, so that they sort of learn? Because I understand that they are not so different once you get the hold of it, the one and then you get the other one. How do you see that? Because I don't think Finland can, train all the pilots for the Australian fleet if we get it to Ukraine. How do you see that?
Well, in terms of simulators, we don't have, we would only have F-18 simulators. Now, how useful F-18 simulator or F-18 flight time on the actual aircraft, how useful that would be for the Ukrainians right now with what we know, which is that they're only getting F-16s, I'm not sure. It might help somewhat in getting them used to a modern Western cockpit. Could be useful, maybe. I would lean still more towards the use of the advanced trainers, those aircraft I was referring to before, which they're not fighters, they're turboprop trainers that have very advanced cockpits. Otherwise, I think that it all changes if F-18s from Australia become a real possibility. If we see further progress there, then Canada will be able to play a very direct role. But as far as F-16, I would guess limited to probably the use of training aircraft to get them used to those Western type cockpits.
Thank you. But, I think because this was announced that Canada will be doing some training, I think it means that the Australian F-18s are coming. I hope they're coming soon. Thanks.
Latin, there is a mention of Ottawa with regards to the F-16 training. Is that the place you were thinking of?
Do you have that in front of you, Mockers? I wouldn't mind. I haven't had a chance to read any of that yet. I'm interested in the wording.
Yeah, let me just bring it back up. So this is the Ukrainian press release with regards to the Canadian pledge. So I'll just skip past the bit about the rest of the aid package. In addition, they'll be extending Operation Unifier till 2026. Here we go. Ottawa will also participate in the training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighters and help maintain these aircraft.
Well, I have a feeling that is simply a reference to the federal government as opposed to a specific location. There is no fast jet training in Ottawa. Canada has 2 fast jet bases, Bagotville, Quebec, and Cold Lake, Alberta, with detachments, with potential for detachments at forward operating bases further north. I believe there may be one on the west coast. But those are the 2 primary hubs of fast jet operations in Canada, Quebec and Alberta provinces. So I think that's probably a reference to the federal government's intention to do this. But I would emphasize that both Bagotville and Cold Lake, Alberta, being relatively remote areas, and they have a lot of airspace up there for training, could be very valuable for a potential detachment of really any NATO F-16 deployment to train from there. And that, again, would be relatively seamless because NATO air forces and the United States Air Force and the Navy regularly fly out of not so much Bagotville, but Cold Lake especially. They do training there. These are things that are ongoing. So the idea of NATO combat aircraft being deployed to a place like Cold Lake to train is very routine and would be very easy to arrange. Wouldn't be surprised if that's part of where this is going.
Okay, I have a note from a listener here. The CAE, do you know who they are?
CAE, I believe they are the experimental kind of development wing branch of the RCAF.
No, it was just a suggestion that the CAE may be able to contribute to F-16 simulators. And their headquarters is in Ottawa, just for notice.
Well, it sounds like whoever said that may know more about it than I do. If they want to share that, please do. I really don't know much about that particular branch of the RCAF, to be honest, because they're not really, they're not really a flying unit. So, but they do some important work, development work. So maybe they have simulator facilities that could help with this. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe they're a private company that deal with simulators as part of what they do. So they're just something that's been brought up there. So I'll get them to message you with that information. Because you never know. Apparently, they've done work for the military with regards to simulators. So it's just a possibility that there might be some involvement there. Axel, have you heard about Kazakhstan?
I've been there, but I know it. But sorry, tell me more about it.
You've heard of it, yes. Well, today the Kazakhstan president, Tokayev, will not be attending the annual economic forum in Russia next week, he's announced. No comment was made on the reason for his refusal to participate, but it would appear that the relationship between Kazakhstan and the Russian Federation is not as friendly as it used to be. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Just something that I came across and I thought was quite interesting, that he's not going to be turning up. It's a bit of a snub, I feel. Martin, welcome.
Thank you, Markers. Axel, good morning as well from Winnipeg, Manitoba, on a beautiful, sunny, late spring day. Just regarding Cuba, there was an item on CBC News 2 or 3 days ago that apparently, well, not apparently, that Wagner, those horrible mercenaries, those war criminals, those genocidists, let's call them what they are recruiting from the Cuban military now. I'm surprised that hasn't gotten more play, but there was definitely an item, I saw it on CBC National News 2 or 3 days ago. So I wanted to bring that into the conversation as well. And Slava Ukraini, of course. And just about bats, if I may, hawks also predate on bats. There's a cave in Texas Bracken Cave outside, I believe, San Antonio. It's, I think it's a national, part of a national park or a national preserve. And I've seen documentaries about it. And there's 20 million bats that live in that cave, breed in that cave. And when they come out at night, yeah, it's Bracken Cave. And when they come out at night, they're Mexican free-tailed bats. That's the species. There's always predators like hawks that are waiting to grab an errant bat. So I just wanted to bring that into the mix. And speaking of bats, as a journalist, I once climbed into a cage here in Manitoba in an area called the Interlake region with some bat researchers that housed 10,000 little brown bats. That's the name of the species. It was an awesome experience. And their sonar system that they have, or the echolocation system that bats use to navigate the world, is amazing actually to see how it works, because as the researchers were taking various bats to band them and weigh them and just check on their general health and the status of the health of those bats, and they were flying about, they would just sort of zoom over your head as you're in this very confined area in the cave just miss you by inches. It was quite an extraordinary experience. I really was impressed and amazed, and felt very privileged to have been part of that team in that cave in the Interlake region here in Manitoba. So I'll quit blabbing and just say Slava Ukraini, Axel Mockers, and everyone else, please retweet this site, the indispensable source of accurate, ongoing information about Russia's genocidal war of aggression against Ukraine, a war which Russia will lose badly, and Ukraine will become the free, independent, and democratic state that it was and will continue to be in the future in an enhanced way as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Always a pleasure. Let me see. Seem to have. I might be able to see some people are waiting to speak now. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mockers. Just in response to what Martin was saying, actually, he mentioned hawks. that triggered my memory. I can't believe that I forgot to mention, in terms of Canada being able to help with training of Ukrainian pilots, a little aircraft called the Hawk, the BAE Hawk. It's the exact same advanced jet trainer that the Royal Air Force and the Royal Australian Air Force fly. So it's a step above these turboprop trainers that I was mentioning. Also have similar modern Western cockpits, and almost for sure that those aircraft would also be. I think it's a good bet that any serious involvement in training Ukrainian pilots would involve these aircraft as well. Another Canadian capability. As far as Wagner in Cuba, in a way that doesn't really surprise me. The Cuban military has really withered in the last 2 decades or so. They're a real shadow of their Cold War, what they were in the Cold War, and the fact that they may have professionals within that, people with a lot of experience that are probably suffering economically right now, and might be enticed by money. I think this is primarily about money. But what does it say about Wagner and their ability to get Russians to fight in this supposed holy war against Nazis? What does it say that they have to go to the other side of the world to try and find people? It probably says a lot.
I think you make a good point there. Sir Goldman, welcome.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Latin. So the other organization that someone else mentioned, the Mockers, you said that there were like the research and development wing of the military. Is that what you said?
They're a private company.
Yeah, I might have misspoke there, Coleman. I mean, they're, because I forget the acronym now. I don't have it on the top of my head, and I'm driving. Of the research element of the research and development element of the RCAF,
Okay.
CAE. That
Yeah.
kind of confused me, but yeah, that person may have been referring to a private company. I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure.
Well, the reason I ask it, and it doesn't really matter if it's private or if it's related, you know, if it's somehow linked to the military. So in my world, in the engineering world, we have developmental simulators, right? A dome that we facilitated to put multiple cockpits in and fly multiple aircraft in the simulator. So it's relatively easy in that system because it's set up that way, you know, to build up a cockpit with the inceptors and displays, to port the flight model into the computers that are running the simulator, and then turn it into a new aircraft simulator. You know, in the developmental organization, it wouldn't surprise me that they have that versus a dedicated simulator, which is what you would sell the military. That could fill a role of you know, building up quickly an F-16 simulator if they had something like that. I'm used to that. I've done that. You know, I mean, I've done that in my career a couple times where work on a new aircraft and then put it into our sim, you know, with a new flight model and a new cab with the inceptors and the displays, and there you go. You have a simulator. It's not 100% the kind that you would give the military, because it's not usually, the flight model isn't, everything's not certified per se, but it's 95% of what you need to understand how to fly the aircraft, and that's an important part of the training, because you know they aren't serial things that, you know, before the pilot goes out and flies every day, he will probably fly that same sortie in the simulator multiple times, and then come back and maybe even play back his flight in the simulator to see what he did wrong or what he did right. So it's an iterative process between the simulator and the flight, and especially early on, every sortie that he flies in training will be flown multiple times in the simulator first. So there's no surprises in it. So, but I would look into that to see what type of simulation capability they have, and whether they might have a developmental type simulator that could be easily converted to an F-16. To me, that if they have something set up for that, it shouldn't take very long to do that.
So I have a bit more information, Zagolman, about this company. I've been trying to get the speaker up for a while, but it's not working for some reason. CAE is a public traded Canadian company.
I'm familiar with them. Yep.
We're one of the largest aviation simulator developers in the world, and they are based in Ottawa. It's just with Ottawa being mentioned specifically. In fact, here he is now.
I would bet that CAE has a developmental simulator that they work on their flight models before they port them over to a permanent simulator. I would bet my paycheck on it.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, mockers. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Double D. I was originally asking the question to Latin. I'm a Canadian, and I've worked with CAE. I've sold IT stuff to them before, so I have a bit of knowledge. They're a publicly traded corporation based out of Ottawa. They have cohabitation or co-location in a lot of Canadian military bases for sure, and I believe a lot of U.S. bases. And so in addition to civil aviation, they do a lot of military aviation, which they're less verbose about on their website. I would bet a pretty penny that they have developed the F-16 simulator for the U.S. military and perhaps some of the other countries that are flying it. And so that was the genesis of my question, is if you were familiar with this company and with all the different export grants and all the other goodies that we pull out of our pockets, if perhaps that was going to be our contribution. I know we don't fly the F-16, but CAE does a lot of full-on simulator as well as service and maintenance training type simulation.
It absolutely wouldn't surprise me if CAE. I know them very well. Wouldn't surprise me that they were the developer of the simulator or one of them.
Well, so I guess, and I'll ask this question and then I'll drop down and listen. But it's that, you know, Canada would not have bought this, but I strongly believe that CAE has already developed this, and so it's in their product inventory. I don't know if these things, the actual physical simulators, take time to build, or I have no idea about that process. But if
they do,
if they have it in their catalog, they would potentially be able to deploy F-16 flight simulators and perhaps maintenance simulators relatively quickly if that's what this investment is going to. And I was just raising it for consultation.
Yeah, that's a longer term commitment, but I'm sure they have a developmental simulator resident in the facility that they could use for some sort of training. I would bet that they have something more permanent, but something that they could probably maybe offer to make available. It would take a year or so from scratch at least to build a brand new simulator.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they're you got to get the electronics. Yeah, depends on how sophisticated you want to make it, because there are different levels of sophistication. But you're essentially buying the cockpit of the aircraft, right? So you have to get, you know, all the relative.
Right, but if they've done this before, wouldn't this be more of an assembly issue than a
Sure.
R&D?
Well, you got to buy them. You got to buy them and build them and assemble it. Yeah, it'd be a 3-year process if you developed it from scratch.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I'll drop down now. Awesome conversation.
Because there's a lot of software involved. There's, you know what I mean? It's a high software intensive job building a simulator. The physical build isn't the hard part, to be honest with you, because you get the benefit of the aircraft being designed. So all you're doing is buying kind of extra displays and extra inceptors, extra seats. The hard part is the software that allows it to interface with the virtual world. But I would bet they have it. If they develop the simulator, they certainly have a developmental simulator that they could probably have people on site use.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Latin.
Well, thanks, Goldman. This is really interesting. This is something I didn't know much about, and I've learned a lot here. That sounds like that could definitely be part of the Canadian contribution. I still think that in addition to that possibility, these advanced trainers that can simulate elements of a particular aircraft, like an F-16, I think that's still something to keep an eye on. That might be part of this. The big picture of this too is that in the last week or so, it started to look as though this initial F-16 delivery to Ukraine may end up being a little bit bigger than at least I had at first thought. It's starting to go in that direction, because I had originally been thinking probably 50, optimistically 70 aircraft. And I know that our friend Alex has done some very good number crunching, and other sources that I've read that seem to indicate that could actually be closer to 100. And President Zelensky seemed to have reflected that this week when he mentioned significant numbers, is what he said at some point this week. Significant numbers of F-16s will be transferred from NATO. So, you know, that could be that it's pushing all of the alliance to, including countries like Canada that do not operate the F-16, to find creative ways to contribute to that training. So this could all be part of what we're seeing.
Yeah, they need 96 F-16s to make this worthwhile.
Axel, you mean 96 in the? I mean, I'm not sure if long term. I go with Colonel Jeff's 200
Oh
aircraft.
yeah, no, long term,
Right?
no
You
question.
mean
but
more
they-
like?
No, I agree. Of course, to cover the whole country, you need anywhere between 280 and 350 combat aircraft, no question. But in order to make a dent now, you'd want to have 96 at least.
Right. First phase.
Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask regarding the Wagner thing in Cuba. It says, I read the CBC article, it says that they're going to be sending instructors to Belarus to train Russian novices. What does what do we know of the level of preparation of the Cuban military? Because it doesn't seem that awesome on paper, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm so sorry, Laughing Tommy. Were you asking a question of somebody particularly on the panel there?
Anybody with knowledge of the matter, really.
Latin?
Yeah, I can probably help with that a little bit. It's kind of a mixed picture. The Cuban military saw quite a bit of combat in the 1980s, primarily in southern Africa. They saw combat in Angola against the South African military. I think Southwest Africa as well, or what's now Namibia. Again, against the South African military, which is a very effective military. Um, but now some of those veterans would be getting a little bit old now. I'm not sure if it would involve some of them, but they certainly would have been able to. As far as I know, that's Cuba's last military or combat experience, and though it was significant, it was Air Force and Army. I think primarily, Laughing Tommy, this is primarily about money. There's a lot of people in the Cuban military that are not doing so good right now. The country is a disaster right now economically. The COVID crisis hit them tremendously hard because of the way it hit the tourism sector, which they have not yet recovered from, and it was already precarious before that. So I suspect this is about the Russians simply moving in and realizing. I really don't believe that this is about Cuban veterans or current military who want to help their brother Russians. I mean, I don't know what kind of connection, the old Cold War connection to Russia. I don't think any of that, all of that is BS. This is about money. Somebody's being offered money to go and help out with training, and that's probably, if it's happening, that's probably what's happening.
Tommy?
Yeah, so I'm looking at what kind of material they have, and maybe I don't know, I looked at them a while ago and wasn't particularly impressed, but now that Russia has gone continuously back in time equipment-wise, they seem to have a whole bunch of T-55s, T-62s. I don't know how willing they would be to part with them. There's also a bunch of BTR-50s and 60s, about 1,000 of them. So maybe Russia would be willing to buy back some of that stuff, especially there's 400 T-62s. I don't know. Because
I had actually been looking for something like that from early on. Hang on for a second. Be right with you.
Yeah, so I don't know. It seems to be a pretty mixed bag of.
Sorry, Laughing. Somebody was me. I got to go in a minute, but yeah, this is something that I had looked at from the beginning of the war. I thought, could Cuba be in a position to, certainly ideologically, politically, they would be willing to do it. Their Air Force is essentially junk. They have very little flying equipment. It provides something that might. No, they don't have any of the Sukhois or the modern aircraft that the Russians are flying. On the Army side, yeah, some of that equipment you mentioned, given that the Russians are deploying things like T-62s, could be something that the Cuban government might be willing to look at, because they can make some money off it, and whatever else they can gain from it. But I suppose if that were to happen, done in a very clandestine way, I've seen no indication yet that it actually happen. You never know.
Yeah, because they're putting up some Bulgarian numbers. They have like 800 BTR-60s,
Oh, the
April.
Cold War Cuban military was massive. Remember, they were preparing for the imminent invasion from the United States in their doctrine. So and the Soviets gave them tons of equipment. So they had lots.
Yeah, my point is what the real threat calculus is, because I don't really believe they still think the US would invade, and you don't need that much equipment to suppress your population, so maybe they'd be willing to sell back some of this stuff to Russia, or maybe even donate it. I don't know. Just thinking out loud, I guess.
No, I'm with you. I think from the beginning that has been a real possibility. And it would not surprise me in the slightest if someday news were to turn up of equipment from Cuba turning up in Ukraine. It would not surprise me in the least. But we have not seen any evidence of it yet.
Thank you very much. Axel, are you there, my friend?
I am there. I'm just selecting a pump filter. Sorry, how can I help?
Enjoy selecting your pump filter. Well, we've had some statements out of Kherson this morning. Some information coming out from the Russian. I believe they stated 8 people have. There we go.
Sorry, Marcus, I received a call at the same time.
No problem. So Russia has officially stated 8 people have died in the occupied part of Kherson. However, the reality would appear to be different. There is a local medic, Vladimir Shlonsky, and he's saying 90 plus people in Aleshki alone. So that's something to continue to keep in mind, that this is still going on. It's not something that's that should be falling out of the news. So Russia has refused to rescue anybody that they deem not to have a Russian passport, which is undoubtedly a crime. And of course, there's a concern of disease now with a number of deceased in the water, including animals, of course. The UN has stated that 700,000 people are without drinking water. Some of Ukraine's most fertile lands will no longer be what they were for at least 1 to 2 years. This will cause food shortages, especially in Africa. Until a new Nova Kakhovka dam can be constructed, farming lands upstream are also reduced, and none of that can start until the left bank of the river is deoccupied. Russian troops have largely fled from some areas, and Ukraine has been forced to move some soldiers to police the Kherson region. Drones for the war have also needed to be recommissioned for the rescue effort. So in that alone, the flood is only assisting Russia. Also, it helps them to be extra cruel. Now, there was word this morning of 1 or 2 big explosions in Simferopol. One said to be near the railway station. However, there's no proof of this that's come about as yet. The only thing we've heard is Russia, out of the blue, announced that they'd taken down 2 missiles earlier today. So I can only suggest that, we still need to wait for more information about that. However, the fact that they came out and said they shot down 2 missiles, it's a bit sus. just a bit sus. So I think something has happened. Now in Crimea, they've also been preparing bomb shelters. Would you believe? Inspections took place today of the tunnels and caves at Quarantine Bay in Sevastopol to check on their suitability as bomb shelters. And I can tell you now that these places need some cleaning out if they're going to use them as bomb shelters. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. We've seen the state of everything else they leave behind, so maybe not. There are also reports that some of the officials on Crimea are deciding to have a little holiday somewhere, leaving the peninsula. Larger queues than usual have been building both ways at the Crimean Bridge. Now, this may be because they're slowing down traffic even further with extra checks, or it may mean something else. So we know Justin Trudeau has been in Kyiv today. Oh, sorry, have I just muted everybody? My apologies. And we're still getting full details about that package, which Ioana might have for us, actually. But I will go to Laughing Tommy first.
Marcus, did you say that they're not evacuating people who don't have Russian passports?
Correct.
Well, I, for one, am looking forward to the ZSU or SBU or the GUR catching up to the 205th Motor Rifle Brigade. Those were the guys that blew up the dam, supposedly. Anyway, I'm going to have to cool off now for a bit because I might break something. Anyway, bye.
I understand that feeling, Laughing Tommy. Ioana, you popped up. Did you have something for us?
Yes, I was listening to you, and I don't think that we realize the size of this catastrophe, because what Russians did, it is a catastrophe. And as you said, UN estimated the number of people affected to several 100,000 people. There are a lot of houses, villages, other type of settlements. So it is almost like weapon of mass destruction. And as you said, let's suppose it's not a war and something like this happens. You can use boats, you can use helicopters, you can organize to evacuate the people, to take the measures to try to stop the dam. There are solutions, technical solutions like coffer dams or something like this. So you can act, you can do something to limit the effects of what is happening. But there is a war, and not only there is a war, but the Russians are targeting with artillery the people that are evacuating, are not letting people to evacuate themselves. That's beyond comprehension. And I've seen there was a woman, a UN official in the region of Kherson, and she has seen with her own eyes that the Russians are bombing the evacuation. And I'm wondering when are they going to do something at the level of UN, because it's Russia is a country that does not respect anything in that UN chart, so they should be out. They really should be out. There must be something for a country that behaves in such a way to just be excluded, because it's the decisions that could be taken at the level of UN to help Ukraine will be stuck in the Security Council because Russia has a veto right. And that's the paradigm in which we live. And I just wanted to add something about, you talked about the lands and what's happening in Ukraine, what will be happening in the next few years, probably because of these floods, extensive floods, and also in the Black Sea. Let's not forget that all that water will arrive in the Black Sea. I was reading, there is a phenomenon, it's called eutrophication. It's when you have too much nutrients in the water. It seems strange, but it's happening, and all that water is washing over the fertile lands, over the agricultural lands in Ukraine. On some of them, fertilizers are used, and those fertilizers are now in the water, and they will affect the water for the long time, in the rivers, in the ponds, in the lakes, in the Black Sea. Because of those fertilizers, there are certain types of algae that will develop, less oxygen in the water, less biodiversity, and so on. So it may be long-term effects. There may be long-term effects from this. And also you can act if you have access, and if you have like a possibility to just go in that area and do the right thing. But Ukraine cannot on the left bank, and even on the right, they are under the constant risk of artillery in certain areas at least. So yeah, let's hope that the counteroffensive will be successful soon, because this may help to limit the disaster. I don't know if it makes sense what I said, but it's really, really very sad. And the size in space, like on land, and in time, I think we don't see that right now entirely.
Thank you, Ioana. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion before about the UN. Don't expect the UN to do anything. The UN is designed not to do anything about this. The Soviet Union was a founder member. We just all need, I think, to do our stages of grief for whatever our internal model was of what the UN could do, of what we were told at school about the UN. And just forget it in terms of keeping peace. I'm sure that some of the institutions of the UN are probably worth preserving, but we don't expect the UN to fix this. It can't by design. By design, it cannot fix this in the same way that it didn't fix Hungary in 1956, it didn't fix Czechoslovakia in 1968, and it didn't fix Afghanistan in 1979. This is just continuation of the same process. In terms of the floods, I don't think that we will see anything more coming out of Western media or capitals, apart perhaps from perhaps there'll be features in the news magazines. But I'm afraid to say I don't think the West will do very much unless large numbers of dead bodies start to turn up. And we don't at the moment, I think, have any real indication of what the casualties are. But I am afraid that the problem we have is that we've already people discount the deaths now. If a village is liberated tomorrow by Ukraine and 30 people out of, I don't know, the 90 people in the village, 30 people are found to have been murdered by the Russians, that won't move public opinion very much, because it's just more of the same. And that's because of the way people work and the way media works, but the media reflect what people want to pay attention to. So I don't think that very much is going to happen on this unless we see deaths in the many hundreds, if not the thousands, because it's not going to be news. The West will say, well, we are already doing something about that, and it won't be seen as a qualitative escalation. And the environmental disaster, all the effects you talked about, Ioana, on the farmland, will not register. It's not something to which governments will consider military force to be a proportional response, and it's not something to which the general public will generate enough outrage for. I would love all of this to be different. I would love to be wrong on this, but I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, and I don't want to say it. So, and it's there just isn't the people who are on our side are on our side. The people who are not yet on our side, the people for whom the war in Ukraine is just another item on the news, are not going to see this, I think, as a big deal. Again, that's not my position, but I think it's the position that people have, and I think it's the realistic position. And we can make a lot of noise about it, but I just don't think this is going to register because it's a long way away. It's a big pool of water. It looks quite peaceful if you take, the aerial view. You can't see the damage. You can only see the water. If that means if that sort of makes sense. So, if I show you a picture of a house floating by, is that Ukraine or is that last year in Sydney when they had flash floods? People see floods on TV all the time and they kind of forget about it, and then a year later they look at Sydney in the news and it seems fairly dry. So people have an immense capacity to discount that, and I don't think that this incident is going to convert all that many people, whatever we would like. And yeah, the UN is not going to do anything, but I haven't expected the UN to do anything for for quite some time. The only language that Russia understands is kinetic force, and not having any friends doesn't worry them. They just invent their own imaginary friends. So the only language they understand is kinetic force. And even if the UN was functioning as advertised, the UN does not have a mandate to use kinetic force. Let alone the fact that it doesn't function as advertised. But the UN is not prepared to send drones in to bomb the Kremlin. We need the Russian resistance or Ukraine to do that. So, I think we need to just sort of move the UN out of our vocabulary. Not worry about it. I didn't worry when Russia became president of the UN Security Council. So what? So what? I've stopped thinking about the UN.
Well, it certainly proved that alone. It certainly proved that there was a whole lot of ineffective going on there.
Yeah, I mean, but I think the thing is, it's difficult to accept that. We grew up with the UN. When you and I were at school, mockers, we heard about the United Nations. It was it was something you learned about in elementary school. I think, the countries get together and say there's going to be no more war. Hooray, hooray, hooray. And we sort of overlooked as we got older, or a little bit older, some of the things that were going on. But I don't think I was asking where the UN was in 1979. I am now. And I think none of us likes to have been fooled. And I think we were just fooled by our own leaders, we were fooled into believing that an organization co-founded by Joseph Stalin was going to ever be our friend when push came to shove. Not going to happen.
Yeah, you can got a point there. Ivana?
Yeah, nothing. I have seen a meme about United Nations, United Nothing. Yeah, I have so many points, so mockers stop me if I talk too much. First of all, I think responsibility should be established very clearly. And I think we have all the elements. Maybe it takes a few more days, but I think it should be established a responsibility, because from that there would be a possibility to claim the damages for this. Besides the means, motives, and opportunity, and only Russia had the means, the motives, and the opportunities, we can see the after effects and the statements that they are doing after fact. For example, they try to diminish everything, to say, well, yeah, it's not big deal, everything is under control. Today, I even saw some claims by the Russians that they did evacuate their soldiers from the region. Why did they evacuate the soldiers if it wasn't them? If they didn't knew that something like this will happen? So they are just stumbling upon their own claims about this. So yeah, I think a responsibility should be established by someone, by international court, somewhere in order to bring Russia to justice because of this. And then it's not just Ukraine. Probably it will arrive in Romania, maybe even Bulgaria. We don't know for sure. It's just speculation at this moment because of the morphology of the topography of the terrain. Maybe this debris and a lot of the alluvions will stop in Primorsky area. We don't know, but they may be brought by the currents into Romania, and the northern coast of Romania is the delta. It's the largest biodiversity reservation in Europe, an immense reservation with almost, it's hard to describe, but there are hundreds of species of birds and fish and flowers and everything you want, all kind of animals. And it's a system that is very, it lives in some kind of osmosis. Let's say the waters from the Danube go into sea, but sometimes the sea goes into the channels. The water is not salty, but it's not really like river water. So it's a very special system, and it will be affected by this. And it's not just alluvions and not just like furniture. There would be chemicals, there would be oil spills. Already we know, or at least there were claims that there were like 150 tons of oil that were dumped into the waters because of the explosion and so on. I don't know if this is true, but it's very likely. And for oil, for example, to take it out of the water, you have to take it very quick before it disperses, because after that it's very hard to take it out, and all the fauna there and even the flora, all the animals and plants will suffer from this. So if this arrives to Romania, if this arrives to Bulgaria, there will be two other countries that will claim that the nature, the ecosystem was affected by this. And of course, I don't want this, of course, but I want some other voices to be there with Ukraine and say Russia did it, and Russia should pay for it, and Russia is a terrorist state. And I had more, but I got emotional, so I maybe stop for a little.
There's a very important point in there, Joanna, and that is that the toxicity released from the breaking of the dam and the massive amount of water curling through, we do not know yet how bad it will be, given the fact that we do not know how deep the dam is broken, how quick, therefore, the water flooded through it. The stream capacity, I mean, obviously we know a bit already, and we have some indications, and there is already a few technical assessments by the operator already. However, we cannot know what out of the areas once very slowly flooded after they had been entombed, respectively closed up, meaning mining shafts, old overflow ponds, where there's cadmium, mercury, and the likes in those mines, whether now that the dam has broken and a massive stream literally has swirled up the areas once flooded in the basin, we do not know what has been released, what will be flowing through. Of course, this will be measured as soon as the Ukrainians have the capacity to have boats and take tests and the likes. We can measure that. They can measure part of it already along the line of contact, quite literally, because the river still is the line of contact there. So this is difficult, and it will continue to be difficult, but we will be able to measure this, and therefore we will be able to see it. And as we can already see now, the images of debris having come to Odessa, it will go all the way down, as you quite rightly said, to the area or the Bessarabian biodiversity area, the delta. It will pollute part of the Romanian coast. And depending on the amount of mercury and cadmium and the likes heavy metals released into the stream, we will and we will see how much of that will spill into the Black Sea. And the Black Sea has a certain amount of depth. It already has had its say a certain amount of massive disasters over the past hundreds of years in one or the other form, and human intervention into all of this and industrialization has had its impact. But
you won't be able to fish anywhere in the northern part or alongside where the stream goes down to the Bosphorus easily and safely for quite some time. And that the international community can already now assess, that it can already state, because this is an international waterway, and it's something where even the Turks can make claim if they so want, if they ever were to want anything sensible in that regard, these bastards. Meaning, yes, I mean you, my Turkish friends, who haven't yet quite done the work of convincing the Caliph that he, in his wisdom, also has a need to, well, protect and preserve the environment of Turkey and its coastlines and its fishing fleet. So there is a lot of work to be done. And you're absolutely right. It is quite inciting. It is quite aggravating. Beyond all the pain, beyond all the suffering, beyond all the impact on human beings and their livelihoods and animal welfare, the whole affair of this ecocide is just absolutely bamboozling. It is beyond belief that Western media and governments are not taking this more up. They should be shouting from the bloody rooftops rather than just talking about what is equally important, meaning investment in AUKUS between Rishi Sunak and Joe Biden. Sure, no problem. But I would have wanted at that press conference the first line statement to be about exactly that. It wasn't, yet again. But we got a smile from someone who spoke as if he were Tony Blair. Rishi, yoo-hoo. Nick.
Bub. You said something.
Oh, yeah,
I heard my name.
Yeah, I said, but we got a smile from someone who was speaking as if he was Tony Blair at that time. I mean, Rishi Sunak's.
Oh no, I just made the point that Rishi Sunak's voice sounds very like Tony Blair's.
I agree.
Just his voice,
as insidious as happy evil as Tony Blair was.
Oh, I'm a bit of a fan of Tony Blair, I'm afraid. So,
I know, that's why I said it, because he definitely was not necessarily the force for good, my friend. But there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I am. Well, let's see after the weekend. Sunak, of course, has his own domestic problems at the moment, as of yesterday evening. So, but we'll wait to see what Western countries do about this. But as I say, I do not think that this. Unfortunately, I don't think the public outcry threshold to get Western governments to make a step change in their response is going to be there on the basis of what we've seen from this disaster, and that's just the way I see it. It's not what I would like to happen.
Yeah, I tend to disagree a little. I think it's already big enough. It's a matter of what kind of media, coverage we get, and if governments lead. Meaning, if a prime minister goes out there and says something, that makes a difference. And given the fact that
it was interesting.
Nothing in this regard, and I'll invite you to talk about what kind of issues he now actually has since yesterday, because it's interesting and it has an impact on how he will govern, if he governs. But the key thing is, of course, that we should see now those governments such as Norway, Sweden, Finland, the likes, who have very often highlighted their position on environmental affairs strongly. They should speak out, and I am aghast that we haven't seen anything from Finland, just because there's, of course, a transition to a new government, which will probably be even stronger in support of Ukraine and definitely more sober and solid. But still, we haven't seen anything from them. The Swedes could have said something, but have decided not to do anything. The Danes, I would have expected to be shouting from the rooftops, and the Norwegians, and there is absolutely zip, zilch, nada.
Trudeau is in Kiev today, Pierre, or Justin Trudeau, on what was obviously a visit arranged some time in advance, and Zelensky's office put out a 2-minute video showing him arriving. And there's 20 seconds of Zelensky speaking and 20 seconds of Trudeau speaking. But Trudeau said, or they included, but in any case, Trudeau basically said, "We're with you, whether it's the ongoing war or the breach of the dam. So he managed to get it in, and the Ukrainian president's office managed to leave in. So that's that's a small win. But and you'd expect Canada to be pretty interested in the whole environmental thing. So one cheer for that getting in. But I agree. Yes, it's not just it's not just the US and the UK who aren't mentioning this. Nobody's jumping up and down about it. And again, for the first day and a half, I was thinking, okay, well, we've got to see what the impact is. But now I'm afraid, I suspect, first of all, some of the momentum has gone because the actual dam blowing was the news, followed by the panic over the nuclear power plant. And now, as I say, all that most people are seeing is water, fairly, not even rushing, flooding water. And I'm afraid it just doesn't make for the kind of pictures that have an impact. And I say, unless we see hundreds of dead people or perhaps thousands of dead animals, I don't think it's going to make an impact. And I really, that tells us something about ourselves, I think, or the general public.
But that is the leadership issue, Nick. I agree with your concern, but this is the leadership issue. At points, at moments in time like these, political leadership is there to actually highlight this. That is what's missing.
I think I saw, but I think I saw Annalena Baerbock briefly say something. I mean, she is green. The Greens after all.
But she's not a leader. Sorry.
No, but if the only people saying it are Green politicians, it's not really. People are going to go, well, the Greens would say that anyway. We actually want to see the kind of politicians who are not normally known for their environmental stance saying, in effect,
right.
I know I'm not normally known for my environmental stance, but guys, what the hell? So, Baerbock said it, that's fine. You'd expect her to. Again, you can't really criticize her for saying it because you'd expect her to, but it's the people, it's the dogs that haven't barked, is it not?
Yep, absolutely.
Well put. We'll go to Lexicon.
Yeah, I think it is really important to continue, despite everything, advocacy about the dam. The fact that all of this evidence is now percolating out, and that sort of fairly mainstream magazines like Der Spiegel have chosen to headline the story that it was hundreds of tons of TNT, which is kind of not an accident. It was just there and somebody smoked. Anyway, that the fact of the deliberateness and the deliberation, the malice aforethought, is that's becoming clearer. We can usefully advocate about the responsibility and all the ways that Joanna has spoken about. And I think it's really important to link that to advocacy about the fact that time after time, this sneaks up on us. We think that Putin will not go that far. He won't do this. Starting, as I was saying yesterday, right from, no, he won't really invade. Well, he won't really invade the whole country. And of course, well, it won't be that bad. It'll be just quick. And it turned out to be torture and unspeakables. And so, yeah, he can't even remember all the other ones. But no, he wouldn't last fall. He won't blow the dam, even though the Ukrainians are shouting about it. And now
we said
he blows it.
Here, but
yeah, we said it here.
and you and I agree.
But yes, you and I definitely agree on. All I'm saying is that, yes, so I'm just trying to step up advocacy about the fact that, wow, Putin is really frustrated from his lack of success. He's enraged and he does these things. And what I want to say is, as we watch the Ukrainians drive towards Tokmak relentlessly, it's going to look unstoppable soon. and the rage and frustration of Putin is going to grow. And I think we need to link the responsibility, the deliberation of forethought of the Kakhovka Dam with the Energodar, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and to say to the world, if this man will flood and drown hundreds of thousands of people, millions of acres, he's got the last remaining tool he has in his enraged, frustrated little hands is this power plant. And the world must speak up about this power plant. I just think we need to keep speaking about it and rallying people to some, try to write some coherent messages to share, because the only people who are going to deny that are the Russians. Ukraine will not deny this. We cannot expect leadership from the UN, from the IAEA. We just need to kind of lead and call on our leaders to lead ourselves. And by the way, I was just talking last night about how you've got whole outfits like the Rand Corporation and the bloody Samuel Shalhoub, who is just beating a gong constantly for the unwinnable war, and we need to start negotiating, and the US has to devote a full-time peace negotiator and that shit. And he's got less and less to stand on. His assertions about Ukraine are now more and more, they're on shakier and shakier ground, but nonetheless, foreign affairs keeps sending his stories around the world. So I think the need for our accuracy, for our advocacy, which is accurate advocacy, is crying out, and we need to stay on it. I think it's really important.
Yeah, it's also important to note, though, that Russia have also been blowing other dams, smaller ones, but releasing water from dammed ponds for over a week now. And it's possible that this is a desperate turn and run kind of motion, although they forgot to tell some of their soldiers to run, I think, which is not unexpected, I suppose. Mette, go ahead.
Thank you, mockers. I thought I wouldn't, comment anymore, but I'm so disappointed in my own Finnish government. As Axel said, I'm so disappointed. Finland should have, if anyone, we are so worried about our forests, our lakes, our everything, and we are having this very green political status, and again, along with the other Nordics. But I think this problem has something to do with that Rishi Sunak and Joe Biden, they met, and the whole political world was sort of holding their breath. What will they say? What will they say? And then it was like poof. It was like a okay, we just handle this as a natural catastrophe where we can't help because they are shelling every rescuer. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. We have to have leaders that have stamina to say that this is not okay. It's not okay to destroy Black Sea for the next 10 years. It's not okay to destroy half of the world, sort of, and get away with it. And just it's 50,000 dolphins. Uh, it's so terrific, and our politicians have to take a stance on this. There has to be something. Actually, for lexicon, EAIE, did I say it right? Rossi, this nuclear. They are the only organization that said that they are going to do something, but they didn't have this practical, of explaining what. Israel has condemned it, and the European Council has condemned it, but UK, US, UN, nothing really. Just like it's a shame. sort of. I'm really disappointed in our politicians, because Sanna Marin has been such a star in the Ukrainian front, and she's been quiet. Where's she now? Now when Ukraine has this natural catastrophe, I think it's so shameful. Shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Tell us how you really feel. Primus, welcome.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, mockers. Yeah, so I mean, a couple of things. I mean, with this, this dam that was blown up. I mean, the Russians have continued to blow up some other smaller dams to try to flood out some of the areas. I mean, I think as part of their defensive plan for covering their asses, they run away, kind of situation. So that's going on. So it isn't just the the Novakar-Hovga Dam, it's some others out there. So, like I said, we got to bear that in mind. This is going to happen. I mean, in a sense, it happened, around Battle Keep when they, unleashed some dams to flood up some areas too. So, I mean, it's not unusual for this war, but yeah, I mean, blowing up Novakar-Hovga Dam is not good. And I know on Russian state TV, they're talking about a big dam somewhere near Kyiv that it's still intact. That maybe Russia should just blow that up and flood out Kyiv. So, I mean, on one hand, they're denying they're doing it. On the other hand, they're on state TV talking about, well, hey, maybe we can do bigger. So, it's ridiculous at this point to think anyone but the Russians did it. So my thought on that, but also, I mean, with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, I mean, we had 6 reactors there. 5 of them are long cold at this point, and they're keeping one on to, basically help keep the lights on for the rest of the plant. And now they dropped the rods on that. They scrammed it, and it's cold now. And that's a pretty safe reactor at this point. I'm not worried about the Russians doing anything with that on here. There's not going to be another Chernobyl. Chernobyl happened because you had a reactor that was hot and then overheated and blew up, and that's not something that really can happen at this point. So it's actually not a concern in terms of like a radiological event, unless the Russians want to make like a dirty bomb or whatever. And then it's going to be very obvious that's exactly what they did, and they're not going to be able to deny that. I mean, they'll deny it anyways, but no one's going to believe it. Not even the Chinese at that point. So I'm not worried about that. I'm sure, since they seem to be in a scorched earth mood, that when they do withdraw from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and they will, probably when the place gets surrounded, and the garrison there surrenders. It's how I kind of expect it to go, but we'll see. They're probably going to destroy the turbines and some of the other controls to render it useless for a few years. But that's not going to actually impact the nuclear reactor or the nuclear fuel. So just bear that in mind. I mean, of the things I'm worried about, that nuclear power plant are actually far down the list at this point. On here. So I just want to kind of reassure everyone, I know nuclear is a big scary word, but the switch has been turned off. Basically the lead rods or whatever they're made of have been put into the reactor vessels. So I mean, it literally can't react because you have it like absorbing all the atoms, which would be pinging around to create the heat. So it should be fine. So is my thought on it. So don't worry about that. I mean, there's the offensive going on. There's this huge natural disaster in Kherson going on right now, which is, frankly, I think is a far bigger story than it should be. Well, let me rephrase that. It's a far bigger story that's not being covered like it should be. Is the best way to put that. Sorry, still early morning for me, sort of. And I mean, I don't know why this isn't on CNN, because this is like, the flooding of New Orleans after, Hurricane Katrina, except, people are shooting at the rescuers. I've never seen anything like it. And, UN and Red Cross are talking about, oh, maybe we'll go in, maybe we'll help, maybe we'll negotiate with something with Russians to help them get out. Like, no, they're not going to do it. I mean, the Russians worked very hard to kill all these people. They're not going to let you rescue them. That's the reality of it. And the only way, to really, complete the rescue operations on there is through force of arms. The Ukrainian army is going to have to carry through that area and, provide a safe corridor. This problem isn't going to go away in a couple of days. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks or so before it really clears up. And then they're going to have to take back the dam area. They're going to have to plug it and refill the reservoir. Otherwise, it could be a flood control issue, down the way during like next spring and so on. But that's squarely in a next year kind of problem. But dams are for more than just hydroelectric on there. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of concerned about not just the damage to the urban areas, but all the farmland that's been flooded out and what that did to the soil quality and that kind of thing, because it's a lot of agricultural area down there too. So yeah, you can actually accomplish scorched earth by drowning it. So yeah. Anyways, that's my cheerful thoughts for the morning. I like my coffee black. Sorry.
I like mine with coffee, mate. Lovely stuff. Don't need sugar in it when I put that in.
Yeah, someone asked me recently, how do you put it? What do you call it when you put alcohol in your coffee? And my response was getting ready for work. So.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do that as I drive. So yeah, I can't be doing that. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone's as well as can be expected with what's going on. It's sunny here in the UK. I hope the weather's good where you are. So, Marcus, do you know that order of the hand? Was it Lexicon or Chris next?
It was Chris, I believe.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, Shaggy. How you doing, mate?
Not so bad, not so bad. I have my coffee next to me now, so it's all good.
Yeah, you might have persuaded me to go and get one, and that now I've been trying to limit to some extent the coffee and the tea. But I don't know whether you heard what Primus said then, Shaggy. I think you did. But I agree with him actually, particularly on the nuclear power station and that. I've got somebody that keeps messaging me all the time and that, oh, they're going to blow up the nuclear power station. To which, since I've heard, I can't remember what his name was now, Shaggy. What was the nuclear power expert that we had on that we got on the space and that came up? Thank you. Yeah,
I actually remembered that as well. Stole my thunder there, Axel.
Yeah. So anyway, he gave a very. I'm not sure that I caught it all, but I think I caught enough of it to go. Yeah, okay, this is not a big deal. So every time this particular person messages me, I say, look, just chill out, right? It won't be the end of the world, even if they do blow it up, right? So, so I agree with Primus on that. I was just going to say, Shaggy, that, and this was really for Mete, I think she's gone now, maybe, but anyway, but. So there's somebody I know in Ukraine. His name is Mykola Syutkin, 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 and so he is basically owns a consultancy company, sort of investment consultancy and legal company in Ukraine. Does a LinkedIn newsletter, which I think tagged Mockers on. You should be able to see it, but some people may not be able to see LinkedIn articles, right? But interestingly, it's very positive in terms of international support. If you'll just allow me to read out the title in a couple of paragraphs. International support swells as countries rally to aid Ukraine's flood recovery efforts. The European Commission confirmed that 12 European nations will contribute equipment. And by the way, this was literally just in my feed, right? So he's just written this today and it's just popped up in my feed, LinkedIn feed today. The European Commission confirmed that 12 European nations will contribute equipment and machinery to help Ukraine mitigate the consequences of the widespread flooding in the southern regions. The European Commission's press service highlighted, so there should be an article somewhere, press service highlighted the EU's swift response to the floods triggered by the Russian-inflicted damage on the Novokakhovka dam. Water pumps, tankers, boats, generators, and other vital resources are being dispatched to Ukraine by Austria, Belgium, the Czech Republic, Germany, Denmark, Finland, France, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Poland, Spain, and Norway. Notably, Norway, despite not being a member of the European Union, has also joined the humanitarian efforts. Germany, Austria, and Lithuania were among the first countries to extend their support to Ukraine 2 days ago, offering assistance in overcoming the aftermath of the devastating flood, etc., etc. So I just thought I would read that out because it seemed to me a very positive view from a Ukrainian, for what it's worth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for that.
because we're good at it.
Yeah, thanks for
This
that,
is what.
Chris. Go on,
Sorry,
go on.
Shaggy, but Chris, we spoke about this to an extent a little earlier today, but it seems that you and I overlapped. And thank you for reading this out. I think it's important that people understand. This is where we're really good at. We can do disaster relief. We can supply the means. We can supply pretty much all the kit which is required for it, more or less instantly, because we're prepared for it. Europe has by now a long tradition of assisting in such disaster environments. Germany is one of the main candidates with its THW. Germany has also, within the EU, have had coordination roles. Our Scandinavian friends are excessively strong in that regard. The Austrians have a number of outfits which work perfectly fine for this. Obviously, some of them very much geared to also to the, say, typical challenges they face in terms of disaster relief, meaning mountainous areas and the likes. And you've seen this yet again in Turkey, by the way, during the earthquake. The international community is well prepared for this. We do stuff. And we've done it, meaning not you, me, and I, but those people of us who, for example, are volunteers in disaster relief organizations will have contributed in some shape or form. And in Germany, for example, the Johanniter Orden has done a lot. The Malteser Orden has done a lot. The THW, Technisches Hilfswerk, which is the technical support organization, which is, I don't know, it's the Army Corps of Engineers of Germany as a volunteer organization with a highly professional, decentralized setup. Let's put it this way. And it's not part of the army. So, but they, for example, were amongst the first, right after the dam broke in the morning, who set up disaster relief planning and contingency planning and the likes. And so they should. However, this is just the relief. This is just the support, and it can't even reach the people on the one bank because the Russians are preventing it. They're preventing disaster relief on that side. They are letting them die. They want them to die, which is why leadership, political leadership, is required to highlight that this is a war crime, that this is a crime against humanity, that this is a deliberate act, and that we have the data, and we have to be quick in this regard, and we have to capture the imagination of the world audience in that regard. This is important, and it's urgent, and it's despicable that we don't do enough in terms of communication. We're always coming back to the same point in this war. It's all a matter of communication. The words matter alongside the deeds. Some of the deeds, many of the support, say, actions of the West are excellent, absolutely stunning during this war. The air bridge through Rzeszów, the support through Romania is, I mean, I'm so proud of these people, but our leaders are weak-kneed, and they're not even strategically ambiguous. They're just painfully procrastinating. And if today's crime against the animal collection point, well, of course, also humans were, if this is not enough to finally rattle them after they've seen already what happens. I mean, we're now on the 3.5 day in. The amount of bacteria created in this area, the amount of toxicity, the people who are sitting on those roofs and do not have water, they will resort to drinking that water. They will try to heat it if they can.
Yeah, agreed, Axel. You were going a bit roboty for me there, so I don't know if you've got some connection issues or not. I mean, I'm looking at the news reports I'm seeing. I'm a bit more sanguine than some people who say there's not enough reporting going on. Well, there's never enough reporting going on, in my view. But I am seeing, for instance, on the BBC website, there's 3 stories regarding the dam. There's a couple of old babushkas in one pic. There's a story about the rescuers being shelled, and there's another story regarding the devastation of the farmland. And when I look at my Twitter feeds and stuff like that, there's loads of pictures of people being rescued, of animals being rescued, of rescuers getting shelled as well there as well. So I think there is the news is out there, and as Chris pointed out as well, the news is getting out there. It's never going to be as good as we all want. We want our politicians and everyone to do exactly what we want. But I don't think what they've done in the past should be discounted as well. There's a lot of countries that have stood up, and just because they may seem to have not stood up as quickly as we want right now doesn't discount anything they've done in the past. I've read a lot of reports as well about lots of aid coming from various EU countries, including France and lots of different European countries. So yeah, it's never going to be enough. It's never going to be as quickly as we want. But yeah, it's not. I don't think it's as brushed under the carpet as some of the commentators I've heard is making it seem to be. I don't know who was next. I think it was Chris, or maybe no, Lexicon then Chris.
Hi, still my morning. Yeah, well, I think Shaggy, what you've said in premise too, that one that the power plant is not the sort of risk that we want to distort. And yeah, I think what the bent of what people are saying is, or the slant that we need to take is that, yes, it's good to continue to advocate. And I think to advocate in a very positive sense that these Ukrainian people are fighting a counteroffensive, fighting against this flooding, fighting against sabotage of all the kinds that a frustrated losing Russia wants to conduct. And to emphasize the gains, the successes, the brilliance of the people, both in overcoming, in helping each other, fighting back these floods, and in at the same time driving in their offensive, counteroffensive. The Russians can just try to counter something anyway. They're offensives. And so, yeah, I think it's good in every way, because as I say, the further Ukraine goes in its successes, the more you get this chorus of naysayers trying to talk about unwinnable. So, yeah, I agree with you that we don't want to be inaccurate about the power plant, but just no sabotage of power plants, none of this, and support Ukraine, support Hero Ukraine and Hero Dnieper River. And I just think we need to keep seeing the gong beaters out the door and countering their remarks. And I agree, Shaggy, that there should be an increasing willingness to support, because everybody likes to back a winner. And this is like a movie. I mean, the floods here and the drive there, all the drives across the front line, it's romantic, but it's the truth. It's happening in real life. Yeah, just more advocacy from us in every way we can think of. I think you're dead right.
Yeah, I agreed. On the nuclear power plant, I read a couple of reports from a couple of sources ABC and AP, saying the sixth nuclear reactor was put into cold shutdown on Thursday.
Yeah, I
Apparently, that
saw
was
that.
the European. Yeah, so I mean, for me, that's quite good. I also read another report in Nature, which basically said that for cooling, the cooling towers could be used, and they would use less water than would otherwise be required if the cooling towers were used for something or other. So that's on the water to the plant. That speaks to the water to the plant issue. So may want to do a little bit of research on that. So I'm kind of more sanguine about that. Obviously, I'm not. I'm a little bit kind of concerned about like explosives being in the turbine halls and stuff like that. But from a water point of view, and from a reactors being hot point of view, I'm a bit more sanguine than I was like 3 or 4 days ago. Chris. Chris, are you there?
Sorry, Shaggy. Yeah, listen, I think it might have been Matthias before me, but if he's okay, then I'll go on. But
Matthias, are you there? Chris is being very gentlemanly.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, about the dam. I've taken a couple of days to really think this through. I'm not sure I have an incredibly clear picture of what should be done. But I believe this situation right now is incredibly dangerous because of the magnitude of this disaster, right? I've seen some people be very concerned that nobody's saying anything, but there's a possibility that the relative silence from various world leaders and NATO leaders could be a sign that there's a shift. There's like this pause. I know NATO is going to have a meeting about this. I don't remember the date. I think it was sometime next week in regards to this man-made disaster. And my key point here is what's critically important right now is that we can establish deterrence. That is the key. Relief efforts are critically important to save lives, but in order to stop Russia from doing this again, we must have deterrence. There needs to be some sort of military response to this, a consequence. And when it comes to Chris and Primus, I actually disagree with your assessment. And the reason is we need to think like Russians to understand this. I think we're doing the same thing again. The fallacy of thinking like Westerns, like Russians are somehow rational, what would make sense, what wouldn't make sense. What they're saying is there was a deliberate detonation, right, of mass destruction. And there's still doubt, and there's still apathy and hesitation to do anything from the West. It can't be more clear, right? That's the danger I'm speaking to. We need to make sure that we're willing to step up and be strong and firm and deter Russia. Or else, I believe they are willing to do much worse. Whatever that is and exactly what should be done, I haven't come to that conclusion, but I see this as dangerous, and there must be a strong deterrence in the response.
Yeah, I agree with that, Matthias, as well. The Russians seem to be going through their scorched earth policy, have decided to do that. So yeah, they're kind of relying on the West to be dithering, which we're really quite good at. So yeah, they're using our strengths and our weaknesses against us.
Yeah, my point is we're proving to them right now in all aspects. We're proving to them what we're willing to do and not when things are actually a fact. And it's not enough right now. And we need to fill this void where it's going to become very dangerous. That's my point.
Yeah, thanks.
That's it.
Chris.
Can I just interject? Matthias, this is exactly the point which we discussed now various times here on this report, and you were part of the
We lost you, Axel.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Axel. All right, we'll go to Chris then, while we wait for Axel to
Sorry.
get his connection back.
Yeah, I apologize. I received a flurry of calls. Doesn't matter. Okay. Sorry, Matthias, you were part of that discussion. We are lacking in decisiveness. It's a matter, we've discussed this many times here. It's a matter vested in this administration. Sorry to say, nobody likes this currently in America to hear this, but it is the case. This administration is dithering, it is procrastinating, it is not making the hard decisions quickly. There's a reason for it, and it's vested in this administration's internal politics. And it's unfortunate to say this, but this won't change. And Rishi Sunak came there came to Washington and failed to make an impact. He failed the opportunity. There was a historic opportunity to go public with joint operations command and capability within NATO. That response is missing. There seems nothing, not to my knowledge, and I've asked many people, there seems nothing is being done as a direct response to this. Nothing.
And I agree. And the combination is especially concerning, right? The combination of the White House is deliberately saying, unless this happens, basically nuclear action from Russia, we will never intervene militarily, in combination with the response we're seeing now. Those two combinations is telling Putin the following: I can destroy life, conditions for life in Ukraine forever. There, nobody will punish me for it. That's my concern. That is the conclusions that are possible from somebody who's not really humane.
That's exactly the point. We are dealing with a thuggish regime which has yet again the same kind of tactics like the Mongol horde. And in order to deter the Mongol horde, you have to kill them. You have to be strong. You have to be solid. And we failed to be exactly that. And that's a leadership thing.
Yeah, definitely a failure of leadership. Chris?
I'll come back later if I may, Shaggy, please.
Okay then. I think it was G-Man then Primus.
Good afternoon, and I have forgotten what I was going to say. So I'll come back later too. Good afternoon, Shaggy Fella. Good afternoon, Mockers, and everybody else too. Terrible being old and having brain fog.
Don't worry about it. It happens to everybody, I think. All right, then, Primus.
Yeah. So one thing I really hate is the language of this is a man-made natural disaster. You know, it's not a man-made natural disaster. I mean, it is, but it's a weapon of mass destruction is what was unleashed, from that dam. I mean, it was mass destruction. It wiped out a region, city. I mean, there could be a death toll from this for thousands. We don't know. We'll never probably fully know because who knows how many people were on the other side or where they went or whatever. We'll never know about a lot of the war crimes that the Russians literally just erased from here. I mean, it's horrible and it should be treated as that. And I mean, for right now, I mean, to a point, I agree with Axel. Right now, it feels like it's just being treated as a natural disaster. It's like, oh, well, I guess a hurricane blew through here and and the levees overflowed. So I guess it's just something we're going to have to deal with now. And and that's just what happens sometimes. Like, no, it isn't what happens sometimes. This is a war. This is a deliberate action. I mean, you can't do anything. You can't sanction the weather or the hurricanes or whatever, do anything about that. But you can damn well do something about the Russians who did it. And that being said, though, it's only been a few days. There's still rescue operations going on. And, I'm not going to use the excuse of, well, we're focusing on the rescue operations before we make any policy decisions because no one's helping the Ukrainians, even though they sent people down to Turkey to help in the middle of their earthquake, in the middle of their war. So, I think that's kind of frustrating, but I understand the political dimension to that. I'm like, okay, well, it's weak need, but fine, whatever. But I think it's going to take a couple weeks for things to really kind of turn around on the policy level for in Washington or whatever, because they never make any quick decisions about anything, it seems like. But they generally speaking have reacted in some way whenever the Russians have done something horrible. War crimes have been uncovered. They usually do something bad, and there's a result of some other weapon system being sent in or some sort of action. And I would like to think that the reason why it's taking so long is because there's a bigger reaction being planned to this, not military intervention, but something bigger. Is my hope, and they're just taking some time to coordinate that. Get everyone on board with it. Before a announcement happens. That this should be treated as a WMD usage. Okay, I think the concern of nuclear usage wasn't so much that the nukes are used, so much as the radiation coming into Europe and that being considered an attack on Europe from the radiation clouds. What happened with Chernobyl, and this is a little bit different, but it's not a lot different. It really isn't, and I hope they're coordinating a response. The other thing.
Come on.
What's that?
Come on. Do you really think we haven't gamed this shit out? It's not that the boys have to be sitting around a table and then the president sits there and says, "Gentlemen, what is going on there? What do we do now? What should we do? What should our response be?" No, we have this stuff gamed out. We have a Pentagon full. We have agencies in America full of staff, experts, military satellites. The Americans knew. The audio, the video, everything is there. The Ukrainians had the National Security Council meeting that early noon on that day. The data was passed on to the Americans. We all know, and we have gamed this out. We don't need to formulate a response. NATO has a specific response package for shit like this. This is what Ben Hodges said last year. We have a response package. That fucking fleet, I'm sorry, this Black Sea fleet should be already a coral reef.
I agree completely with you. I think there is a response package planned, right? They have a contingency plan for what to do on that. Unfortunately, I don't think the political leadership is listening to it right now, or is in a place to make that decision. But there's also the factor, the reality is, you have an 80-year-old guy who's president. It kind of takes him a minute to maybe get to a decision.
I don't think so. He is not a stumbling block. On the contrary, the guy is a consummate professional and politician. I wouldn't worry about his age. Ronald Reagan aged in his capacity as a president and made decisions. I have the full trust that this politician will be able to make decisions. People can complain about this statement now as long as they like. I couldn't care less. This is the organization around him. The presidency is an office. It is not the man, it's the office. There is a whole administrative, cadre there. There are many people. There are superbly educated professionals. So this is a matter of decision making, and it's a matter of this office working. At the moment, I don't see much evidence of it working.
No, I don't see much evidence of it working either. I'm not trying to get into U.S. politics, so it's a little easier for you to talk about it than me. But this administration hasn't exactly been decisive, and unfortunately,
it's not a party thing. It's not a party thing. It's about the individuals in an administration. We could have complained. John Poindexter was not the most decisive and not the best national security advisor. That's why Reagan let him go. He switched these people. And I would hope that this president will make the decision to switch out people. That's all I hope for, because he will need to do this. If the generals, if the people can't deliver, they need to be switched out.
I would hope so too. There's definitely some optimization that could happen in the leadership there. This shouldn't be taking so long to get an answer. I feel like they're going to get there, because your options are either they're not going to do anything about it and they came to a swift decision on it, or they're working on something, and then there's going to be an announcement. It's one of those two, and I hope it's the latter, because if it's the first one, the former, I'm really pissed off. you know, their plans should be a plan on what to do. There should be a reaction to this. And if they look at it and say, nah, like within the first 24 hours of knowing what happened, then I think we should all be upset. So I'm really hoping it's not that, because the other alternative is maybe they are working on something. It's one of the two, and I hope it's the second. I don't know what to tell you there.
Yeah, I also hope it's the second one as well. That's the only hope I've got in my heart at the moment. I suspect it is, but we're going to find out over the next period, I suppose. G-Man, have you remembered what you were saying?
Can I just jump in? Sorry.
Yep.
I just want to jump in. Ian needed to ask something in a hurry, apparently. Ian, do you want to go ahead?
Thanks, Mockers. Very kind of you. Yeah, I'm just finishing up an article for the Daily Skeptic, which is sort of behind Russian enemy lines, frankly. Yeah, it's all to do with the dam and so on, and just trying to prove that it's completely impossible that Ukraine could have done it, just completely impossible. But I was hoping that somebody on this space might know or have seen any kind of footage, either video or still photos, of the dam structure itself over the last 24 to 36 hours. Because if the water level has receded enough, we might be able to get a better picture of the piers, you know, these strong steel reinforced piers, and get a better understanding of what actually happened to them, seeing them, you know, sort of under the waterline that was, you know, when it first blew up.
Yeah, it hasn't receded that much yet. It has receded roughly 1.5 meters, according to what we're being told.
Right. So there's just no imagery yet.
It's nothing which would give you or give people like David Brookfield a better insight.
Okay. Thanks very much. Very kind. I'll sign off now.
If you need any information, it's worthwhile DMing David.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. G-Man. G-Man, are you there? You're going to lose your spot. Okay, Nancy.
Thanks, Shaggy. Yeah, I am also concerned about the sense of urgency with our politicians not being sufficient. And I'm going to draw us back to the one disaster that I'm most familiar with, and I apologize for this, but Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I think I talked about it last night. But we've got to recognize that and again, the hydrodynamics of Ukraine are going to be different, but in low-lying areas where you don't have a lot of water runoff quickly, it takes time for the water to recede. With Hurricane Katrina, 2 days after the levees were breached, again, low-lying flat area, 2 days afterwards, the water was starting to recede. However, they were still doing boat and air rescues of people from rooftops 12 days later. So we've got to bear that in mind, that to see the water recede is one thing, but to see it recede quickly is a different animal. And I think that's the part that concerns me the most, is that while the rescue efforts are starting to come together, we have not seen the strong political structure that says, Russia, if you are not involved in rescuing people on the left bank, then cease fire and get the hell out of the way, or anything to that level, which is what I expect from our joint administrations. And there is still time for them to act and save lives of people who will otherwise die very horrible deaths from this tragedy. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. I think it was Matthews and Jameson.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. I think the thought experiment could be: what if Katrina was a deliberate detonation and attack on American soil, right? That's basically what we're dealing with here, democracy being attacked in Europe, right? And regarding relief efforts, that would require air cover. So one possible response would be saying, and I'm going out on a limb here for what I may be hoping for too much, but saying we're going to protect all the relief workers. And if Russia come near, if you start shelling, or if we see anything flying around here, we're going to kill it, right? You could say this is now a disaster region, and Ukraine, we would say, okay, we're willing to cease hostilities for the time being, and NATO air power will protect all relief efforts. That would be one possible response, right? And regarding the United States, and somebody's going to have to help me here, because I don't follow the United States politics much, deliberately, because I find it almost unbearable. But I think the root cause here is the United States, for all the polarization and things, I think the United States, in my point of view, has a counterintelligence problem that is significant. There's too much going on. Propaganda is too effective in the United States. And I don't know if that is, I think that's one pillar of the problems that are causing this hesitation of this current administration. But again, I don't follow it too much. It's just what it looks like for me as an amateur.
Yeah, thanks, Matthias. Jameson?
Greetings, all. Yeah, I wanted to make 2 comments on this. The first thing is, let's think about statesmen versus politicians. So, in my mind, I think Winston Churchill, I think Ronald Reagan, I think Margaret Thatcher, right? But back to Churchill. In the 30s, he was basically standing by himself, and no one wanted to deal with Churchill. Why? Because he kept talking about this crazy man in Germany and how he's going to be a problem and how we need to take him out now, right? And so that's one of the reasons Winston Churchill is the forefront of an iconic statesman across the board. But the problem is it's hard to find the statesman because of all the politicians. But at a time like this, you see who the true statesmen are. And politicians, all they want to do is survive. In America right now, the civil war between the 2 different sides has eroded away our common American values. Like, let's say even Iraq or Afghanistan, and we're further along in the war where the Democrats oppose and the Republicans are for. If Al Qaeda were to blow a dam and kill thousands of people, even the Democrats would be like, this is not something we believe in. We renounce anybody who's involved with this, and we're going to take a look, and someone's going to get punished. The irony here is, as much as politicians just talk nonstop about nothings, today is the only day, or this event is the only event, in my opinion, where it's the only time you wouldn't get tired of a politician just flapping their gums nonstop. And the other thing is, just because politicians say something, it doesn't mean they're going to deliver on a threat or anything. And so there's really no backlash, in my opinion, for saying we denounce this. This is horrible. But furthermore, let's say that they almost have a backbone. They're somewhere between a jellyfish and a vertebrate. They're still, even if they just said, we're going to give Ukraine 32 more Abrams tanks or something. Just it's in the political realm, a lot of this is just, it's theater, but it's also symbolism. Give them something. We have plenty to give that we're not even using ourselves. And so it makes me angry in that part alone. But to take it a step further, the Kremlin is watching. And now they're rubbing their hands together as part of it because they know that they're going to be able to do stuff and no one's going to say anything. Like the President of America, unless they're doing a summary of the world or the day in like a minute or 2, they don't even bring it up. Not either side bring it up. And that's not to, more innocent people are going to lose their lives needlessly, as if we haven't lost enough. And so this is just beyond upsetting that someone won't make a stand. And like I said, the one time that you want a politician to say something, no one's saying anything. And as much as I don't like John McCain, I agree earlier, he was always right. Well, at least 95% right on, international politics and projecting force. And I was always with him on those subjects. And there's no one even mentioning anything. It's just driving me crazy. I know I'm repeating a little bit, so I'm going to step off that for a little bit. But also, I live in the South, so it's not uncommon for hurricanes to come through and you be trapped somewhere and can't get out. So I was in Lumberton with Florence. The city of 20,000 people all of a sudden had 120,000 people. Part of it was the Lumber River had blocked one part of the interstate on both lanes. And then on the other side, it only blocked one lane. It was like a crab trap. You could get in, but you couldn't get out. And so what people don't understand is that water, this isn't a swimming pool. There's all kinds of diseases. There will be all kinds of diseases and bacteria created in this muck. And it's chemicals and it's sewage and it's all kinds of just nasty, nasty things. And what's going to happen is, let's say someone's on a small island or something. The ones that are going to suffer the most are not just going to be the elderly, it's going to be the children, not just diapers, but like formula and things of that nature. And so if these people weren't preparing for this and the Russians were taking boats away and now they're shelling people, it makes it immensely more difficult. And one of the primary sources that the military and civilian alike use to get people off their houses is helos with winches. Well, obviously they can't fly through this because of the Russians. There needs to be something said. I mean, honestly, there needs to be something done. But for everybody to sit around and wait for America to make a move is the wrong course of action. When there's a void of leadership, then the next person in chain of command step up, say something, do something. Also, my concern, politics aside, with the lack of response from the Biden administration is twofold. I am a conservative, and I don't care what anybody thinks about that. But as a human being, I think Joe Biden could be seriously issues, and this is very reminiscent of Woodrow Wilson in World War I. And so, because they're so concerned about taking care of him and putting up a smokescreen, they're not focusing on the things that need to happen. And the other thing is, you think if like one of his children were fighting in this war, he'd be sitting back. So let's just say mental faculties aren't an issue. The only reason, and this is just keeping it real, and if you don't like this, you have a problem with facts. The real issue is he has to keep the economy going due to inflation. Well, a big part of the American economy is the military support for the military. So any industry that supports the military and logistics. Both of those are helping the economy, and the economy would be in far worse shape than it is right now if the war in Ukraine was not going on. Because if he really cared, he'd be the first one to make a speech about something or say something, and he's not. And so it's either bad health, or it's either he really doesn't care. He was trying to keep the economy going. I don't want to say he doesn't care. He doesn't care like he should. Or D, all the above. But at the end of the day, if, mark my words, if no one does anything, much less says anything, something worse, it's not potentially going to happen. Whenever it plays in the Russians' hands, they're gonna throw that card down. And there are very few things that are worse than this, but don't think that they won't do it. And anybody who thinks that somehow America did this or the Ukrainians did this, they have a hard time with facts. And so remember that when you're dealing with that person, and just keep them at arm's reach, because having a conversation with them is only going to upset you more. You like Mark Twain said, you can't win an argument with an idiot. He will drag you down to his level and then beat you with experience. So with that said, I appreciate the therapy session. I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. You tweaked some thoughts for me there on the difference between a politician and a statesman. I view politicians as horse traders. they'll hop on a different horse, try it out, and let everyone see them, and then hop on another horse, and then try it out. Whereas a statesman chooses his horse, sits on it, and asks people to follow him. And anybody who gets in his way is going to get trampled. So that's kind of what I'd say is the difference between a politician and a statesman. I don't know if that was too simplistic an analogy or not.
Well, yeah.
Jamie.
So I would say that it's a moral compass versus trying to survive. I agree with you 100%.
Cheers, Jamie. Cheers, Jensen. Jamie.
Hey, Jameson, from your northern neighbor in North Carolina. I also was doing Florence relief. Wilmington was completely flooded, and as were the islands. The Red Cross didn't come here. We were doing relief ourselves. About 1,500 people came together from all political walks of life. It was the most amazing thing I've ever been a part of, and I'm so proud of it. We had pilots coming in from across the country, from Ohio, from California, and private pilots. We had people donating from around the country, and Raleigh-Durham International gave us a hangar so we could set up our disaster relief. I have pictures from this. I personally was working nights, so I was also part of the team that was helping run it. I would crash for an hour on the floor upstairs, and then get to work helping sort and helping put together 40-pound packages so we could balance the small planes. That's part of why we were successful in getting food, getting everything to these small towns, because they were cut off. We had these planes. Obviously, in Ukraine, there aren't these small planes, and you can't get in. It was a bipartisan operation. I have a ton of pictures from this time. I was just looking through them. Amazon donated to the cause. I mean, Amazon donated to the cause. We had UPS trucks come in every 20, 30 minutes, and we would unload them. This is what happens. I mean, our governor was stopped by a lot, and I'm so proud of Roy for what he did, but it wasn't a national issue. There was no Red Cross. There was nobody with money. It was a bunch of volunteers. And I see a lot of what happened in Ukraine from this little hurricane. I mean, it just dumped a lot of water. It wasn't strong. It didn't blow much over, right? Jameson can attest to that. I mean, it just was a drencher. And one of the major universities was closed for 4 months, or several of the major universities down there were closed for 4 months, and their students were transferred into other branches of the UNC system. They didn't know what was going on with their families either, because, yeah, no phone service, even in 2018. I know I'm rambling, but it was an experience of my life, and I got to go down there with the pilots because I was so much a part of it. I'll never forget what I've seen. I mean, yeah. But we didn't have anyone shelling at us. The biggest challenge we had was landing.
I agree, and as big as that is for us, it's a small thing compared to what's going on in Ukraine, and that doesn't even take into account the enemy firing back at innocent people. But I'm with you. I can hear the emotion in your voice, and it's bringing it back for me too. Just because we know the suffering that's going on, and with indirect fire and whatnot, that's a whole nother level that we can't even imagine. But this is needless suffering, and it just pulls your heartstrings.
Absolutely. And thank you for speaking about it also, because yeah. And I'm a liberal Democrat. You're a conservative. Look, we can work together. Wow.
Right. Like what I was saying, this warfare that's been going on for the last 10 years, 20 years between the parties has eroded our national values, right? Like we used to disagree, but then some other threat would come up and we would stand together as Americans, like what happens between family is our business. But now you can't even voice your opinion without someone calling you something crazy. So yeah, I hear you on that.
And I'm proud to stand with you now, and if you're still down in South Carolina, I would love to, yeah, stand with you in whatever y'all need. If God forbid this season is horrible too.
Well, I appreciate that, and I can hear it in your voice. I think, I have no idea what's going on in your life, but if you could swing it, I think it would do your soul tremendous good, even if you just went to Ukraine and helped for a week. Just food for thought.
Thanks.
I think you two getting on is very, very naffo, even though you two haven't got silly dog avatars like I have, but that's what we do in NAFO. We put our differences, our political differences, and loads of other differences to the side just to help Ukraine, and that's what you two are doing, basically. I've done. So sorry, Jamie, you were about to say?
I wish I could swing it, but no, I've actually been in bed for a week now. I'm sick, and that's part of what's going on with my voice, but I do have a lot of emotion, but I can't afford it. This space has been literally a lifeline to the world. But if yeah, everyone just, it was amazing to hear somebody else talk about that same time. And thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, sorry, Marcus, go on.
You're all right. I'm still awake here. I'm just proving it. Matthias, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Jamie, and Jameson as well. I mean, it takes something very insidious to watch a natural disaster of this magnitude unfold, shocking everyone, and then decide I'm going to shoot at the civilians, I'm going to shoot at the relief people, the volunteers rescuing dogs and elderly. There's something very sadistic about it, right? And it's not random. It's part of the fighting culture of this enemy, right? There's something cultivated, something that permeates the Russian power and political and military elites, and the way the power structure is manifested, and the habits in these institutions. It's the wrong word to use, but for lack of a better word, it's sadistic. It's racist. It's panelistic. It's very deliberate, right? And I think my hope is, the hope that I have is this pause that we're seeing among world democratic leaders. This I'm not sure what to say this, or this vacuum that's here. I'm hoping that it is because these people are just they're feeling that this is a shift, right? And there's a difference between practicing or training for something and then doing it live for real, right? It doesn't matter if it's military, you practicing and then you realize they're trying to kill me and my people around me. it's not the same as practice, right? And it's the same thing if you're a politician, if you're military high command staff and you're in this training session or a relief worker organization, you have these scenarios, these mock scenarios that you're kind of tabletopping through, right? It's giving you experience, but there's something different when it's for real, right? And I think I imagine you're one of these people, right? You're prime minister of a democracy somewhere, right? Or you're just in their national staff of an advisory role, right? And you're saying, and you're going to feel it in your body, right? You're going to feel like, oh my God, history is watching. Our decisions now are going to matter. And the decisions we might have to make is going to be to significantly 1 or 2 up the level of risk we are willing to accept. And there's no right and wrong. There's nobody that can say you did the right thing, because there's no such thing. We're all active. We all have agency, and when decisions are made, there's never going to be somewhere to reassure you, yes, 100% this is the right decision. I think that might be the reason why we're sensing this pause. I'm hoping, because that might be, the human nature of preparing to absorb a completely new reality, a new situation, experience of a new situation, and maybe shifting how you reason and how you justify those decisions that you may have to make. Saying, some people may have this moral courage, right? You have your moral spine. When there's chaos around me, I fall back on some basic principles I believe in. For others, it may be something else. And for people who are just opportunistic, and they're going to fold. They're going to say, let me see what happens and then exploit it, right? But that's not the level of leadership we need. So I'm hoping that that's why we're having this vacuum. And I'm hoping that these people can come to the conclusion that, yes, the level of risk that we need to accept by being bold and take the initiative here and make sure we deter Russia, like significant deterrence must be established so that this doesn't escalate anything more. I hope that is why we're having this pause. Because if it isn't, I think it might get worse. But I'm hoping that's why we're having these pauses, and people need to make sense of it and then shift themselves into willingness to act and let the chips fall from there.
Yeah, Matthews, that's the hope I and Jameson voiced before as well. We hope they're in some kind of planning, and there's going to be something big coming out of this rather than dithering. So yeah, Jameson, then Peter.
Yeah, really quick. I think that part of the psyche of the Russian soldier. So if you look, you do a little analysis on like the Japanese soldier in World War II, for example. The structure they're in is a very brutal, authoritarian structure. They don't care. Everybody's pawns unless you're an officer, pretty much. And so in that environment, it's like Stockholm Syndrome / survival. To keep from being beat, if you beat somebody else up, then that projects power. We already know how much power is important in this society. But if you're beating someone else up, you're telling everybody else, don't mess with me. But what you're also doing is not getting beat up yourself. And so this mirrors the Imperial Japanese Army back in the day, where you would have average people who were in the military who then, because they were getting abused, it's like abusive family. Because they're getting abused so much, it manifests itself in abusing someone else. And so the other thing is, let's pretend that Russia in general, especially like Siberia and stuff, like that's a brutal, brutal place. And a lot of these people don't have hope. So it's like Pavlov's dog. They don't have hope. They're getting beat nonstop. And, to quote a Disney movie, this is the way. That's just how they see the world. And it's going to take a while of them being around Westerners who think, in terms of like human decency, to change that spectrum for them. And they have to get away and from under these abusers. So that's until something fundamentally happens in Russia with the government and the culture, it'll be the same 1,000 years from now. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just baked in. They still have those human thoughts and desires and needs like we do. It's just they're suppressed so much because of the structure of the regime. I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jameson. Peter, good afternoon.
Yeah, Shaggy, hi. Yeah, not the subject I was going to talk on, but just very quickly on this. I think we have to, I mean, World War II, Europe was fighting Hitler, and then America and other countries came into it, but they came into it directly to defeat Hitler and everything he stood for. And I think the biggest thing holding NATO back and holding the West back at the moment is not so much these threats from Putin, but the fact that if he does something which is escalatory, they are going to have to make a decision to punish him. And that decision, using conventional means, can only mean that NATO and the West become involved and actually kick him out of Ukraine and probably sink the Black Sea Fleet as well. And I think that's a decision they don't want to make. And I think they are scared that if they didn't make that decision, the whole seriousness of NATO would be under question, because it would come across as being totally weak. So I think in the West and NATO, we have to decide how much are we going to tolerate before we actually put aircraft, troops into the field and boot Putin out. So that's just one thing. I was just going to bring up another subject, if you don't mind, very quickly, which I thought was very interesting and something I've known about, but I didn't realize the potential for Ukraine here, and that is the Black Sea itself, because the Black Sea is an extremely unusual sea in the sense that it's anoxic. And that means that below 100 meters down to about 1,000 meters, there is absolutely zero oxygen in the water. Okay, so all the fish life is in the top 100 meters. Below that, there's no oxygen at all. Now, I sent you a link, Shaggy, that shows that below that, the Black Sea has the biggest reserves in the world of any ocean of hydrogen peroxide, and that can be converted into the biggest supply of hydrogen, which we all know is going to be a major fuel, a major clean fuel in the future. So this could be a huge income generator for Ukraine to extract that hydrogen.
Definitely could, Peter, but win the war first. We have to win the war first. But you know, that's the focus right now.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd bring that in because it's something I wasn't aware of, and I think it's something that should be known, because there is so much future for Ukraine. And my point is, on what we're saying about winning the war, I think we have to come to a point where NATO has to stand up, and instead of doing exercises here, there, and everywhere, they have to turn around and kick him out.
The thing is, though, Peter, the Ukrainians don't want that right now. The Ukrainians want the stuff. They want to do it themselves. And NATO barging in for any reason other than, something which they've already set out, takes away their agency. And I don't think that's the right way to do it.
No, I mean, I agree.
It's like your big brother making decisions for you. No.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, but we know that Zelensky said that he doesn't control the skies, and that is the biggest worry. And Zelensky said that it will cost Ukrainian lives. We don't have the F-16s. We don't have the other stuff.
Yeah,
Every
but it's
time
coming,
I try and
Peter.
think of a way
It's
around
coming.
it.
Remember when it was never coming? Remember when it was absolutely ridiculous a suggestion, and yet they're coming. So, unfortunately, you can't wave a magic wand and have these things happen faster. They probably should have happened faster. In fact, we can all agree on that. They should have happened faster. But moaning about it now when it's in progress, not going to help. We're moaning about something that's already
Moaning about
happening.
it for the past year.
I know, but it's in progress now. It's happening. So, you've got to give them a chance to get themselves sorted. I think we'll see them sooner than expected. But, you've got to give them a chance to get themselves in country. I mean, we've noted that recently Russians have been firing missiles at what appear to be air bases within Ukraine and having, from the reports, some success. Which, why are they doing that? Because they think that the air power is going to be coming in soon and they're scared. So we will see.
Yeah, I agree
Ukraine.
with that. And this also brings up the second point that when they come in, I think they should be maintained in Poland and not stored.
Well, yes, yeah, you've told us that, Peter, loads of times. Yeah, it's okay. I've heard that,
Right.
and it's always possible. But they're not going to tell us right now, are they? So anyway, lexicon.
Well, I'm totally with you, Mockers, that I think that it's more stuff. I think, Peter, I was saying last night in response to a similar head scratching about, how do we get NATO to do more? And no way, as we always say, you never send in a man when you can send in a grenade. And you don't need boots on the ground when you can send more Bradleys on the ground and tanks on the ground. And yeah, I think any idea we get about ways to, any idea we hear about that increase the efficiency of getting the flow going, getting the stuff in is the things that is the kind of thing we need to give space to, ramp up, make noise about, advocate. And to me, we're going to have more and more opportunity because Ukraine's going to be taking steps that we'll be able to see. The drive to Tokmak is going to become more and more apparent. And so we need to amplify that and link the idea that Ukrainians fighting these floods while fighting this war. And that's all to the good. I think people, as we always say, love to back a winner. And yeah, I think we'll see more support both against the floods and those horrors and for the equipment moving. So let's just push. I mean, we can have unity on that. We don't need to think up other strategies, but just push what works louder all the time.
Thanks, Lexicon. Yehuda, hello, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is where you are.
Good morning. Every time it's feeding time, so I have some time to chat. Kids are eating. Big news. So listen, Markers spot on. The Ukrainians pulled the trigger. They obviously feel they have enough to do the task at hand, and all we can do is get behind them and root from the sidelines here. They have a very good plan, obviously. I wouldn't read into losses. I mean, I don't know if people weren't aware, but there will be tens of 10,000 Ukrainian casualties. I don't know what the breakdown would be, but they're liberating 20% of their country. It's a big country. It's got a 1,200 kilometer, now it's about 800 kilometer front. This is going to happen. It's also pretty public now, but they've made serious gains in the Tokmak direction, which is where they wanted to go. They're making gains in Bakhmut. Maybe it's a feint. Maybe they're trying to draw Russians from Kherson over there, not into Zaporizhia. But they're putting a lot of pressure. It's only been a couple of days, so This will go on for weeks, and Ukrainians have already had some pretty serious successes. We've been quiet about it, but it's now pretty open. I guess Russian sources are reporting where the Ukrainians are, and there's a lot of I would say there's an understandable amount of fear in the Russian positions. The Russians have gone a little more quiet than they usually are, but there's worries about Melitopol and it being under threat. The Ukrainians are conducting the most difficult, offensive of the war, and they're going to have casualties. This is normal. It's not nice, but it's war, and you're going to see, more and more professionalism from the Ukrainians. Watching a troop, a section, not even a platoon or squadron size of Ukrainians get hit by Russian artillery. That's wow. Does not a defeat make? This will happen. Thomas Tyner, that likes to do numbers, it's like 0.1% of Ukrainian equipment. A lot of comments about it when it comes to the airports. I don't. I mean, these pilots are flying in out of all sorts of funky places. It won't make a difference either. I think it was a civilian airport as well, but a lot to watch and see. And I would definitely recommend not being scared by Russian propaganda. According to them, I think who knows how many things they've destroyed. They have a miracle helicopter that evaded 18 man pads in one sortie. Sure. Like the stuff that comes out of Moscow right now. I mean, it's like, I don't know what they said, like 1,500 Ukrainian troops in like 42 minutes were dead, and Bradleys, and all sorts of weird numbers. You wait and see. The copium is going to be really strong on the Russian side. I think the good thing is, we talk about NATO, and Canadian Prime Minister is in Kiev right now. He's not there because he's there. What did he say? He goes, "We're in it, period, until you win." That's it. Canada's not just it's a punches above its weight politically. It's a message to NATO. It's a message from NATO. It's a message from the West that the West is committed to Ukraine's victory. Full stop. And this can go on for a few weeks, a lot of pain, and then we'll see other counteroffensives if required. And we're just going to keep going. The Ukrainians are keeping going, and we're going to keep our heads up too. I wouldn't worry about the planning part of it. I can promise you one thing: whatever you think of how things are going is irrelevant. Or if you're mad about the slow rolling of equipment, irrelevant. The Ukrainians made the decision to conduct their counteroffensive based on, very clear factors. They know what they're doing. They pulled the trigger. You can rest assured that they feel confident that they have what it takes to complete the mission. And that's I just wanted to add that. And we'll get into some more military updates if you want. Just want to look at what's on there. A lot of news sources have reported a certain kilometer in road, certain number in, and I just want to double check something. So I'm here, Marcus and Shaggy.
Well, yeah, I'd love to hear a military update if you've got one that you hear. That's one thing I've kind of kept away from, partly because I've got a big mouth, and partly because I just think things are going to take a little time to settle down to see what's going on. So yeah, that'd be brilliant. Unless Marcus wants to say anything.
I just wanted to ask about Henichesk being battered last night and this morning. I thought maybe that was quite interesting, considering it was indeed the new capital of Kherson, like literally the furthest point away that they could possibly get, and they still ended up receiving gifts from Ukrainians.
I'm not sure. Was that for me? I had to disconnect for a second.
It was kind of, yeah. Henichensk this morning and last night received some particularly explosive gifts. And I just thought, considering its location, it might be quite interesting.
Didn't not track. I thought you said any chance. It's your accent. It's this British accent.
Any
Sometimes throw me off. Any chance? And I'm like, any chance? What? I'm like, any chance? I'm like, no idea. All right. No, I'm unaware of that, to be honest with you. Been a little preoccupied with childcare issues at the moment. But I'm sure it was good. Any chance that something gets blown up is a good thing.
Yeah, and we've also heard some cautious optimism from Bakhmut that things are going slowly in some parts of Bakhmut, but definitely going. Klishkivka is not yet fully in control of the Ukrainian armed forces, but I believe that is in progress. It's not something that you can just do immediately. That's something that I believe that they're currently dealing with.
So the good thing about Bakhmut is the territorial gains the Russians made, and I suspect the Ukrainians were happy to let them make it. Good thing about that is it's not very advantageous for the Russians where they're at. So they ended up moving in, but I suspect it was somewhat of an ambush because the Ukrainians were pretty confident in Bakhmut. And again, I don't think the goal in Bakhmut is to push till it's a chance of Severodonetsk. I think they're more than happy to continue to hurt the Russians in that area, if you know what I mean, Markers. So I suspect, if anything, this might be a chance for the Ukrainians to shape the Russians where they'll move forces towards Bakhmut. Because God, if they lose Bakhmut again in a couple of days, they'll lose it. They won't be too happy. But what's more important is the fact that the Russians are really committed to Bakhmut for some bizarre reason, right? Someone read a map wrong somewhere in Moscow. They thought Bakhmut was like Kiev or something. So they're really eager there. So I think that the Ukrainians are going to put a lot of pressure, but not necessarily want to advance. I'm sure there's a pretty conservative limit of exploitation in Bakhmut because we've seen the Russians will continuously move stuff there. I think that's a great thing. So I'm actually really pleased about that because I have a feeling if they wanted to, they could go a lot further, a lot quicker. But again, it wouldn't be to their advantage. I think they're exactly where they want to be in Bakhmut. So that was one of the updates, but I will get to it too.
Yeah, and we've been hearing this morning that there's been some very loud booms of some kind in both Tokmak and along the way there to, I think it's Molochansk, which is also along the rail line. Yes, Molochansk.
Yeah, no. So there's going to be a lot of mass fires. Remember that the Ukrainians, whatever the Russians denied to the Ukrainians in Kherson, they also denied to themselves. So that means Ukrainians were able to concentrate forces and move them towards Zaporizhia. So you're going to see more concentrated fires in Zaporizhia. Tokmak definitely an intermediate objective on the way to Melitopol, if you ask me. And again, it's a slog fest, right? They're going to be going in very hard, a lot of very tough fighting, clearing trenches, clearing positions. It's not pretty, it's not easy, it's not fun, but the Ukrainians have a lot to do. And people talk about all these defensive lines that they're not going through each defensive line in 15 places. They're finding several places that they're going to penetrate. They're going to break in, conduct a break-in, then they'll penetrate inwards, and then they'll probably take the same routes that Russian defenders use to occupy those positions. So they'll be safe, they'll be marked safe, and then they'll exploit, and that's when you'll see it. So the night's still young. There's been a lot of stuff moving and grooving in that area, and I think that you're going to see throughout the other fronts, you'll see Ukrainians are putting pressure on Bakhmut, but they're not really putting pressure in the north. So it looks like that they're purposely, I would say, distracting the Russians with their Bakhmut offensive, and they are committed to the Zaporizhia salient, which is what we've been saying for a while here. And it's not a secret. It's not like a trade secret. Anyone looks at a map, even the worst Russian general would know that would be the place to go. So, if there are any questions, I'm here.
One from me. So one thing I kind of noticed from the Vatniks and whatever is they're just kind of replaying the same kind of footage over the past 2 or 3 days from that bunch of armor, Ukrainian armor that was taken out. They're just replaying that all the time. So that gives me the impression that there's nothing else for them to show, which is positive, I think. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mentioned it right away. That's it looks like a troop, a third of a platoon or a squadron that got caught up in a Russian attack. It could have been many things. A lot of people are very critical, but you don't know their orders. This was in Ukrainian territory. Maybe they were told there was no, the drones were shot, mitigated, and there was no worry about Russian artillery, and the Russians could have got lucky. So should they have been more spaced out? Sure, yes, I get it, but they could have been told trade security for speed, get up to this, assault line, get to this coordinate, get to this position, and do it fast. And they got caught. Now, a lot of people can say, well, they should have known there were drones. Well, I'm sure they might have thought there were drones. If they thought there were drones, maybe they were told, we've, cleared this area. There are no drones. Our drones are up there. We have EW, electronic warfare measures in place, and there's nothing. You're safe, and that's what happened. But at the end of the day, it constitutes a very small portion of combat power, and the Russians keep replaying the same thing over and over again, as if this is like every Leopard tank in Ukraine was just destroyed. It's really bizarre. But yes, they will keep showing it, and the Ukrainians don't have to prove anything. You'll hear. I don't think you might even hear it, but until the Russians announce it, until you see Russians, taking pictures of or showing pictures of Ukrainian soldiers in Tokmak or Melitopol, then that's when you'll know who was telling the truth and who was telling porkies. Over to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm waiting for as well. Either just some days, maybe a week to pass, and to see where the Ukrainians get to. The Russians kind of just replaying the same thing over and over again is them just on the copium and then trying to demoralize us. So it's not working with me. It's working with a few people, but it's not working with a lot of us. And Thomas, you've probably read his post. He's explained it a lot, as you mentioned that just then. The percentage of vehicles that were destroyed then is minuscule compared to what the Ukrainians have at their disposal. So yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm kind of about as relaxed as I can be about it, and just trusting the armed forces of Ukraine is basically what I say to myself all the time, and I say to other people. They've been planning this for a very long time, and yeah, it's just got to play out. So yeah, Mockers, any more news of booms anywhere? Because I like your boom reports. I don't know if you're still there.
Yes, of course I'm still here. I don't have any booms exactly, but I do have a tale of woe. You know me, I appreciate a tale of woe. And this comes from my favourite place, Chris O'Wiki, and it's with regards to Russian defence workers and the chronic shortage of electronic components, that they appear to have. So let's have a little read of this story. So Polygon Media has interviewed a number of people working for the Russian defence industry. One man works at the Vector plant at Yekaterinburg, part of the giant Almaz-Antey industrial concern. He says military work has entirely taken over the plant's production. Working conditions have deteriorated since the beginning of the war. There are now frequent security checks, and workers are not allowed to take phones into the plant. Employee briefs such as employee benefits such as kindergarten vouchers are no longer available due to no funding. However, business is booming due to the increase in military production. Workers are not being paid extra, but they benefit purely from being exempt from the ongoing mobilization. Some who were considering leaving agreed to stay just in order to avoid being mobilized. So there are now far fewer opportunities in the civilian sector due to the war. Sanctions have caused the shrinking or closure of many Russian companies, leaving skilled workers with little alternative to employment in defense factories.
The only other option is to emigrate, which of course is quite difficult, I think, at the moment. The biggest problem faced by the workers at Vector is a severe shortage of electronic components. Due to sanctions, he says, the shortage is so severe that obsolete sample PCBs with old components have been reused for production. These have been pulled out of stock, but even these stock are now almost fully used up. This is causing longer lead times for repairs as well as production of new products. The worker says that the component base for many devices has had to be changed since the beginning of the war. Older or Chinese-made alternatives need to be substituted. Vector's management has literally told workers, use what you can find. Many of the formerly used components were made in the US. Getting them is now very difficult, and Russia lacks indigenous alternatives. One engineer said, there is no Russian counterpart in particular. Their active development only began after the start of the war. So basically, they haven't been able to develop these things for themselves yet. Another interviewee says, it turned out that Russian microchips are not Russian for the most part, so it is impossible to get them now. He also said that his factory is now engaging in component cannibalism, the use of components taken from other devices. He also notes that Chinese components, which are increasingly being used, are of much inferior quality and performance compared to their American counterparts. It's a shock. According to the Russian state-run newspaper Kommersant, the proportion of defective chips and components from China has increased from 2% to 40% in 2022 alone. This is reportedly because sanctions mean that importers rely on longer supply chains and buy goods not directly from factories, but from intermediaries and exchanges. So the degree of quality control of products is decreasing. Even before the war, Vector was hampered by a lack of investment in the tools it uses. It is noted, at university, I was trained on relatively modern software, the penultimate or latest version of the software. At the factory, however, the software is 10 years old. We use the Altium Designer to design circuit boards. We purchased a license for it, and it is officially legitimate, but the license is from 2013. We have a couple of grannies in our department, and they work with PiCAD from 2006. Polygon concludes that many interlocutors see that their work is changing, and so far only for the worst. It's difficult to assess the damage that the sanctions have done, as it does depend on many variables. However, most of the people interviewed producing very different products highlighted a common problem: a complete lack of certain types of electronic components or greatly increased delivery times on these components. Sanctions work, no matter what they tell us. And I think that's a very good point. Sanctions do work.
Yeah, I agree. Mocker's sanctions are definitely working. Not working as most things, not working as fast as we'd like, but they are having an effect. And I think we were warned at the start of this as well, when sanctions were being drawn up and first implemented, that they would take a while and at different levels to start biting. And yeah, I think that report highlights that they are definitely biting. Mette.
Oh, thanks. Like I was just reading Ukraine begging for help again. Makes me so sad. I wasn't going to come back for this, but it's so urgent. They're doing the biggest offensive since World War II or something, and then they have to deal with this natural catastrophe. It's so sad. It's so sad. But to mockers, I'm not so good on following booms as you are, but I love the booms as much as you do. But there was something yesterday, I think, and the day before in somewhere in Luhansk and Kremina, but it's been silent from that front, if there is a front there. But have you any hunches on that one? Because it would be nice to keep the Russians running from front to front all the time. But do you have any hunches? Thanks.
Oh, you are there.
Go on, Shaggy.
Oh no, I was going to let you answer, but that was question was for you.
Can you repeat the question then, Mette?
Okay. Being a boom lover, I wanted to ask you if you have any hunches about the booms lately. Not today, but in the recent days, there has been something around Luhansk and Kremina. Could we have something cooking in there so the Russians could run from front to front, which would be very amusing? But have you heard anything from that front? Thank you.
Well, it seems Yehuda's popped back up. So perhaps he might be able to help with this, because all I know is there's been an uptick in these longer range fires. And it does seem like there's it's planned, put it that way. Yehuda, what do you think? Oh, maybe he just came up to I don't know, to sit here with us, perhaps.
I'll step down. Maybe it helps. Thanks.
Abdullah, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Marcus. Hello, everyone. Yes, just wanted to opine on what I just read not long ago. The Chinese Communist Party. That's apparently supplied weapons. What do you call
A windy area.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Yes, sir. It's a bit windy here. Yeah, the Chinese are apparently providing military equipment to Kadyrov in Chechnya. So I was just wondering, I don't know if anyone knows. I don't know if the Ukrainians have commented. I haven't seen anything yet. I've only seen the equipment that the Chinese are giving to Kadyrov. And Kadyrov, Chechnya is part of the Russian Federation for now. So that means that it's highly likely that those equipments are going to be going to Ukraine for the Russians to use for their special military operations. So I was just wondering if anyone knows, has any more information about that, because I haven't seen any reaction from the Ukrainians on this, and nothing on the Western sources about Western governments reacting to it. So I don't know. So I don't know if I know the Chinese are supporting. China doesn't see that. Does not want to see. I agree with Jingo. They do not want to see the Russian Federation losing this fight. So I was just wondering, have you heard anything on this? I'll appreciate if anyone has information. If not, we'll just wait. Thank you.
Have you seen the vehicles that they've given them? They're not exactly the best of the best. I believe they're very lightly armored, more like patrol vehicles. So that they're not really giving them something which is incredible. So yeah, they've got a few more vehicles. Did you see how many there were? There weren't that many. I don't think it's really much of a disaster. It has been noted though.
Yeah, I saw those vehicles as well, Marcus. They did look like kind of really lightly armored Humvees or something like that. Probably perfect for the TikTok brigade to drive around in way behind the enemy lines to make some nice videos of them doing something which is really not doing anything. Maybe they'll go to Belgorod or something like that in them, take a little trip down there, then drive up and down the roads a few times, shooting some bushes out of them and looking mean and nasty, but not actually doing anything. Yeah, I haven't seen any confirmed reports from them either. So yeah, that's all I've heard, from my view.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, what do you call? Remember the Chinese? We told them that there will be severe consequences, and this just could mean that the Chinese are testing the waters. They're a bit smarter than Vladimir Putin when it comes to stuff like this. They don't want to upset Western democracies. You know, they just want to see what the response will be. So it's highly likely that if the West does not respond to this, that they will continue and provide other weapons to the Russians. So it's very interesting. So I think we should keep an eye on it. I do not trust the Russian, the Chinese Communist Party, and this is what we see. There's things going on that we don't see, and I hope our Western intelligence can decipher what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Mete, you're back with us.
Yeah, it didn't take long, but China is, they've openly said that they are sort of enemies with the US, but the European Union is their biggest market. And they are trying their best not to anger European Union somehow. But they are not doing so very good job sending armored vehicles. And now they've announced that they are going to have this big sea military rehearsal with Russia somewhere along Taiwan's coasts or something like that. And I really think European Union should start sanctioning them more heavily, because that's what they don't want is European Union, because they know they've messed up with the US already. But we'll see. But it's something to keep an eye on, and for every consumer to think when you buy a T-shirt, is it made in China or somewhere else? Sort of thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, Marcus, if I could respond to that, to Mette, what she just said, the EU, I think it would be unfair to say the EU. The EU wants to sanction China. They're being blocked by Scholz and Macron, but Scholz is the one who's doing the heavy lifting on this. He's the one who's blocking everything. Ursula von der Leyen, she's very hawkish against China. But every time she tries to do something, there is stiff resistance from Berlin. So that's the problem.
Yeah, no, but let's follow the situation, because I think it's evolving all the time, and it's good to at least keep consumers a little heads up on China. But we'll see. Thanks, and thanks, Abdullah.
Thanks, Mete. Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. George.
Hey, good day, everyone. All right, so really quick, everybody retweet the space. Everybody ask your friends to donate, because if you're hearing some of the horrific news coming out of Kherson and Odessa, there's bodies that are starting to wash up on the shore. We knew that was inevitable. Remember, the Russians blew the dam around 2:30 local time. So in the morning. So everybody was probably asleep. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bodies that are starting to wash up on the shores, and that's just horrific. And for the survivors, Ukraine is already stretched to the limit, right? running an offensive right now, or the beginnings of one, whichever way you want to take it. But their resources are stretched to the bloody limit, and they need our help. They're going to need to buy emergency kits. They're going to need to buy, water filters. We're talking about thousands of people that are not going to be able to have potable water, and you just can't boil the water, right? Boiling that water isn't going to do it. That water has a lot of pollutants now in it. So it needs to be filtered probably a couple of times and then boiled. And then have tablets dropped in that would help, kill anything else that's left. So they're going to need equipment like that, supplies like that. So if you've got some extra money, hey, maybe, you take a thermos and not buy your $5 Starbucks coffee for a week every day. And there's $25 you can send. Just asking people, please do that. Mockers, really quick. You were discussing the vehicles that the Chinese gave the TikTok brigade.
Yeah.
All right. If anybody noticed a picture and a couple of people on Twitter, and I noticed it, the inside lining of those vehicles, lightly armored, whatever, it looks like it has a plastic liner, like your car would, but it looks like it's a cheap, hard liner. I would not want to be in that vehicle. I don't care what the protection level is with plastic, because once that thing heats up and combusts, you're pretty much going to be a roasted marshmallow, or just the fumes themselves are just going to overwhelm you. You're going to quickly.
We lost you, George. Yeah, I'm just going to mute you for a moment, George, because that's not coming through very well. And we'll get back to you when you get out of your black hole.
Yeah, he sounded very robotic to me. Very robotic.
Pass out.
Yeah, that's what happens. You see, he's driving and he falls into a black hole. Not yet, George. No. Bless you. Right. Well, what I can tell you while we're waiting for George to come back is that there appears to be an attempt to hide losses by the Russians. There's a surprise, eh? So, in temporarily occupied Berdyansk, the Russians have closed the western district around the city morgue to visitors. At the Berdyansk Mosque, there is more than 10 sanitary and refrigeration cars outside. The movement of medical vehicles in the northern direction to the line of battle continues. This is information released by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine as of 1800 today. So pretty bang up to date news. And that's just a small window into what's happening there, that they obviously are losing people en masse and trying to hide it.
Yeah, on that note as well, because I did read a report earlier on that there was a part of Russia which is now refusing to pay for the burials of Wagnerites, or Wangers, I think we call them that way. They're just saying no, too many of them. We're not paying for the burials. So I don't know what's happening to them, whether they're just stuck on trucks or vans and stuff like that. But yeah, there's a bit of a pushback on what type of Russians are going to be buried by the Russians, which is very Russian, I think. George.
Yeah, so sorry guys, I cut off. I was talking about those vehicles. Yeah, so really quick, they have a plastic liner. That is not what you want to put inside your armored vehicle. That thing gets hit, and God knows, it's China, so God knows what that plastic is made out of. What nice toxic materials were combined in there, I'm sure. So once that lights up, that smoke, once you breathe that in, it'll probably knock you the hell out, and you'll become a nice roasted marshmallow. But knowing the TikTok brigade, they'll never see any real combat, so there's no chance of them getting exposed to any type of enemy fire. So, but they'll look good in the videos. That you'll
Yeah.
have a video. You'll have a video of what's his name, Kadyrov, jumping out with his little fat chubby self, his 5'5" self, running with some machine gun, into like some abandoned building that's in Mariupol or some crackpot scene like that,
Yeah, he's very good at that, isn't he, George? They're all quite good at that. I just had a little bit of news across my desk here, as it were. So Canada is allocating a new military aid package to Ukraine. I think this is just out. You can interrupt me if you've already done this one, Mockers. So this is worth 500 million Canadian dollars, which is 370 US at the current exchange rate. Let me scroll down a little bit. This is going to include 287 AIM-7 Sparrow missiles, which is going to be very handy for air defense. So yeah, more artillery shells as well. So 10,155 millimeter shells. So yeah, Prime Minister Trudeau has just announced this. He's in Kyiv at the moment, visiting President Zelensky. So this is very, very good. So that's just that little bit of news.
Yeah, Shaggy, I think it's those AIM-7 Sparrow missiles. I think the Ukrainians have been able to get those to work on their Buk systems. I think that's what they're using them for.
Okay. Oh, good bit of information. Yeah, I'm looking at mil.in.ua for this news, and there's a really nice picture of one actually. It looks very kind of, well, missile-y basically. Very nice actually. I like that. Oh, sorry, George. You carry on.
No, I was going to say, I think that those conversions have been made and they've been using because obviously a replenishment of Buk missiles is hard to come by. So they've been adapted to use certain Western missiles, and I think the AIM-7 or a version thereof is something that they've been able to use to keep at least those systems going. So that's good news. And plus, I think that the 70 MRAP type vehicles, those are never enough. Obviously, you can tell in combat you're going to lose something. It's going to hit a mine, whatever. But they do their job, right? The most important, the most crucial element of this offensive is Ukrainian lives. The soldiers, keeping them alive. So if the vehicle hits a mine, it detonates, but doesn't, but protects a crew, I'll take it.
Yeah, thanks, George. Also on that little article that I've just read as well is that Canada will be joining the multinational efforts to train Ukrainian pilots on Western fighter jets. So that's all good. Hopefully that means we're going to get a lot of pilots trained. Hopefully all on it. F-16s. I have in mind. Yeah.
Shaggy, that's important because what does Canada fly? They don't fly F-16s. They fly F-18s.
Oh, very good bit of information there, Ross. Thanks. Carry on.
So that would. So I'm not making. That makes it easier, right? There's another door. There's another barrier right now. So if Canada starts training Ukrainian pilots and can train Ukrainian pilots on F-18s, then that's another barrier that's going to come down to the Ukrainians getting those Australian F-18s, right? So that it's good news. It's very good.
Yeah,
news.
but it's not happening, George. What is happening is that CAE
under contract will train them on their simulators with sufficient simulator capacity for the F-16s, and that's that, plus armaments and everything else.
So they're not they're not going to train them on CAF-18 simulators at all.
Well, unless the Yehuda can find something else different, there's no indication of that at all.
Well, thanks for being the Debbie Downer. So now you're Doman, right?
No, I'm just going through what we discussed a little earlier with Latham and others. I'm just trying to get make sense of it all. I'm the one who'd be extremely happy if we were to get F-18s in this, but what should I say? Doesn't matter.
Unfortunately, sometimes we have what's called wishful thinking, but it would be nice. I mean, that would just make it easier, right? That would make. Why can't they do the common sense thing anymore?
Because common sense is an oxymoron, George. It's not common. That's why my line anyway. That's why I always think it's definitely not.
Got you. Yeah, that's probably the most sensible thing that's ever been said here on MriyaReport. That common sense is not that common. You got it.
I thought you were about to say that's the most sensible thing I've ever said. Then I was about to get offended, but you saved yourself there, George. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll flip to Abdullah, and then Pauli, and then Maple.
Yeah, thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, I wanted to ask George if he's still with us about these vehicles provided by China. Did you say that they are semi what do you call it? They're not armored vehicles at all, or is just the interior is not? What kind of weapons can it? Yeah.
They're lightly armored. They're probably can stop, let's say, like small arms fire, some shrapnel, right? Maybe up to 50 cal. I'm not sure what the rating is, or remember, we always have to take what rating is officially released, tongue in cheek, right? Just remember that the Chinese, obviously with the Russians, they take the same playbook out, and they're going to say, oh yeah, it can stop 20mm rounds and all this other nonsense, but the proof is in the pudding. What I did say is when I saw the interior, I was kind of shocked because it looks like the inside of the lining of the vehicle looks like there's like a plastic liner, and that is the last thing you want to have on a vehicle that's going to take a hit or be exposed to any type of like fire, like actual fire, right? Because if it gets hit by something and a fire happens, plastic lighting up is not a good thing. We like in the United States and in the West, we go out of our way to make sure that our armored vehicles are made of materials that are not going to be combustible, right? So what do we do? Like on our tanks, on our APCs, ammo storage is usually kept separate from the main compartment of the vehicle till it's needed. Fire suppression systems, right? Which probably people have seen happen on some of these videos that are out, including the Leopard 2. When you see that real thick white smoke, that's probably a fire suppressing system being engaged. So you try not to, and like the seating material, all of that is made out of something that's not going to be something that can combust, and not only combust, but also when it does catch on fire, that it doesn't put something, try to limit the amount of toxic fumes that would be put out in that vehicle, right? Because the bottom line is these vehicles are supposed to do their job, right? Destroy the enemy, but a lot of the design is into protecting the crew. So your M1 tanks, your Leopard 2, your Chieftains, right? You see the ammunition, there's a door, there's a locker, right? So we try to limit any plastic inside the vehicle, anything that's combustible, right? Anything that's made out of like a petroleum product. We have hydraulics, right? Inside the vehicle, right? they have to, because you need hydraulics to lift those heavy guns on the tank. The fluids that we use inside those lines are specifically made not to catch fire. They're not the hydraulic fluid you would have on your local construction bulldozer. Okay, everything is done for a purpose to limit the exposure to the crews, to limit the chances of fire. And lining the inside of a combat vehicle with a plastic liner is not the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, if I was a TikToker, I would definitely want some mahogany veneer inside my my Chinese kind of style Humvee. That's what I would
Shaggy.
demand.
Yeah, sorry if I sorry
Yep.
sorry yeah sorry if I just real quick, George. I don't know if you heard about a couple of days ago, some TikTok brigade were decimated. I think they lost about 50 guys. So maybe they were driving this Humvees, you know? Because I didn't hear the part when, about the plastic. Yeah. So do you think the Chinese are testing the waters by providing such equipment? What do you think, George? I think George escaped. No problem. Dropped. No problem.
Yeah, I think George escaped. You still got a bit of wind going on there, Abdullah, and it's a little bit hard on our ears as well. Anyway, Pally, and then Maple.
Thank you, Shaggy. I have to say, George, if you're still there, I'm with you. I'm the only optimist with this F-18 topic, and I've have my own spoon in the soup. As Finland, in my humble opinion, would be glad to well, send maintenance and training as we have the F-18s, and well, my personal opinion is that if we have F-35s or F-22s coming, we could ship one air squadron with the training and maintenance easily. Then that is my personal opinion, and hopefully our politicians and air commanders would be able to deliver this ASAP. Thank you. Good to see everyone here.
Yeah, thanks for pointing. Good to hear your voice again. Maple.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I think people are reading too much into the training thing. Like Axel is kind of right about CAE, but also people don't seem to think about time horizons, right? Like there's the short time horizon where you're trying to convert the Ukrainian Air Force pilots who are there, but they've probably had attrition losses. They've definitely lost some pilots, and they will need to replace them in about a year and a half. So that lines up with a training effort to start a training pipeline now to be able to force generate a year and a half from now. And one of the things that Canada has is the NATO Flying Training School in Moose Jaw in Saskatchewan that's used to taking pilots from European countries and running them through, similar to NJEP in Shepherd in the US. So this is kind of, if they can find a way to integrate and start training, you know, put one Ukrainian per course every month, you start generating pilots, and that provides some assurance and relief for the Ukrainian Air Force down the road. That's the real value. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was this discussion about the vehicles, the Chinese provided vehicles. I think people are looking at it wrong. It may be just a police vehicle that those guys bought, and then they're marketing it as, you know, the Chinese gave us armored vehicles. It could also be the Chinese testing waters. And I think we should be cautious about triumphalism, saying, oh, well, they're crap vehicles. The problem is a crap vehicle is still a vehicle, and it can fulfill a function. It can relieve some other vehicle, some other asset from doing something else. So we should be careful about sort of underestimating that. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I agree completely with that last point, definitely, Maple. Yeah, that's why I was like a bit hesitant saying it hadn't been confirmed that they definitely come from the Chinese. They do look like Chinese vehicles, but as you say, doesn't mean to say it was supplied by the Chinese government, as it were. They could have, as you say, bought them and put stickers on them. And as we know, any vehicle is very handy with NATO and other Ukrainian volunteers. We're buying vehicles to help Ukrainians supply aid, as well as buying vehicles for the armed forces of Ukraine. And they're happy with obviously any vehicle. It's got four wheels and it's going to get you from A to B and get you into and out of situations.
Yeah, and it's especially useful if it frees up, right? Like if you use it for, okay, they're TikTok warriors and they use them in the rear areas for taking images. That's fine, but that frees up an actual armored vehicle to then move up, right? So it's still not a like a good situation to see.
Yeah, I mean, the only positive out of it I can see is it's been given to, or seems to, that it's TikTokers that have got them rather than regular Russian military. But as you say, yeah, that could free up another one. But we'll have to see as that story develops. Carl, welcome.
Hi, I just want to underplay those vehicles as though. Yeah, I think the last speaker is correct because, I mean, even the random SUVs and pickups that have been bought for Ukraine have been very, very helpful, even though, they're not armored. The one thing I'd be curious about, though, is whether these, top of the line Chinese armored vehicles do any better or actually worse going, 50 kilometers an hour off road than, say, compared to a Toyota Hilux or Forerunner or something. My general hunch is probably not armor or no armor.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll probably edit their videos if they start to have problems and find the wheels fall off when they're traveling down the road at the back roads. So we'll have to look out and see what kind of videos they come out with. But yeah, I don't really want to see them kind of on the front line. I'd rather not see them, and I'd rather, if they were seen, they were kind of in the back line somewhere doing some filming, preferably with holes in, preferably maybe a drone dropping a grenade or two on them, see how they stand up for that. The Ukrainian armed forces can help them test how good their roofs are and how good the sides of them are by dropping bombs and from drones. That'd be a good test, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them on the front, like trying to run away from a Ukrainian offensive and breaking down, stranding their soldiers in a panic. All of that would be ideal.
Yeah, I did see a bit of footage earlier on today. I think there was three. I don't know what they were, MRAPs or whatever, but the three vehicles driven by Ukrainians assaulting a Russian trench, and that looked really quite good and quite successful as well. I'm not quite sure what those vehicles were, but the video was very, very positive from what I saw. That was one of the few bits of footage I've seen of the Ukrainians in action, as it were. So, Marcus, oh, go on.
You were about to ask me something. Go on.
I was about to ask you if you had any news, and hopefully you have.
Well, we shall have a little look, shall we? Let me just go to my bookmarks. Yeah. You see, there was something that I saw yesterday in UFA, UFA, UFA. And it's sort of middling Russia, south of Moscow. And there was an oil depot on fire. And this was one where it was apparently they opened a criminal case, but they didn't have anybody captured so far. No doubt they'll blame it on somebody. But what was on fire was interesting to me because it was a large oil depot. And then I noticed this yesterday, today, that now there is an oil depot and reservoir on fire in Bashkiria. Bashkiria? Yeah, go on, I'll go with that. And this is almost along the same line. I mean, these two places are very close to each other, as you know, places in Russia go. I'm just thinking that it seems as though, you know, there's some sort of coincidence there. So I'm waiting for the third one. And when we see the third one in that particular area, I'll know there's no coincidence and it's a concerted effort. But it would seem that they've not found the culprit of either of these yet. And they seem to be rather large fuel fires, which, you know, I think that might just be worth worth doing after all, you know. Little house fires and stuff like that. I see them, but I don't note them because, you know, people have fires. Brush fires and, you know, big landscape fires that Russia have had, they kind of have those every year. The reason they've been so dreadful this year is they don't really have the same number of firefighters to fight them off. However, oil and gas facilities, you know, these things don't generally spontaneously combust. I mean, they can, there's combustible materials there, but they don't generally because, you know, usually there'll be some sort of safety procedures, you would hope. However, just recently, there seems to be quite a few of these, and I'm, you know, call me conspiratorial.
I think, Mockers, I think it's because of the stress of not doing very well in the war, the Russians have taken up smoking more than they did before, so therefore they're having more smoking accidents. What do you think?
That's got to be it. They're calming their nerves, aren't they? And yeah, they've overdone it. It would seem so. So I've got a little bit more information here about the Ukrainian soldiers who participated in the unfortunate attack, shall we say, the attack that ended up being stopped in its tracks. So the feedback is that both Bradleys and Leopards showed excellent survivability. Most of the soldiers inside had no adverse effects at all. They believed that the vehicles performed and fulfilled their functions 100%. And the main thing is there were lives saved. So that's, you know, it's just a little something to put things into perspective. I had a car accident when I was 17, 3 days after I passed my test. And my mum had given me her car and I smashed it to smithereens. It wasn't my fault, I promise you. However, what they said was, it doesn't matter about the car. Are you okay? And, you know, that's what you'd hope to hear anyway. And it's the same sort of thing. It doesn't matter about the vehicles. They are there to do a job. Technically, they are dispensable. Dispensable. That's the word.
Consumables, I think we called it yesterday.
Exactly. And, you know, if you don't use them, what's the point in having them in the first place? These things were built to be used. They've got a specific purpose and they're fulfilling it on the battlefield. And so, you know, I don't have any particular concerns about seeing, expendable, I'm told, about seeing a few of these things get damaged. It's kind of what they were made for. So, you know. Now, Zelensky has been talking, not a lot, but he did say there is a result regarding movement in NATO. So that's something that we'll no doubt hear a little bit more about soon. Let me see. Negotiations with the Prime Minister of Canada lead to an additional defence package. Another member of the F-16 coalition, and it says here specifically training of pilots. At some levels in the world, we see a shameful indifference to the ecocide and tragedy caused by the terrorist attack of Russia at the Kakhovskaya hydroelectric power plant. On the occupied territory, the Russian Federation is doing everything to ensure there are as many victims as possible. And this is, of course, at the same time that Ukraine rescue services and soldiers are trying their best to provide some assistance and hopefully rescue some of the people on the far side of the river there. And that rescue effort is being actively hindered in a most disgusting way. So, you know, we have to keep an eye on that. And I do agree with him that it does appear that in some cases, and we've noted ourselves, a bit of a shameful silence. It's difficult because the media find themselves in this both sides trap. Oh, somebody said this, but somebody said the opposite. So we have to report both as though they're like, you know, as though they're both probably legitimate, when we're quite obvious who is not telling the truth and who is, you know, making illegitimate claims. All the evidence points in one direction, and yet the amount of absolute outrage that I know I felt doesn't seem to have come from some corners. And I can appreciate just how frustrating that is, because I've been very annoyed about it myself. And I'm only hoping that there are other things quietly going on that will be a form of answer to this. You know, maybe they don't have to shout about it. Maybe actions are going to speak louder than words. I would like to think that that's the case.
Yeah, agreed, Mockers. I mean, I've got my eye on this Vilnius conference, this NATO conference, but that's a month away. And I'd like things to happen sooner than a month away if there's going to be a big announcement then. Yeah, I think you and I and a few other people have expressed the idea that we hope that they're planning something big, because if they're not, then it's rubbish. But anywho, on President Zelensky as well, yeah, he has been. It's been called tight-lipped about what's been going on with the offensive and defensive actions. But he has said, or it's reported, he said that the generals are happy. The generals are. He had a meeting with the I think it's a Supreme Council or something like that, and with all the generals from the various areas, and they're saying things are going as they want. So yeah. Back to the old line. Have faith in the armed forces of Ukraine. They have their plan. They just need to prosecute it as they see fit. And we've got to just cross our fingers that it's going to go well, and do the things that we do as well, which is supporting the civilians, and do what we do from our armchairs, and from what we can do as civilians. Randy.
Hi, I don't know if you all reported it. Russian TV, the Twitter account is the Kremlin Yap. Russian TV is reporting Ukraine forces rolling south 40 to 50 kilometers into the Russian lines.
Oh, I'd not heard that actually. Oh, Mockers.
Yeah, look at the Kremlin Yap.
Yeah, we're also, Randy, there's a reason why we're not reporting this, because we have no independent verification of these statements.
I understand. Right, I understand. I'm reading the panic in the commentators' faces as much confirmation for me, but okay. Sorry if I jumped the gun. I know you guys always well source everything, and this is the first thing I've seen.
That's appreciated,
Brexit.
and we expected something like this to happen today on that basis. Yehuda already briefly intimated that our friends have made good progress, but as you would have heard, there is no information coming out from Ukraine quite yet. And we've passed the time of the day where Ukraine's military makes its announcement. So I think we'll keep on waiting. There will be more happening, and it seems likely that the mill bloggers of Russia will probably continue to panic quite heavily.
Oh yeah, yeah, and they the Russian TV commentator. I don't know who he is. He was supposed to be an expert, and that woman with a ponytail is interviewing him, and he pointed out that it is continuing from the night, and apparently, as we all thought, the night ops have been really decisive because Ukrainians have such an advantage at night. So they will be rolling tonight too. The tone of the article was, I mean, the commentary was they were rolling like people running to a vodka line. Only in Russia would you use that analogy. Anyway, I hope I didn't.
They know their audience, Randy. They know their audience. They need to find something which the audience understands.
Right, they have to relate to that.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about why we're waiting for verification on that, Randy, is because sometimes the Russians will claim, oh, that they've come into this area and we're heavily fighting with them. And then a couple of hours later, they'll say, we fought them off and we're victorious. And really what happened was there was a little recon group came in, did a little recce and hopped off out of there. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah. Well, this is consistent with the some other stuff on the directions and stuff that I won't discuss, but yeah, it appears to be. It sounds right. We'll see. I'm happy now to have a beer and wait for another day or two to see how far they go.
Yeah, stock up on beer, Randy. So thankfully there'll be some celebrations going through.
It is.
Okay.
It is the time to say cheers to the mates. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I got to wait till I stop co-hosting before I'll open a bottle of wine. But just I'm going to give you another analogy here. This is how I think about it. There was talk yesterday of eggshells and cracking through an eggshell. I kind of view it as more like a plank of wood. So you put a nail into a plank of wood, and you have to hammer it a few times before it actually gets through the plank of wood. But once it gets through the plank of wood, it goes all the way through to your foot underneath or the table underneath, really, or the air underneath, really quite quickly. And that's kind of how I view what's kind of been going on with these probing attacks and stuff. I don't know if that makes sense, Axel, or is that a rubbish analogy?
And in general, sorry, Marcus, please.
No, I was just going to say it sounded pretty good to me. But yeah, you've got to use force to get through the first layer, and then things are different.
And you may remember what we discussed here with John Spencer, as well as with Thomas Tynan, and in recent days, Yehuda highlighted yet again that at some point in time, if one of these approaches causes a real breach, then Ukrainian armed forces can exploit this. And if you remember, the fortifications which were set up, they were following the ridge lines. If you go from Tokmak further to the east along, and then have a little look-see, both 15 kilometers to the north and 30 kilometers to the south, how the terrain unfolds. You will see that towards the east, the elevations rise, that there are little, so to say, rivulets and valley or mini valley structures. These are not mountains, it's just elevations, but still. And along these, the Russians have created fortifications as well as massive minefields. And the fortifications are the ones which, wherever they are armed and wherever they have been used in order to have emplacements for artillery and the likes, the Russians have been hit extremely hard in recent days. That is what we've been highlighting here. That continues. That's why I got goosebumps a little earlier today when Mockers alerted me to one area being
targeted because it fits perfectly with one of the attack vectors we had hoped for. And it seems that the Ukrainians are making headway. And that's great. It's good to know. So let's have them keep that doing.
Yeah, I like you using the word breach there, actually, Axel. I mean, breach over the last few days has normally meant the dam with a breach in it. But yeah, if the Ukrainians can breach the lines of the Russians, then that will indeed cause a flooding of Ukrainian troops through that breach and cause havoc behind those lines. So they'll get a taste of their own medicine, as it were, in that respect. I hope my analogy is working, mockers. I've got my analogy ahead on today, I think. Carl.
Hey, so a bunch of pro-Russian people I know were always just sending me this and that about how bad Ukraine's doing in the counteroffensive and they lost this and that. And I was just, so this has been recently D-Day. I was just imagining if we had social media, then what that would look like. It'd be like, the useless allies lost, 200 landing vehicles and the things that
Pinned
brought them to
down at the beach. Carl,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. We're here down at the beach. See this? I made a TikTok video. We're pinned down here. The engineers are not breaching through. What are these people doing? Where are our troops on Point de Hoc? What are the bloody Canadians
Yeah.
and Brits doing?
Yeah, no, I was even meaning from the the Russian side, or in that case, the German side of the overconfidence of there is a Ukrainian casualty. We've won the war.
Yeah, we can see them all
It's-
pinned down at the beach. How was? I mean, it's insidious. People try to they make propaganda and they make hay out of little bullshit to try to stir the pot. Whereas this is not a social media operation. This is a conventional war with a carefully planned counteroffensive in a force-on-force conflict with somewhat 20th century approach but 21st century technology. This will blow your minds, everyone. This will be a massive fucking fight with many thousand dead. That's how it works. It's war.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is hard. I'm confident for Ukraine's side, but I also feel that the tinge of pain, knowing the sacrifice that goes into making this sort of victory. And I have so much respect for the Ukrainians and also the foreign volunteers there, who know that sacrifice. They know the odds. And yet they're dedicated to putting their life into this, for the countrymen, for for the good of humanity. Something I have so much respect for. And while we are here supporting in so many different ways, that level of commitment and personal sacrifice and personal risk is just next level.
Absolutely. And as Yehuda said earlier, I mean, this counteroffensive will not stop. This will continue until the end to free what is slightly over 22% of the total territory of Ukraine. And it will cost more than 10,000 soldiers. Just look at the numbers, people. Look at the numbers. It depends on where you live. If you're in a city with 10,000 people, imagine every single one of them dies. Or go along the East Coast, or Carl, where you are, I don't know, California, or what? No, you're someone else. Washington, sorry, apologies. Go out, drive for 30 minutes through a few villages or towns. And just look at every male, between the age of 18 and 45, and then count them out. Every 8th of them will die.
This is how it works.
Yeah, and you know, my city here has less of a population than that, so it is sobering. Before I go, did Randy just drop off? I was going to ask him to DM me because I've been trying to get hold of him for a while. But anyway, yeah, I definitely agree and are sobered by that point. But it's not a defeatist sober. He's not sober in a defeatist way, like, you know, because there's hope behind it. You know, it's kind of this huge level of respect for you know, for their determination, you know, for their bravery despite fear. You know, it's not like they're not going to have fear. It's not like they're not going to be worrying about their own life. It's not like they're not going to be worrying about, you know, their families, you know, left behind with their little kids growing up and without a father, right? The full aspect of being human is part of their experience. You know, they're fighting, and they're fighting with resolve, but they're also humans too. And you know, the consequences of their sacrifices is going to last for decades. So, you know, both in the positive thing, like their country will be freed, their descendants and their children and their brothers and their sisters and that will be able to live in freedom. Yet the negative side effects are going to be there too. You know, spouses are struggling to make ends. You know, children growing up without fathers and mothers.
You were there recently. You shook hands with people who have gone to fight.
Yeah, it was humbling, right? I looked into their eyes, you know, and so many of them are for full-on volunteers, right? You know, some of them were making big bucks, you know, were working on oil rigs in the West and the likes, and you know, within a days they were like, "No, I'm coming home. I'm doing that," you know. So you know, some of them already had been captured and tortured by the Russians. Some of their friends are still in captivity as POWs, you know, having fought in Mariupol and the like. You know, it is totally humbling, and you know, as someone interested in history, it was. I couldn't understand a lot of what World War II was like until now. Yeah, you know, because they're so different in movies and history. You know, it's not tangible. You kind of can't taste it. You're like, how is that really real? But then just to talk with people who actually live it, you know, in 21st century context, just makes it real. It makes you understand, but even then you can't understand, right? There's so many things that my brain still just can't correlate.
Yeah, agreed, Carl. I've seen the pictures of World War II and films like that, but I mean, it registered on a certain level. But yeah, this war, this current war going on has made sense of some of that. Even though I've still got really no idea because I've never been in the military and I've not been to Ukraine yet either. But it has kind of brought home what's going on at the moment in Ukraine, as well as giving me a better understanding of what went on back in the day in World War II. So we'll go to Abdullah now, and then Jameson. Abdullah.
Hello, Shaggy. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, hey, just two quick things. First, I've noticed that the Russians are running like continuous loop of those disabled equipment on the RT Arabic channel here in Dubai. But I wanted to ask if anyone has any information, if there are any journalists embedded with the Ukrainian troops. You know, like in the old days, in the past wars, there used to be journalists with certain groups, with troops and stuff. So I was just wondering, I would love to read their reporting and their writing. If anyone has any information of any journalists, I would really appreciate that, because I've been having a hard time trying to find a journalist who's there reporting from Ukraine. That would be great. Thank you.
I've seen occasionally maybe for a few days being embedded, but not permanently. And I think I know what you mean by that. Sometimes, like in the Iraqi wars and all that, there was seemed to be more of a permanent presence there. But I haven't noticed it. I don't know if Mokos or Axel has noticed it or anyone else. Yeah, different kind of war, I think, than that. So if I do find anything though, Abdullah, I'll let you know. Jameson.
Yes. So I was looking at some of this, and I'm sure that most of you probably have never read Musashi. He wrote the Five Rings. I think it's the best historical, basically how-to self-help guide for the warrior spirit. And one of his best quotes, and it takes a little marinating on it to get it, is by knowing one thing, I know 1,000 things. Okay. And so you think about everything in life and how they have patterns. And so if you can identify one specific part of that pattern, then you can identify what's happening next. And so I know that sounds a little bit like philosophy googly-gook.
Oh, Jameson, you've gone very roboty for me.
Am I better now? We better?
Fine for me.
I'm good? Okay. Well, I'm going to keep talking. So if I get cut off, then I'll get cut off. But basically, I've been thinking about this, and we keep bringing up D-Day, right? Well, we lost a battalion of tanks that didn't even make it to the shore on Omaha, which was the bloodiest beach by far. And then even after that, we got stopped in the hedgerows, which was basically big walls that have been put up, and they're hundreds of years old, and they got dirt and rocks and vines, and the tanks couldn't penetrate until we found out a way to penetrate them. So we didn't get off to a great start in Normandy. And I think the other thing is you only see this video I've only seen this video of Bradley's and a Leopard. And it does look like they got stuck in a minefield, which I don't care how good your equipment is, that's going to happen. I don't care how good your training is, that's going to happen. And so the reason I'm bringing that up, and then we just got this report about potentially they've broken through and the Russians are panicking. So I think that, and one more thing. So General Schwarzkopf in Desert Storm said he knew that the Iraqis were pulling out when they blew all the water reserves. And so now this is an educated guess. So no matter how educated, it's still a guess. That meant that they were leaving, they couldn't use the water, and they wanted to make it difficult on the Allies once they got to Kuwait. And so I think that this dam, strategically speaking, gives them more advantages. But if they really thought that they could win, they wouldn't have blown it. And if you remember, on the 5th, there was a lot of rocket attacks, and there was a lot of, and I think that some of the issues we were having on Twitter could have been cyber attacks. And so the reason I'm bringing all that up is whenever you feel like your enemy is about to do something decisive, I don't care what you're doing, you throw everything you have at them. And that was Russia throwing everything they had at us. And so I think that if there would have been more, well, let me ask you the question. If there would have been more leopards, I about said tigers, if there would have been more leopards destroyed, more Bradleys destroyed, and more Challengers destroyed and whatnot, you would have seen all different videos from different places. You've only seen something limited, and it's grainy at best. And so what that tells me is if I had to bet my mortgage right now, I would bet you that the Ukrainians are giving it to the Russians big time. And the other thing I want to bring up is if the Russians can know that if they cannot technically withdraw, and it turns into a rout, what you're going to see is massive numbers of Russians either being killed or surrendering. Because psychologically what that does is so in the military, when they teach you're going to kill somebody with a knife, you come up from behind. Psychologically, when you don't see the face, they're less human to you. And if they're running, that makes you feel more superior. And every decision you make is emotionally based. And so when your enemy is running from you and you know that logically they could kill you tomorrow and you don't see their face, you're much more likely to brutalize them and do bad things to them and really unload. Because no matter how well trained, the tendency to spare your fellow man is actually it's one of the strongest drives you have as a human being. You want to scare them off, you just want to be left alone. But to go past that and to actually kill someone, there's a lot of emotional barriers to get to the other side. And I don't want to go into the psychology of this too much, but the point is, if they break and run, they will be annihilated or they will have to surrender in drones. And if we can keep pushing this, so assuming that the logistical lines can keep up, so the mechanized units can keep pushing, this could go a very long way. I really think that the Russians are a paper tiger, and we break through that line, and it's a done deal. And even with that artillery, there had to have been counter artillery fire that we just don't know about. And so they've only got so many people who are competent in so many pieces and only so many rounds. So with that, I'm just trying to really challenge you guys to think about, what's being done, although you can't see what's being done. If you know some basic truths, then you know that this is probably heading a lot better in our direction, a lot faster than we realize. So I just don't want people to get discouraged. And I don't want to be too optimistic, but I think that my assessment is fair, that if the Russians were really giving it to the Ukrainians, you would have seen it everywhere. And
Yeah, that's
the
exactly
Ukrainians
right.
are being disciplined.
That's exactly right.
Not telling you anything.
Jameson, that's exactly right.
I yield. Yeah, thank you.
And by the way, I can only recommend everybody, if you have time, I don't benefit from it, but so you don't have to buy it because I say it, on the contrary. But if you have it available, and if you have someone who has it, or you have a friend, you want to listen to it, listen to Dave Grossman's On Killing. It is.
Yes, that is a great book. I didn't want to bring it up to be too macabre. Not to interrupt, that is a fantastic book. I've read it multiple times, and it sounds very macabre and gross, but in the military, you have to read stuff like that. And what it turns out is he's done a very methodical job of going back to the Romans, to the modern day, and explaining how people could kill, and then what it does to them. He goes through the whole process, and it's absolutely brilliant and genius, and I think absolutely correct. So I didn't mean to step on your toes there, but that is a phenomenal book.
I'm glad that you also read it, and I think it is vital information for everyone, specifically those who are civilians who've never had that decision to make or who never engaged in military training, and it is extremely important for everyone in the military.
Yeah, thanks. My von Clausewitz arrived today, so I'm going to be starting on that before I get started on anything else. Abdullah and then Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Shaggy. I'm not a great military mind, but I just wanted to ask Jameson or anyone else. Jameson mentioned that the troops might be in retreat, the Russian troops. Will they be able to commit reserves to help retreating soldiers? I was just curious.
They will, but they've already committed their reserves in many places. But the point is, you also got to think about it. Like, let's say they're all Green Berets. Do is get back home and drink more vodka. They're not going to stay and fight. And what motivation do they have? They're going to run. And so run and fear and panic, when it gets into a group setting, it's almost uncontrollable. And you see these very smart, wise, disciplined people devolve into wild animals running for their life. It's like a stampede. And so even if they deploy them in time, if they get a whiff of that fear and they see these leopards showing up on the battlefield, they're not going to stay and figure out what that's about. They're going to head out. So unless they have the NCOs in the back with machine guns and submachine guns, take them out if they run. And that's part of what I was saying about there's a difference between a military withdrawal, which is very disciplined and very hard to do, and a rout. A rout is essentially, think of like the Titanic and everybody running for the boats to get off the ship, the survival boats, whatever the term is. So people who haven't been introduced to combat and fear and danger like that, we think we're all wise and smart and so sophisticated. You devolve very quickly into a wild, scared animal. And so what I've been saying is if these lines break, I mean, what leg do the Russians have to stand on? Are they defending their own turf? No. Are they highly trained? No. Are they highly equipped? No. Are they well supplied? No. They can't even give them basics. There's no logical reason in this world, with the exception of Jesus Christ showing up or aliens or something just out of the realm of possibilities. There's nothing that's going to keep them fighting. They want this to be over just as bad as Ukrainians do, most of them. And so when they see their opportunity to surrender or run, they're going to do that. You mark my words. This is although the Ukrainian war is new to us, combat has been going on since civilization begun. So human tendencies and human nature are the same. They want to save their bacon just as bad as their mama wants their bacon saved, and they're going to hightail it. You watch. I yield.
Yeah, there's the old fight or flight saying. So I guess if you see everyone else flighting, running away, you're not going to want to be the last man standing if you're not very disciplined. So you're going to join them. I mean, my option would, to be completely honest, I'd probably be frozen to the spot. I wouldn't know what to do, fight or flight. So that's maybe the third option that people like me who've not been in the military and not trained for it would perhaps do. Griffin.
Good morning. I've got some interesting information for the group here. If you can just bear with me, I'm referencing an article from CTV News. That's a Canadian national broadcasting organization. Canada will spend $500 million to help Ukraine's military fight Russian invasion. This came about with an unannounced visit today by the Prime Minister of Canada to Kyiv. There is conversations that we'd be pledging more weapons, but very significantly, the fighter pilot training for the F-18s. Canada will be one of a number of NATO members who have the F-18 simulators, and in doing so, we'll be able to push through far more Ukrainian pilots through F-18 training than if they were just going through on one training class at a time. One of the other announcements that they had here, if you could just give me a moment, I'll just scanning the article. Yeah, okay. Additionally, Canada's going to be supplying 288 more AIM-7 missiles to help ward off Russian air attacks, and reallocating existing funds for 10,000 rounds of 105 millimeter ammunition. He also announced $10 million in new funding to support those trying to deal with the humanitarian situation in the Kherson region as a result of that Russian attack blowing up the dam. Let's see what else there was. There's another. I'm just trying to locate it. Oh, there it is. This is a funny one. He also indicated that the Russian registered Antonov 124 cargo plane that we grounded is now in the process of being seized and turned over to Ukraine. In addition to that, there is going to be additional light armor vehicles, the LAVs that Canada builds. And I believe that was going to be another 3 dozen or so that are going to be contributed in addition to the 39 LAVs already promised. And finally, just so far, Ottawa's contributed more than $8 billion related to the war in Ukraine. And The money that's been spent included $1 billion in support in military donations, and they've also been training medics and soldiers in third world countries like Latvia to help train up the Ukraine military. And that's the end of the report by Canadian Press. And this just occurred today.
Thanks a lot for that, Griffin. I'm just going to wait for David to come up in a bit. He's going to take my spot. So I'll say goodbye to everyone now and ask Carl. Carl, your hand is up, and then George.
Hi, I just want to also talk about the thing about Russians surrendering. You know, it does make sense for them to surrender, right? And you know, many have. But I don't think it is as clear and as sense making as we'd like it to be, because one, they're trained to see the Ukrainian army in a way that's different. They're trained to see them as the same as them but worse. So they legitimately will think in many cases that the Ukrainians are going to kill them, or they're going to torture them. They're going to do all horrible sort of things to them. So that's a disincentive to surrender. Then they also know that they're not going to want to be the first person in their unit to surrender, because they're going to get shot at. They got all the threats against themselves. And just like even in a crowd, sometimes you ask for a volunteer or something. It's hard for the first person to, be the one to stand up, right? There's a bunch of people that, suddenly after one person, and then, a minute later, another person, and then suddenly you got 20 or 30 people stand forward to volunteer. Those sort of dynamics also will happen here, and because of the huge risks involved, right? Surrendering is great, but it is also a very dangerous situation. Probably one of the most dangerous, right? Other than for full on direct combat, because it can go wrong in so many different ways. I'd love to see, like, thousands upon thousands surrendering all at once. But and maybe, like, if a whole area is surrounded, and that one person is like, yep, we're taking our commanders and we're doing this all as a group, we might see some instances of that. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it nearly as much as you'd think would be logical to see.
Thanks for that, Carl. George.
Just before you go, George, I'm going to say my taras for the rest of the day. If there's any big booms, I will come and let you know, of course. But otherwise, I'm going to go and collapse in a corner somewhere and maybe eat something. So I will see you all in the morning, if not before.
Yeah, thanks for being wonderful as always, Mockers. Keep your energy levels up, get some nice food inside you, and maybe crack open a bottle of something. Maybe I can see David down there in speaker, so hopefully he's going to come up in a little bit. And George.
Hey, I just wanted to, touch on what Jameson said about, soldiers in retreat. So, the fight or flight thing. Everybody in their right mind, is going to want to run when you see everybody else running, right? It's just your instinct. But like Jameson touched on, if you have training, if your training is adequate or on a higher level, that's when your brain kicks in. And you're going to be like, wait up, hold on a second. If I run, whatever is happening in front of me might become worse. And your training kicks in, you know what to do. You know that, okay, I'm going to reach out to my command, see if they know what the hell's going on in front of me and to the left and the right of me. And how do we plug this disaster from becoming an epic, complete calamity? Units that are trained well are not going to break and run. you might have 1 or 2 or 3 soldiers. Hey, it happens. Even on well-trained units, for whatever reason, people just, you know, they get this idea in their head and they panic, and you know, they might freeze up. It happens. We saw that one video where that young Ukrainian soldier was fighting off, you know, several Russians on an attack in this trench, and there was another Ukrainian soldier in there with him, and for whatever reason, that soldier had suffered some kind of like shell shock, like he was out of the fight, but not completely, because he was getting direct, you know, commands from the other soldier that was actually doing the fighting. He was able to at least assist them in defending their position. And that's what happens. Usually someone might freeze up, whatever. You might try to get him out of the line. If you can't, you know, you try to get him to calm down and, you know, get their wits about him, come back to reality, snap out of it. You know, sometimes if you can do that, you can't, and, you know, get back into the fight. But when you have everybody doing that, then forget about it. It's not going to happen, right? Because panic is very, very contagious in a military. Panic is a horrendous affliction that can hit a whole, not only a unit, it can start in like a squad, go to a platoon, then it spreads like wildfire, and then you've got whole, not only companies, but regiments and battalions running for the hills because they don't have the training. They don't know what to do in whatever situation they're confronting. So let's say you've got a company and all of a sudden they're getting hit by tanks and they panic, even though they have anti-tank weapons, and start running. That's a case in point. You know, a unit that has good training and good command structure from their officers down to their NCO corps is going to be like, okay, we got tanks, whatever, call in artillery support, let's peel off their infantry from the tanks, and let's try to engage these guys with the weapons we have. Or let's do an orderly retreat back to, let's say, a secondary or tertiary fighting position. But if you don't have the training, you get panic, and that panic spreads like wildfire. It's absolutely contagious. And I broke the internet again. David, are you with us? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. I did.
David, you forgot to plug in.
Pretty much. I did it. I've been unplugged all day.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I was just to reiterate what Jameson said. So we're seeing Russians panic and just run. That doesn't bode well for them. And like everybody says, patience. We're seeing that. So it looks like whatever these are, probing attacks. Remember, these are just a couple of battalions that we know of. We haven't heard of any major formations being involved in this fighting from Ukraine, because we know that there's more than one or two or three brigades, right? That they have available. So this has been going on now for maybe about 4 or 5, maybe 6 days. We're getting reports that they've penetrated in certain areas. Everything, remember, what we're hearing now probably happened 24 hours ago. So there's that lag time. And I think, the fact that we're not seeing great numbers of videos coming from the Russians showing, oh, this was destroyed, that was destroyed. I love the fact that they found, like, they, a couple of the Ukrainian equipment that was destroyed a few days ago, right? Now they're hitting them with Lancet drones, even though they've been like abandoned or whatever, and claiming them as new hits. When you can obviously see that it's a vehicle that was previously hit. So this is also part of war, right? The propaganda that you're going to see is to it's aimed not only at the Ukrainian people, but more so to outside, because then you might have the dimwits, because you always have some dimwit, that thinks they're doing good. Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Oh, peace. Yeah. Well, your daughter and your son isn't being raped in front of you. It's easy to talk about peace. It's aimed at those goofballs, so they can say, "Oh my God, we sent all these weapons and they're not working. Oh, we need to surrender. We need to surrender. Here, drop your pants and bend over. Then there's, you can find a flight to Moscow. Here, go surrender like that. But don't talk about my goddamn taxpayer money, right? And what most people with a functioning brain want to see happen. They want to see these people liberated, especially after the day. And I'm not going to share those videos. Ugh, I can't, as a human being. But when you've got bodies of adults and children washing up, on the shores of Ukraine, that are victims of that disaster, when they blew that dam, we all know they blew the dam, right? We all know, like, anybody with a functioning brain can ask any engineer, will tell you, yeah, the dam had to have been blown from the inside. There's no way to.
Ask me,
Exactly.
George.
And we've spoke about it till we're blue in the face, blue and yellow, the flag, the colors of the Ukrainian flag. But when you see those videos and you hear about that, don't talk to me about peace. Like, I don't want to hear it. If we have to send another 100 billion, so be it, because those people need justice, and justice starts when their territories are liberated. Then,
No, exactly. And let me remind you, George, right? 8 trillion was spent in Afghanistan,
exactly.
right? 8 trillion, right? So,
we haven't even hit a fraction of that. So, if we got another 100 billion, oh well, because guess what? If we don't stop them here, in Ukraine, then we're going to be spending a lot more money for the next calamity they cause, which is going to be Taiwan, or God knows, Georgia, or wherever. You have to stop them here. Go ahead,
We
Axel.
will stop them there. No, I agree with you. We will stop them there, because when we say we, Ukraine is us. Ukraine is with us. We are with Ukraine. We are inextricably linked with each other, because we are part of the same civil society.
You know what it is, Axel? We have humanity.
Culture,
humanity.
Culture.
Like my wife said, humanity. If you're a human being with any empathy, that's us. We. When I say we might here on Outer Space not doing the actual fighting, but by raising money, by raising awareness, by getting on the phone and telling, look, I've been with my congressman here in Pennsylvania, face-to-face meetings. I've gotten other veterans. We've gone to other places, and met with people and said, look, I understand what somebody, in an office is telling you what this weapon system can do and can't do, but listen to the people that have actually used them. This is what they can do. This is why you need to send this. And by doing that, we are supporting humanity in stopping this absolutely brutal genocidal regime in the Kremlin and all their allies, and and the full fiasco nonstop. We have to as a society, as a human race, stop this nonsense. We cannot allow this to continue anywhere. Whether and we failed miserably, you know, before we and we can't fail now. We have to make sure that Russia is crushed here in Ukraine, and then from there we need to help other countries liberate themselves. Whether it's Syria, Georgia, Moldova, get rid of that, you know, that utter disgrace, Transnistria. Yeah, give me a break, really. That's why we're here. We're here to make sure that we help the Ukrainians crush the Russians in Ukraine so they can liberate themselves, and then we can get the ball rolling, really rolling. And that's what has to happen. We have to put up a very stiff fight against any totalitarian regime, whether it be China, Iran, Russia, what have you.
I mean, and that's the real deal, though, isn't it? We have resistance from some countries in the what they think they should be doing is the problem. There's, you know, this isn't our fight, etc. We still have this at the moment, which is why stuff's happening slowly, and we've got you know, it's more than one administration, but we have at least one that's resisting doing some certain things, which is for us just baffling.
And it's baffling because, you know, what kills me is, like, you can't avoid it. Whether it's gonna be, you know, so just look. I'm gonna look at Hungary, right? The Hungarian government and the people in Hungary. You can't avoid it. It's gonna come around first, full circle. It's happened before. The Russians and their Soviet empire, that's what we should call it, invaded Hungary. Thousands of people were killed. History is going to repeat itself, people. You might avoid it this go around, but I guarantee you, your kids or your grandkids will not avoid it. Someone in your generational lineage is going to be affected by this, and you need to you know, realize that, and either you can pay the piper now or you can pay the piper later. And if you're an actual human being that has kids and grandkids, I'm sure you don't want your grandkids or your kids dealing with it.
And importantly, the price later is always with interest, isn't it? Right.
With exactly interest. You know, we don't even know what kind of crazy weapons will be around, you know, 20, 25, 30 years from now, and we don't want to find out. You know, we have to have a convinced, you know, response to this. We have to show them that might does not make right. We have to punch the schoolyard bully square in the chops, you know, and whatever happens from that point on happens. But we need to do it, and we need to keep doing it.
Yeah, we do. Anyway, we do have fella who bonks. He's got his hand up as well, though. Do you want to add to this?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm partially testing a dedicated phone setup. I don't know how I sound on this thing, but what I think is very.
How are you supposed to sound?
Well, compared to how I usually sound on my iPhone. But anyway, the what I think is very telling with the progress of the counteroffensive is the Russians just keep recycling the same 3 or 4 pictures in 1 or 2 videos now. since Tuesday, combined with the stuff I'm not going to repeat that we're all reading. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised in the next couple of days once Ukraine starts making official statements as to what their progress is. It's just, it's unfortunate that the Russians decided to commit, ecological terrorism to try and slow the Ukrainians down.
I mean, look, right, it's one of these no words can really, describe the suffering and all the heartache that will have engendered. Difficult to describe it, right? We know the stories are going to get worse and worse and worse. On the other side, where the front is concerned, and the rest of it, it was always going to be like this, though, wasn't it? Look, if we just think about it in a logical fashion, the Russians spent their whole time throwing forces at Bakhmut as if it was like a clip from what's that zombie movie with is it something Z Nation or something, and they're climbing up the cliff. Anyway, they were basically throwing people like locusts at something, and failed miserably to even complete that task properly. So if they can't complete that task, how is it ever going to go on a counter-offensive? Of course, the challenges are different, but the reality is Ukraine has more equipment, more people coming in. Of course, these people need to, they're going to get some real life lessons, which is, a tragedy. But people will learn, and they'll adapt, and they'll learn from each mistake, right? Every time you make a mistake and you survive from it, you remember it, and you make sure doesn't happen again. So shortly you'll have very experienced soldiers, and just rolling forwards. We've also, I would say, we've all seen over the months pictures of Russian soldiers in trenches, and they're stuck there. There's not a lot you can do when if you get a couple of vehicles with a couple of MGs on them, right? What are you going to do? You're in a trench. The point about the trenches is to stop things coming up to you. If you've got a vehicle or it might, whatever it is, a T-72 or even a Humvee with a machine gun on it, and you're getting fire down the length of your trench, then you don't have much of a future. And it's going to be story after story of this, with some things that upset us because that not everything goes our way, but in general everything is going to be going our way on average, right? And it's just the problem, the people who won't survive, and that will be quite tragic. As John Howarth, friend of the space, was talking about Normandy a little bit earlier, and how that was working, and Operation Goodwood, and how that worked. And if you consider it a fixing operation as opposed to an actual breakout, right? So you have to think of things on the with relationship to the overall picture, as opposed to just thinking about each individual battle as having to be a success, right? So sometimes that isn't the overall point. The overall point might be to draw in a lot of Russian soldiers into an area, and then obliterate them. And that's exactly what Bakhmut was. That'll be exactly what other things that happen in along the way are going to be very much like that. Yeah. Fella, do you want to respond to that?
Well, yeah, and Bakhmut was probably the most brilliant use of terrain and resources to keep the Russians occupied and wasting material and manpower. Although I have a hard time considering wankers to be actual soldiers, but they're as dangerous as any criminal that you give a gun or a hand grenade to, because that's what most of these guys are, right? And we don't know what they went to jail for. Some of them could have been gangsters or murderers, and they might actually know how to use that gun. But that was probably the absolute best thing the Ukrainians can do. And what we're hearing is even halfway correct. The biggest shows are at night right now, and that's kind of, based on the equipment that's been provided, what's to be expected, because, Leopards, Bradleys, and all of the other vehicles have night fighting capabilities that the Russians, they're 20, 30 years ahead of anything the Russians have. So, and hopefully that's being exploited to the absolute fullest.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. Look, I mean, if you said to any Russian commander, "I've got 100,000 here in reserve for you," when they would go, they'd be biting your hand off, right? So instead of just keeping that 100,000 that will be dead and seriously injured, they've just wasted their reserve troops. They don't have enough reserve troops, and as we keep saying, right, the front is so big they just don't have enough troops, right? So they're spread over very thin area, very thinly over a lot of ground. And if you just like Risk, if you don't have enough, in your army, you just can't hold that ground, can you? So.
Yeah, I remember the back of the napkin math that Thomas Tyner had done on the number of men they had per kilometer. And his point was, all of these defenses are all well and great if you can man them properly. And I think this is the moment in time that if they haven't already, they're incapable of learning the lesson. But I have a feeling the Russians are very much regretting having burned up 100,000 guys and God knows how much materiel on Bakhmut, because they could definitely use it right now. And like you said, the reserves, they're not really there, and it's looking like they're having issues continuing further mobilization.